how intricately they were able to manipulate the, let's say, even, I hate to use the word skeptical in this case because no one was skeptical, but even for those that were questioning it just to a limited degree in the beginning, were slowly but surely brought along on this ride, more or less, over the course of about 2 years before it ran its course. And what was initially a doubtful scenario, the right, headed by the orange captain, was the one who really had the ability to morph that entire echelon of the right in the direction that they were cultivating and really trying to manifest, so that anybody who would gradually kind of look at it at the beginning was full on with the Trump salesman with the pharmaceutical industry and so forth. By the end, he was the greatest salesman of all time. So that too, much like many other dynamics over the shutdown, really painted a more in-depth, more high-resolution picture of how they manipulate people through the course of these events. In this case, a very long-term event, one of the big psyops, but it wasn't just full on, let's turn on the lights and go for our end result. No, it took many months to watch that transition happen. It was fascinating.
I think the anti-geoengineering group, like if you're like, I'm not anti-geoengineering for a couple of reasons. One, geoengineering is not what geoengineering conspiracy theorists think it is. I've heard some say, well, have you heard of geoengineering? It's like, have you looked up geoengineering? Geoengineering not only doesn't exist, it's a list of hypothetical, yet to be developed processes by which they can combat climate change. As I call it, it's a fake solution for a fake problem. So geoengineering isn't really a thing, but in the imaginations of the right, they've conflated it with weather manipulation and HARP and Bill Gates phobia. They've conflated it into this monster, and now they're anti-geoengineering. And I would argue that anti-geoengineeringism is the same as anti-vax, where the controlled opposition is told, believe in the thing, fear the cure. So the controlled opposition right believes in the V, they believe in the pandemics. They just think it was created by China. But they're afraid of the cure. Now, when it comes to the climate change, now they believe in climate change on the right. They just think it was caused by geoengineering. Interestingly, geoengineering is the cure for climate change. So in both instances, they're against what the left sees as the cure for the problem that they both agree exists. This is like, it's mental jiu-jitsu, where they get both sides to accept a really bad premise. And once they have them accepting it, they just fight over the cause. And what they're doing is they're blaming each other. Left blames private sector, right blames government. It is such a template. And it's important to point out the template and expose it for what it is so that people in it can start to appreciate how they're in a box. This is where auto hoax conventions come in, because we need to, on a case-to-case basis, guardrail by guardrail, go into some nuanced descriptions of what we're looking at, and then deconstruction, taking things down, taking them apart. So I'm thinking, the next one is on the 26th, and I might use my slot, like a 90-minute slot, to make the best case I possibly can that 9/11 was merely a movie from a meta script perspective. Not talking about engineers or jet fuel temperatures or any of these other red herrings. I'm just saying, from a meta script perspective, can I make the case that this was a movie production, superimposed over the news cycle? And I think that's going to be my focus, because I want to differentiate what we're doing, what truthers do. They're bouncing off of mainstream views. Something happened, and we're noticing that we have come to appreciate the fact that alt and mainstream are making history via fake news. And we have to call it out from that perspective. So that's going to be the topic I'm going to focus on. And I'm also going to be in advance creating some additional content for the visuals of these events, because AutoHoaxCon #2 I think will be bigger than the first one, and I think we'll cover more ground. I have a lot of people reaching out. So anybody here, by the way, if there's any specific topic that you think we need to address in AutoHoaxCon, anything you would like to see broken down succinctly, feel free to comment or let us know, and I'm sure somebody can get on it.
Well, I'm glad you brought up #2, which I'm really excited about. I like your idea a lot. I think it's spot on to expose that angle of 9/11. And if you're interested, we haven't really chatted about it outside of the Patreon chat, but knowing what you're focusing on here for a segment, whatever time's available, if you and all are interested, then I can focus my, let's say, contribution, much like the last one. I can just center it in on aspects of 9/11 that really demonstrate that it is indeed a stage play. And having watched probably tens of hours of material from 9/11 for this documentary, which I have yet to release, and I'm probably just going to be doing short segments from here on out. But I watched hours and hours and hours of 9/11 stuff, and I'd already been aware that, of course, it wasn't a false flag. And along the way, I started to seriously doubt that anybody was injured at all, not because I hadn't heard of that before. It's just something I hadn't tried to verify myself. But after watching all of this material, it was quite clear that it was just terrible acting, one terrible scene after another. And one that I've noted on a previous call, maybe over a year ago with you, Tim, is that I watched many of the scenes where the mayor was walking around the city, post-event. He has nobody guarding him. I mean, there's a big group of people, and he's a lot like some kind of Napoleon character, like pointing to people and being authoritative and like, we're going to go over here to the bunker. And like, this is all not secret. It's being broadcast and recorded to the entire, at least New York City, if not the earth. And it was very, very, very clear at that point that all of it was contrived. But anyway, that's one of the things I can focus on if you and others are interested, to try to let that be maybe a shorter segment of what I contribute, is layering in some of that video material that backs that up, or the meta scripting aspect of it.
You do have an extensive body of research on it. I actually think what I'm probably going to do as more of a priority is maybe get into the Trump 713 head wound as a fake event from a Metascript perspective. I might make that my focus, because I have been finding so many connections between Trump, Nero, Joker, all these various scenarios that show the blending of the world stage, fake events, and the entertainment news. But I think it might make more sense for me to focus on the Trump head wound on this next one. But I do want to continue to examine all these events, quote, from a Metascript perspective. Not a false flag perspective, but a Metascript perspective. And I think we make a much stronger case, because now we're showing that the true culprits are the directors, that these events aren't even real, and that the narratives and the propaganda analysis that we go through reveals all this stuff. So I'm probably going to focus on the 713 thing now that I think about it, especially in light of this latest Joker movie. And of course, the findings in the Caped Crusader, where the Trump proxy gets his ear cut.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Well, the 713 thing, I don't mean to interrupt, but the 713 thing, if you actually look at where the fake bullet was coming in, it looks like a plane. And Trump standing there like a tower, it would be almost in the same place that the 846 happened on 9/11. So
That's a really good
throwing that out
connection.
there.
No, that is a great connection, because you got George Bush on 9/11, and they're whispering into his ear. The bullets whizzing by Trump's ear, same photographer, which connects these two ideas, 9/11 and the bullet. Then on his head, he has the 4547, which gives you 9/11. So in many ways, yeah, I think you're right. I think that is probably even intentional. That it could be mistaken for a plane. That is interesting.
And I was just going to add as well that some of the video that I had been putting together just after the Trump scenario, I tried to get an episode out on that, and I got overwhelmed by other things in life. But there is so much material out there that compiling that was also something I've already done, so I could contribute that too if that's the target that you're going to be hitting.
Yeah, that'd be excellent. I mean, because I think each one of these Odd Hoax cons is going to be very educational, not just to people who already know what's going on, but to noobs. It could be accessible because we are providing some pretty compelling evidence that there is a conspiracy. Like, there is a conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy theory. But we have been conquered ubiquitously as a human race. There is a power elite. And people don't want me to say that. Don't say elite. Why not? They control your mind. And that's a descriptive term, and it has a lot of connotations with L and Saturn and the symbolism, time-space control. And they control time and space. They control history because they write it. So at some point, we just need to recognize that this is a simulation, and it does have builders. And what we are doing is we are exposing its architecture and its architects systematically. And anybody listening to Auto Hoax Con should be able to walk away, especially if they're really informed about these things, with even more certainty about what we're really looking at here. And I'm all about certainty and getting to conclusions rather than sitting out there in the fog of Psy-War and confusion and acting like confusion and asking questions is a replacement for enlightenment, which it's not. And a lot of truthers are like, mind blown. I'm confused. This is so crazy. It's like, well, actually, it's not. It's propaganda and it's high tech, and we just need to figure out how it works. So I'm trying to keep everything objective, and we're providing a lot of food for thought. You know, like your last presentation, Reverse History, when you really got into the weeds there with the various narratives in individual cartoons, where yeah, there's no way this could be random. And the fact there's consistency and multiple instances attributed to the same writers and directors, at this point, it's case closed. We're examining a meta-scripted, news-bent world stage simulation.
Yeah, absolutely. And going back to your thought about the elites, I got into many conversations about this with people. That the reason I use that word is because they are L-ites. That's just how they describe themselves. They're probably, they would use many other terms, likely, but that seems to be an all-encompassing aspect. L being that Saturn relation and other aspects of maybe one of their mystery religions from afar. But yeah, it is case closed. It's there. And going back to something else you were thinking about, maybe this would be a subject matter for future Auto Hoax Con, is that you inspired me to try to diagram how each side of the polarized sides look at an issue where maybe there was no conscious relation to something that they were trying to propagandize, that being the elite controllers, and yet they implant simultaneously the same idea in each, but the approach to get there is clearly different. But in the end, without anybody being aware, they do become aware of it. But like demonstrating those aspects of the writers and cartoons and so forth, I think it would be relatively, quote unquote, easy. It'd take a lot of time to gather the sources, but to really tell the story from the left-right dynamic and show those guardrails and how in the end, you may seem like you have enemies of the other or the opposite, but you all do really love each other because you do think the same way ultimately.
Anybody who just got here, this is going to be uploaded into the usual podcast archives, and I will likely premiere it, and I'll promote the premiere. But yeah, this is going to be a twice a week podcast called the IPS Deep Think Tank. So it's open floor, any topics. Right now, we're kind of talking about AutoHoaxCon number 2, and I'm inviting anybody to take a time slot and speak on a topic, present something, or suggest topics. And this is going to be happening on October the 26th. So a couple Saturdays from now. Just a heads up.
Hey, um, okay, so I had a couple thoughts. There might be a bit out of order, but like this synchronicity, and it's important to make a distinction between like the real experienced synchronicities versus metascript synchronicities. Um, and some of the obvious pointers on the metascript is like the politicizing and obvious dichotomies that are mirrors. Um, and as far as organic, real synchronicities, it's something that's personal and impossible to be explained in any other way. Um, so that's kind of a real quick breakdown. I love the point you made about like, human existence and how we all have the same inner core structure, intuition, spirituality thing going on. Like these people who claim to hate each other and they're at the bleeding edge of civil war, ready to go whatever punch and kill each other for, waving the other party's sign in their yard or something. And like when you actually deconstruct their ideologies, they're actually like generally good, benevolent people who want the best for themselves and the world around them. And, it's important to, I don't know, auto hoax misanthropy, perhaps, if that's the right word. Anyway, yeah.
Great suggestion, V. That's awesome.
I find that there's like an element of misanthropy built into the leftist paradigm and the right. But the leftist paradigm has it that man is bad for Gaia. And it's largely because of our greed. It's because of our selfishness. We're not collectivist enough, and we're destroying the planet. So you have this guilt trip built into progress, into consuming things, into doing well, which is kind of like suggesting you embrace asceticism. And that's built into the left. And the idea is that man is intrinsically bad for Gaia and needs to expiate his carbon footprint. And you have climate confessionals. And it's a mirror of the other side, traditional values, that man is sinful and needs to purify himself of his sinful nature because sin will trigger the wrath of God. So both have the idea that if individuals don't fix themselves, there's going to be collective punishment from the God construct. Both sides agree that man is bad and needs to change to please God, or man is bad and needs to change to please government or the collective. And so there's like misanthropy encoded into both sides, and it puts us, since man is low and bad, it puts us beneath the God construct. And then you look at, well, who made the God construct? Who created these myths? And I think that's a big part of how they get us to collectively genuflect to state power, accept our lowly nature. It's a submission thing that, we're bad. We all agree we're bad. And if you don't agree you're bad, you're in denial and you need to be saved. And so they have this built-in hatred for the other side.
Yeah, I think that's even in biblical scripture. to the sides and all that. And I think that's their playbook. I honestly do.
I do agree that it is their playbook. I mean, that is the book in the Masonic Lodge, the Bible, that is. And the Bible myths, the Bible's a template for mind control, in my opinion. And so I look at Noah's myth, Noah's flood, as just having been brought back in this modern context. And I think many things take that form. But also on the esoteric side, you get into the black and the white pillar, the Masonic Lodge. That comes from King Solomon. It's all biblical lore, biblical symbolism, and it is one of the main sources of artistic inspiration. But I think that it goes into an initiated interpretation of what the Bible is. And I think that the power elite worship nature. I say pantheistic, but they worship nature. They're panpsychism. I don't think of them as Satanists or belonging to one particular branch of the Abrahamic faiths. Like I look at Judaism, Christianity, Islam, and atheism as Abrahamic religions. And atheism, which is scientism and Nasatology, is an iteration of the Abrahamic religions. It's all about Saturn, which is a symbol of time, and it's about time control. And I'm saying that they control time. They literally control time. Time travelers, which are basically actors that they insert onto the world stage. They write the history, act it out on the stage in front of us, and it goes into our history books. So in a very real way, they have asserted total control over time and I think space. As far as like they make our rather they write our maps, they write our borders. And if we're right about any of this, let's say we're right about everything. There's a unity in mind control from space on down, and this would include ISS as the biggest example. If this is all true, then it could be the case that countries are there as part of space control, preventing movement. Borders are there not to protect you from what's outside, to keep you in your sheep pen, so that the power elite can maintain control over history and geography, time, space.
Yeah, I completely agree, Tim. I'll just jump in on one thought there and just say that to me, this is my interpretation, just kind of coloring that a little bit and just saying that these are just open air human farms. They're arbitrary. They are meant to keep people divided. I can't help but, and I think someone else, maybe Portal or Plain Decoded mentioned this before about the hopium of extra lands outside or whatever's been mapped that we're aware of. And this is something that becomes really pertinent to me is getting to a point where we can get beyond those arbitrary borders. And I mean, I'm not promoting anything per se here, but when I think about this in a fantasy way, when I think about what I want, if you will, is to be a free man and go wherever I want. And to have a passport and all these other things, these are parts of these balls and chains that hold people into their centrally managed areas, their space-time continuums that are devoted or made or conformed or controlled by these governments. So it's interesting to me. I appreciate that model as you just described it. And ultimately, this is one of those things that as people become skeptical or begin to think for themselves, these borders really do start to dissipate. And I see that they are arbitrary in history for the sake of this control. And really, if you start looking at the fakery of wars and these other things, then it's clear it's just all part of the stage play.
Yeah, and this also trickles down to the mind, right? The space of the mind. They control that too with a lot of people. I mean, not saying they actually control it. They put the internet there for that control because people are, not doing the things that they should be doing or would be doing, spending time on the internet, um, just watching 1 minute videos. So space, taking up space.
I don't think control's too strong a word to use here, mind control. Because if you look at interpersonal relationships, like in a cult, a family, or just a couple, if one person in a position of authority is a liar, they can selectively remove elements from reality from everybody else. They can remove their own indiscretions. They can prevent, or rather present fake issues. They can manipulate money. There's so many ways to control people through lying. So at a basic level, if you buy into the internal model of the world that they give us, you're accepting a structure given to you by liars. And if you believe the liars, you are mind controlled. Like Truman. In the Truman Show, wasn't physically held on the movie set. It was the mental construct of the world, built by lies, upheld by liars, that kept him from leaving. So I think that one of the most powerful forms of magic is lying. I have a manuscript I've been working on for a while called The Lie World Order, where I am suggesting that we are in a collective Truman Show. But it's not that it's a physical stage, but it's the mental stage, and it's held up primarily by lies. And as long as we fail to identify lies, have some nuance in our definitions, we're going to be spellbound. And one of Aleister Crowley's more famous grimoires is called the Book of Lies. And I was always put off by that. It's like, is he calling himself a liar? What does he mean by this? And having re-examined it, it has to do with this theory of magic being reality manipulation through essentially any means, by any means necessary, to effect change. And this includes acts of will. This includes manipulation. Various forms of magic don't involve candles and spells, but really just involves the use of symbols and words in order to manipulate the minds of others. And so I think lying is underestimated for the powerful weapon that it is. And
Yeah,
also, let's say one more thing here, is just the lies by omission. So maybe they don't lie to you overtly over the course of an hour of news watching, but they omitted 95% of the stuff that's far more relevant, that might convey something different. So they lie by omission more than anything.
Yeah, and my comment there is really just validating or echoing what you just said. The lying by omission is extremely important to their censorship and their way of speaking. Those things they want people to focus on, and the other 99.9 billion% of everything that's in reality is left out. But certainly, just to underscore the idea of the new or the old lie world order, as I've heard you call it before, it is the method essentially of managing the mass consciousness. And I don't know how his name's pronounced. It's Epictetus or something like that. But liars are the reason for all ills in the world, or something similar to that. And I see it as a fundamental, for lack of a better word here, truth about the fact that this is how they create these demons of fiction and other aspects of fear in all kinds of angles and aspects of life, that no stone is left unturned with their miscoloring of reality, all directed towards their news bent focus and ending, or their kind of direction that they're hurting people in. But it is all based on the fiction, the lie, the disconnection from reality.
Yeah, great points. And in my forthcoming, I mean, I don't know, I don't have a publication date in mind for this. It's something that I'm just building up long term, because I think it's a very complex topic. And you have different types of lies, different types of liars. You have witting liars, unwitting liars. You have propaganda mules. You have well-intentioned spreaders of mistruths. You have perceivers who are susceptible to what I'd call sleight of mind or logical fallacies, visual lies, optical illusions, people who are deep fakeable, media illiterate. They can't tell real from fake, so they become de facto liars. Then you have liars by tradition, habit, and conformity. And so it ultimately what I'm suggesting is that stepping outside of the screen is primarily an act of true honesty. And it requires recognizing that I am dupable and I am or have been rendered, I have been made into a liar. The world made me a liar, and I'm trying to unlie. And there's a pretty interesting movie called The Room about this kidnapped woman, or she's 17, kidnapped girl, in a shed based on a true story. And then she has a child in captivity. And to protect the child from the abuser, she tells him lies. She says, there's nothing outside of this room. This is the entire world. And so it's called Room. And when he reaches 5, she believes at that point he's capable of escape. And she works out a plan with him to escape. It's all very symbolic. Like he has to get wrapped up in a rug, he plays dead, and then he's resurrected from the dead on the outside by escaping. And he sees this new, wider world outside the box. But when she tells him, you're going to leave the room, he calls her a liar. He won't believe his mother if there's anything outside of the room that they're in. And she says, no, I was lying to you for your protection for the first 5 years, but now I am unlying. And I had never heard the word unlying before, so I wanted to add it to the lexicon because I think that's what we need to do individually. Recognize where we've been lied to, what lies we've internalized, and we have to cease lying to ourselves. And logical fallacies are ways they get you to lie to yourself without knowing it because you just took an easy answer that was served in a way that made it very palatable. The fact is, logical fallacies turn you into a liar, a carrier of lies, whether you know it or not.
This also reminds me of L. Just the liar part of it. The L's upon L's upon L's of the layers of lies that we've had to endure, I guess.
I've been referencing Frank Herbert's quote from Dune about how they're not mad, they're believers. They've been trained to believe because knowledge is dangerous and belief can be manipulated. So the word belief, I know it's a cliche, it does contain the word lie in it, but I think that's very appropriate. That the believer is a liar themselves. In other words, they've accepted a truth that they can't verify. They've accepted what can only be logically described as a lie. They have good intentions. They have happy lies. They believe in this benevolent scenario. They believe in good things. Whatever, they believe in their own self-righteousness. So there's this idea that believers are intrinsically good people. They're doing the right thing, or that beliefs are sacrosanct. And I say no. At this point, I'm done with people just asking questions. It's time to know. We're in the information age. We shouldn't settle for being mere believers. When we watch a guy on TikTok talking about how bad things are in this part of the country, we shouldn't change our worldview according to his words. Let's say you believed all these FEMA crisis actors. Now your world model contains this new element. FEMA's out to get you. FEMA coffins, FEMA controlled weather. Now you live in a different world because you've allowed them to alter your reality. And that's what magic is. Magic, fundamentally, is about causing changes in reality through magic, which is spellcraft, and spellcraft is ultimately comes down to your will put into words, spelled out. Spellcasting is fundamentally about narratives and stories and memes. So it just seems to me that I think we live in a construct that this internalized construct that is very malleable, that lies affected. That's why I was saying that the people who are under the authority of a liar are just programmed. They're totally controlled. And what we're in is a closed system, and there's a worldview monopoly. And the only acknowledged news or acknowledged worldviews out there are approved. And I think that's the main point here is that the believers who accept everything on TV are conforming to a model that doesn't match the terrain. And to the extent that they're adhering to a model that doesn't match, I'm calling them liars, self-deceivers. And I got some pushback on it because the word liar has so many negative implications, but that's all the more reason to use it, in my opinion. And truthers are liars. That's something else that can be said. It's because of their operating system. They have good intentions, they want to wake up the world, but because of their bad operating systems, because of their bad programming, truthers are just a subset of mainstream liars.
It's a great point. Many great points. And one thing I'll add here, too, regarding magic and lies, I agree with that sense of application to how their control mechanism works. And there's a level of how people have been. Well, one of the basic ways that I've been able to synopsize this in a sense of how people's consciousness has been hijacked is that let's just clear the slate and say there's a primordial man or woman and they're out in nature. Well, their mind is such a powerful tool that they have the ability to remember that, oh, one of our tribe members got eaten by a lion. So from now on, whenever they see a lion, that picture of a lion, they can prepare and probably defend themselves better than they would have otherwise. And on a very, very overly simplistic level, these controllers and mind manipulators have taken advantage of what is the great power, if you will, or potential of a human being, is the mental capacity to map reality, so much so that you can prevent death and other aspects of your existence by knowing or projecting the potential of what you've measured in the past to apply it to the future. And on a very, very fundamental level, the controllers have hijack that one essence, and instead of real lions or real bears or any other aspects, even of nature, actually, which of course can be seen in its actual impact in reality, but they have really at a fundamental implanted these ideas. And I think somewhere along the way, this is something that I'd like to try to nail down in some of my future presentations, is to show people how ideas are as real in this society as anything you can touch or see. And that's not healthy. That aspect of our great potential to imagine or plan or predict has been completely railroaded into fantasy. And it was talked about earlier in this deep think tank about the nature of how much of our society's lives are wasted on the imaginary. And this is something I think as soon as some people have an ability to consider that their ideas are powerful, but it's now a prerequisite for anything you contemplate going forward to divine whether that's something connected to reality or whether it's something out of a stage play or a comic book or something completely intangible and totally disconnected from reality.
Yeah, I've introduced the term hyperstitions to deal with these. So the hyperstition refers to, and this is from a website, if I look just a general meaning of it, definition is beliefs or stories through their very existence and dissemination bring about their own reality or truth. So, for example, the space junk phenomenon. There's so many stories that it's there, people are talking about it, and eventually it just becomes an accepted part of our world. Like, it's an accepted part of our world that space junk is a real thing, yet none of us have actually seen it or examined it. All information is coming from the same sources, but it's been given a stamp of approval. It's like we're in the desert of the designated real. They designate something real in the simulation, it's suddenly real. And most people live in a world of hyperstitions. And I think this is also another part of it too, is that hyperstitions are reinforced by the dominant paradigm. They all kind of nod their heads and agree. And you can see this in churches where they reinforce each other's religious experiences or UFO cults. Oh, I got abducted. Oh, me too. Did you get probed? Yeah, me too. And they have this chorus that builds a false consensus in an environment that promotes that belief. So I would call those hyperstitions more than superstitions, because hyperstition implies a cybernetic relationship, that there's a loop going on. And this is similar to what Polybius wrote when he was talking about the use of superstition, maintaining the cohesion of the Roman state. I would say hyperstitions maintain the cohesion of our modern world. That the PSYOP entertainment complex introduces and reinforces the existence of modern superstitions. And I'm calling them hyperstitions because, unlike ghosts and werewolves, which they no longer reinforce, these are things that are constructs that have are modern replacements for previous superstitions. So, for example, flood myths, angry gods replaced by something that's caused by something we can measure with science, like climate change, for example. So hyperstitions are what maintain the cohesion of the state or the stage, the world stage. It gives us the parameters.
Those are great points. And just to add a little bit to that, one note is that it also has to include the polarization. Interestingly, it doesn't have to be that everybody is uniform and has the same religion or perspective on any of this. And I mean, it's been measured and noted just countless times within the political horseshoe and many other examples and media fakery and all of this stuff. But it's so important that the people being controlled are basically having artificial enemies made out of what would potentially otherwise be friends or people that they could actually collaborate with. So it's fascinating that the hyperstitions in all of their various forms have a built-in almost enemy complex or people who want to oppose them or their imagination, even their nightmares. They hold on to in that kind of polarized way. But just fascinating that it doesn't have to be one uniform hell or heaven for the entire population. It's this complete fraction or fractionalized. I can't think of the word, but it's basically dismembered across. But that's part of the division and part of the divide and conquer scenario. But the hyperstitions, I agree, are completely the substrate of what gets people motivated to cling to these abstractions so vehemently.
Sure. Yeah, a really good example is the movie, the Village. They're called the Elders. The Elders lie and tell all the believers in the village that the village is surrounded by monsters in the woods, so you can't leave. And so they're told about this. They have drills, and in the drills, they're locked down in basements, and they hear the monsters banging on the door. And these are analogous to hyper-realistic school shooting drills. The children are in a room and they hear someone kicking the door, and it's an actor, of course, in a drill. But what they do is they implant really strong emotions attached to the idea of this threat they have to lock down for. Then they have this belief in the monsters, you have drills to reinforce the terror, and then once in a while, the elders will provide evidence, like, for example, a mutilated animal in the woods. Now we have evidence that there are monsters out there. And the monsters don't exist. These are costumes that the elders wear when they're prancing around in the woods at night. But in the minds of the villagers, monsters are real, and you can never leave. And so their worldview is constrained. It has a very small border. They live in a village, and they never leave because this hyperstition, which is reinforced by community belief and occasional psyops. So when they provide a dismembered, mutilated animal, that's a psychological operation that reinforces the fake thing. No different than a school shooting. Reinforces the existence of the mentally ill mass shooter. So their hyperstitions are used, again, to create parameters, to create borders, to keep people locked in. And that movie expertly, I think, really demonstrates, more than any movie I've seen, in a microcosm, how the world really works.
I completely agree, and I don't want to take away from anybody else's commentary, so I'll just say that to me, that movie is one of the biggest tells out there of just putting it in people's faces. We talked a little bit about this over the Auto Hoax Con #1, but the people who design these things seem to like to flaunt these ideas right in people's faces in fiction and fantasy perspective. And if people really looked at that very critically, that is a perfect model of what's happening now.
Yeah, that one deserves a watch party. I like to analyze the characters because the three people who see through it, one is the village idiot, and he finds the monsters amusing. So he doesn't have any fear. So he's immune. He's mind war inoculated because he's not afraid. The other one is the visually impaired. She's blind, so she can't see the propaganda. And if you can't see it, it's harder to build the analogous internal structure. The hyperstitions don't work. So she too is impervious to the mind war. And the other guy, Lucian, played by Joaquin Phoenix, is a critical thinker, lots of intuition, and he doesn't trust authority. And the three of them escape, basically. The three of them inadvertently get through their matrix. And it's because they weren't conformists. But it just kind of shows, like, well, who sees through it and why? And what made you capable, or what caused you to cease believing the elders? The elders represent the media.
Yeah, and even the parents, as I recall watching that movie, which I was exposed to through the IPS and your work, I watched it all the way through, and there was at the end a kind of apology from the parents, like, "Oh, well, we had to do this because the alternative was worse." It's almost like these Malthusian kinds of people who say, "Oh, population is way too big, and we're going to fail by the nature of just reproducing." But it's fascinating that even the controllers were saying, no, this is the lesser of the evils that, and the only path forward that we could make. And a lot like I've heard you talk about this, Tim, on occasion, but I've seen this as well, which is these controllers, and maybe it's even just for their insiders to get them to be motivated, like, oh, this is the best solution for humanity, is to lie to them and make up these silly stories so you can get paid a lot and just go along with the program, and the alternative would be everybody dies. And so in a way, whatever their motivation is, they definitely do try to put themselves in the moral high ground. And even in the movie, they talk about taking that command or that kind of control over other people's free will. People are born into it. They never have any idea, or like you say, those prominent characters, which is interesting how they archetype each of those characters who can see through the matrix. But ultimately, they have this recalcitrance to go to the point of saying, oh, well, we should have informed you from the beginning that we're lying to you so you could eventually be self-reliant or self-aware. And this is something, of course, just a quick note on this, is that the academic systems, everything that we're ever taught, hobble us from even thinking critically about any of this stuff. So as a slave culture, it definitely is left out of the story. And here we are. I mean, I'm one of these people who basically believed everything I was ever taught from a young age, and then eventually started to become aware that the stories were inconsistent and contradictory. And that, to me, as I value or I measure my own self-awareness to whatever degree I've attained, and I assume I have a lot more to learn before it's all said and done, that I very much more appreciate being aware of how this place works and how people are manipulated than being like a Cypher character in the Matrix, just eating steak every day with a big smile on my face. But it's interesting how the elite, or the people within that movie, particularly the village, do take on the elite perspective and in a way offer their apology, but saying that we're going to do it because it is the moral high ground, and that's all there is to it. Screw any sense of your self-will or ability to potentially even create something better, because we already figured it out.
Yep, that was the rationale. The idea that you had superstition to maintain the cohesion of the state was based on their belief that the masses are fickle, full of lawless passion, and they need to be constrained by fear of God. This is an old concept, and in the village they were basically informed that the world out there is so terrible that we want to create a paradise for you. So they took away their free will in exchange for paradise. And it's like, well, would you want to know? I detected something else with the movie where the village are surrounded by bushes with red berries, and they're programmed from when they're young that that is the bad color. And if you see that color, go back to the village. So it's kind of like how in the Garden of Eden, you're supposed to avoid the tree of knowledge. Let's say like the apple, like a red pill, the red fruit. You avoid that because if you have that, then you know too much, and you can no longer stay in the garden. You're no longer welcome. You're like the gods, is what they say. So in the village, they go past the red, and they find out they're in the 20th century. So now they're like the gods. They're equal to the elders, and they can no longer stay unless they want to serve the system. And so at the end, yeah, they're given a breakdown that we had to control everybody, to create a perfect world because the world out there is so terrible, and you can no longer stay here since you know how it works. And they're basically given a deal, exit or become part of it and wear a monster costume and become a terrorist. So it's like Stockholm syndrome or something here, but whatever it is, there is some kind of aspect to it where they give themselves the license to be the monsters and the terrorists in order to protect the people inside. And it's rooted though in misanthropy. To bring that comment back, you mentioned misanthropy. The idea that we're so terrible that we need to be shackled to a false worldview and we need to be terrorized by superstitions. That idea is not new. And I think it's rooted in this concept that man is just a terrible, unruly creature that can't be told the truth. And I dispute that, at least for myself personally. I don't know if it's true regarding the masses. Maybe this is a benevolent dictatorship. I'm open to that idea.
Yeah, my quick thought, and maybe this is just totally my reflection of my perception that I don't give them any credit. Now, maybe that's true, and I do see that possibility. So I'm not discounting it or eliminating it for the potential real or motivation of why this whole thing plays out the way it is today. But in my core interpretation so far, and I'm willing to update this sense of or my model of reality, but it just does boil down to me in the most fundamental way of slave masters versus slaves. It's no more complex than that. They wield their power at will. It seems to me that this has been going on for a long time and I mean many, many, many generations. And I conjecture about that in that way because it's just such a well-oiled machine that I don't think it needs to be any more complex. But I know what it's like for me to be free and what it's like to pursue that which I do with a clear mind and the ataraxian kind of perspective of not being weighed down by any of their false nightmares and false witness events that they portray. And so I'm way more creative. I'm way more active. I sleep better at night. And here, I think even participating in this forum is an example of what fruit is born from that perspective. So, and I one quick note on this: if I were to measure, the potential of this being a beneficial dictatorship, that it's not served me in any way that's beneficial for me. And maybe I'm the outlier, like I would be the one, and many people here might put themselves in this category, but my freedom somehow creates the dissonance or terror that they're trying to protect against. And I think that on a logical framework falls apart because speaking from a place of let's say self-design morality, one that I would hope other people would accept as good, is something that is my internal ability to be a part of this social realm. So it would be, to me, a lost opportunity or a complete denial of that which I freely design for myself and or freely collectively collaborate with others, that a Malthusian controller, a beneficial dictator would otherwise delete me, as they've done figuratively and actually, within the social media continuum, as I know the IPS has suffered so many times. So just the rounding out of that thought is that it seems abhorrent to me that there's some good that can come out of this kind of control. That's my initial reaction, but I also measure my reaction with the fact that when I'm disconnected from any of their madness, my life is so much better, and that which I have the opportunity to discuss or create with others is infinitely better than it would have been otherwise.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think that the majority of the population are followers? And so, therefore, the elite, so to speak, have to do something to keep them in check, so to speak?
If you're asking me that, Linda, my quick answer is that's a great question. And I have given this a lot of thought. I'd love to hear the rest of the panel's thoughts on this too. But my reaction is that if for instance they just shut down the PSYOP entertainment complex today, what would that world be like? And because of the amount of time I've spent measuring people's perspective and the fact that they do not think for themselves, and as adults, many from young adulthood through the end of their lives have never thought for themselves on a fundamental level. And I can't help but think, and this is just a thought game, I'm not projecting that I would ever participate in something like this, but it just so happens that I've measured that the IPS, Tim's work, is so accurate in its reflection or this modeling of how this social control environment works, that it takes a certain level of self-awareness to really see these wheels turning. And getting back to the thing I was just going to suggest, is that we have the power, literally. This might be the thing that the controllers are most fearful of. It's not that we understand how it works. It's that we could literally hijack their system and do it better than them. And basically funnel these majority of people, as you referenced, in any direction we want. Now, that's, of course, not a part of my direction or will. I have no interest or time in any of that. But just to go to your point, and I'd love to hear other people's perspective on this, that the majority is indeed hobbled. Like I mentioned before, they've been mentally handicapped in such a severe way that I would not trust just turning off the PSYOP lights and see what happens over. I'd rather have that. I'd like to see that experiment play out. I'd rather have that than the daily terror. But at the same time, I think, and this is why this work with the IPS is so important, that the philosophic foundation, I think, has to precede any sense of real freedom or celebration of freedom. So if we did unleash those chains, I think it would be interesting to see what happened, but I would have no faith that majority could figure anything out really quickly. I think it would take an effort like this and a very conscious will to try to design something adequate that, people could graduate from being an ignorant being to be one that's self-directing. But I think to me, they're capable of it. It's just a matter of how you go about trying to educate people about how powerful their own will and action is, and something that they can fill in the void of their imagination with the real. I think that takes as much teaching as it taught them to become disconnected from reality, if that makes sense.
Well, I mean, I have my own opinions about all this stuff, but I mean, me as a young child, I asked questions and I didn't get the satisfactory answers that I wanted, right? So I kept asking. And when I was denied answers, it was frustrating. I don't think a lot of these people ask questions. That's what I'm saying. They don't ask questions. They just submit from the beginning, if that makes sense. And so therefore they don't have the honest questions to lead them in the right direction.
I agree, and that's partially what I was leaning towards when I was thinking or trying to convey the idea of people who, let's just say you could turn the lights out of the PSYOP entertainment complex. What would be the first thought in their mind? And this is where that handicapped aspect comes into play. No, I don't think people really have mastered this, what I would find to be a natural potential, which has been artificially reduced to nothing, more or less. that they would need. And this is just a guess. This is just a total projection. But based on the fact that nobody does it right now anyway, I would say that that people are not taught, or they're not given the tools to understand how they were manipulated. So if you just stop the information flow, they would still be left without that skill being developed. They would be like babies, basically. That's how I would see it. Now, babies can be taught how to, understand the world, but these babies are in adult bodies who, really have no skill or ability to navigate the real or celebrate it the way that I think we are, or at least the realm of skeptics would, when really trying to divine the real out of, say, fiction. But I agree with you. I've had the same experience, Linda.
Well, I mean, the only reason that I'm bringing this up is because I was raised in a situation. My mother was basically a narcissist, right? That I never got to ask the questions, even though I had them in my head, right? I had the questions, and nobody would answer my questions. And I was punished sometimes for asking the questions. And she was very religious, which I did not agree with. I thought that was all bullshit, even from a young age. So, how did I overcome all of that when the masses of the people can't overcome that? And they had better lives than me, probably, the majority. So, yeah, I'm thinking this place may be balanced in a way that is unknown to us at this point, so to speak.
You both raise a really great point here about how immersed we are. It's the sea of irrelevance thing, where there's so much information that you can shout the truth out and it doesn't matter because people don't have the right context to understand it. You can say something point blank that is 100% true. Let's say, for example, nobody landed on the moon, and it doesn't enter into their worldview because that's not an acknowledged perspective. They're not able to assimilate it, but even if they did, it's like, well, what does this mean? Like with the flat Earth topic, people are like, well, if it is flat, what does it even mean? They can't go the next step on their own. They're asking you to tell them. And I saw that as an indication that these are people who get their information in a passive way. So mainstream media has passive consumers. Alt media has passive consumers of alt media. The difference between passive media consumption and criticism and skepticism is we are active consumers. We are parsing the information first, so that at the end of this, what it means is that passive consumers cannot reframe their worldview, and they can't add anything in that doesn't come from a source. They're not the arbiters of what they believe. They're mind controlled. They are delegating a part of their perception to an external authority, and that's not the truther. Because the truthers are designated as, the enemies of the state. So shouting the truth out doesn't work on those who aren't to understand it and put it in the right context. But the best we can do, I think, and this is what AutoHoaxCon is for, is we provide a new model. You have to start with the model. It's like we're looking at a worldview monopoly, and when you see the model, then you can separate your own perceptions from it. But if you're in the model, if you're on the wrong side of the screen and you're taking the screen literally, no amount of truth is going to make a difference. It's going to not stick. And we've all experienced this. Anybody who's ever delved into conspiracy theory or trutherism has experienced this bizarre, it's almost like you're witnessing mind control in action. It's almost unsettling when you say something to somebody that makes perfect sense to you. It's a realization you've had, and you get a blank stare, or they change the subject to something completely mundane. Like it doesn't stick. It doesn't stick because they're in the model. It's like they're dreaming. They're inebriated. My point here is elucidate the model. Expose that there's a map. And once they can see the map, then you can show them, or you can draw some meaning out of the fact that the map doesn't match the territory. But one of the biggest accomplishments of the PSYOP entertainment complex is in convincing people that the worldview they're given is an accurate model of the world, when it's really a model based on omission, infused with hyperstitions, and it's completely censored and curated.
I agree with that entirely, and I've heard you talk about it previously, Tim, and this is certainly something that I've come into a sense of realization about, that until people have this philosophic or understanding or this elucidation of the model, as you just so aptly put, then they don't have the tools they need to navigate the world of information. And by disseminating this kind of model or logical framework of analysis, then it gives people a real concrete tool to test. They don't have to even look at AutoHoaxCon and go, okay, well, this is the truth, or this is how I should think, or this is how I should interact with the world of information and make real decisions. It boils down to having the ability to be presented with this rock solid methodology and examples of it and whatever people present or share, and then go test it. And that's the beautiful thing about what I see out of the effort of this collective, which I think is the best on earth, is this think tank, is that the model and methodology can be logically subsumed. It makes sense, but even more so, it can be applied. And once it's applied, the fruit can be born from that. And of course, people may reject it anyway because they're not ready maybe for reality yet. But this is the first step. I completely 100% agree. And the reason I say that is because I know too many people in my real life that would not even begin to make their first decisions on anything that they personally desire to see or anything they personally invent, which I think many people do that I've talked to. They have fantasies of making the world better. But like you were saying earlier, it's this programming from the external. They're too programmed into that way of thinking that they have yet to really turn on the inside and trust their intuition and whatever it is they personally design or develop, and have faith that that is something worth pursuit. But anyway, the AutoHoaxCon type of communication is a great foundation block, a cornerstone, using the Masons terminology, for anything that follows. It has to be at the very foundation of the building.
Yes, the stage. And I think the world stage is such an apt metaphor because we can describe it as the world stage is the place where the worldview monopolists focus their lens. Their camera is focused at the stage. And you can take an off-world stage perspective, which means you get off of it and you recognize it as such. But until you take the off-world stage perspective and reject the authority of the screen, you are on the stage and in the model. So you're a simulation dweller. And this is why I've been saying lately that simulation theory is a psyop. That simulation theory is a false mysticism designed to lead people who see the discrepancies into thinking everything's fake, instead of seeing the discrepancies as indication that we're being lied to. So it's kind of like a almost a contingency plan. If anybody sees through this and they think it's all BS, they're just going to think that the universe is BS. The universe is glitchy, like the Mandela effect. The Mandela effect did believe that reality itself is no longer objective, no longer follows rules, and it's always changey. That's not a move towards truth. And the Mandela effect, or the Mandela affected, will never try to reverse engineer that. They will stick within their paradigm, and they're kind of like it's a dead end. And the Mandela effect is essentially what you would call the misinformation effect. It's a form of manipulating recollections. But I would point out too that the mainstream media uses the exact same methodology that creates the perception of, quote, Mandela effects every day, but it's actually called the misinformation effect. So another side effect of being constantly inundated with so much media and fake news is that it does influence our perceptions of the world. It does influence our recollections in subtle ways. And so the key thing again is to step away from the stage and take the off-world stage perspective. And we can use truth or orthodoxies and other indicators to show that somebody's not off the world stage. Like if you're still running around terrified Bill Gates, you're on the stage. He's one of their characters. And the more we make this distinction, the easier it will be for people to let go of the stage and to actually get off of it. Like, hey, you're not fighting Bill Gates. You're not fighting Venezuelan gang members. Kamala Harris is not going to take you to a FEMA camp. You have to disconnect all these narrative threads. And when you do, you step off the stage. And from our perspective, we're looking at the scripting. And that takes us into the realm of being not only off the stage, but insiders, how it all works. And I think this is the approach that's going to work. We're giving truth and facts, but putting it in a context where it makes sense. The raft above the sea of irrelevance. Everybody in the sea of irrelevance, especially truthers, yeah, they're inundated with truth. But it's like signal to noise ratio is so bad. For every fact they get, it's drowned out by 90 mistruths or deep fakes. So they're lost at sea. And what we offer here, I think, is a clear perspective. And it's fundamentally a paradigm shift to go from being a believer to a knower. So what we're doing here is not ideological as much as it's a philosophical change. Rejecting belief in exchange for an operating system and a methodology.
Well said.
I was thinking about the idea of low information versus high information belief, and also how maybe a challenge, maybe how did I get this far, right? How did I personally get out of the village, so to speak? Um, get past the false dichotomy of the yellow safe color, red bad color, and all that. It's a great movie, by the way. Um, but it, a few experiences, I thought like when I was younger, I experienced like censorship from authority figures, um, and that changed the direction of my life a little bit. Um, and also like this idea that I carry personally, that I challenge people like how do you value belief? When you say you believe something, like, do you respect that belief? And how do you have integrity to your belief system? Like how we say, you know, if you can't tell me why you believe it, what does it matter? You know, like you're not self-aware enough to understand the system of determining whether you believe something or not. Like you haven't gone through that yet to like, codify it more or less. Um, and so like some people could like how these truthers or whatnot, they'll call out the space fakery, but it's like meaningless to them because they don't value, like they'll believe, okay, yeah, NASA's faking space. They believe the fakeability, but they don't have any context to put that in, so it just becomes another irrelevant infographic. And fundamentally it's still this like oppressive new world order, and they're not like applying the model, and so that's where it's demonstrated their lack of the full model of skepticism, and it's the reason why they're not motivated to develop a model is because they don't value their belief. They don't value their choice to believe or not. And so like, and especially like if you're a religious person, like if you subscribe to any one particular religion, like it reminds me of that example of like how like and especially with the reputation of Islam. And then they shut down. They're like, oh, we're not going to walk around the giant black cube this year because, Rona. Um, and so, like, how much do they believe in Allah? How much do they value their belief in the Muhammad and the Quran to like behave that way? Or like the chemtrailers who don't wear masks or in vape and all this stuff. And so that's the challenge. And if like you take on that challenge, that's could potentially guide you to this think tank or some creating your own similar think tank of a parallel type media. I don't know, just my thoughts.
Yeah, all very good. Very good points. And I think one of the things that we're doing here, it's almost a marketing tactic where we distinguish parallel media as a third branch of media. You got main and alt, and now you have this third branch, and we define ourselves as having a culture of disbelief. We are non-believers. And by making the statement, I'm a non-believer, a believer is going to have to be challenged. Well, am I a believer? I can point out, well, yeah, you believe this and this. Why? So we can start attacking their beliefs, undermining their faith, which is what we have to do. I think we have to approach this as though we were a group of atheists in a theocratic society, and we want to overthrow it. We want to change the paradigm. And even though I'm not advocating literal atheism, I'm saying that we have to disbelieve in their God constructs, their creation myths, and depose their priesthood and reject all of their false teachings. And that's kind of what we're doing here. So in a way, this is a neo-enlightenment. It's a reframing of worldview itself. And I think it can take off. I'm not sure what the long-term effects are, but I do think that as from a marketing perspective, the more people who fill in parallel media, the bigger its internal economy gets, the more noise it makes. The more people who are on the fence or didn't know they were on the fence will join us. We can see exponential growth in what is tantamount to a new philosophical movement that is outside of the controlled paradigm. There's nothing that can stop it. I mean, we have little annoyances like their attempts to ban and censor. But becoming a separate media ecosystem means that censorship is going to be a thing of the past when it comes to what we're doing. We don't need to breathe their air. And so the unacknowledged, the off-world stage perspective is going to go ahead and grow off to the sides while they try to manage their little sheeple. But at some point, this is why I say the crack go in. The raft gets so big, it's like a kraken, where they won't be able to ignore it. And then when it decides to move across the land and, I would say, test the integrity of the world stage infrastructure, things can get fun. Because in my opinion, a committed group of free thinkers who have figured this out can turn into something big enough to cause an interesting reaction. We'll make a splash because my goal is to see what happens. Because I don't know, but I think we can test it, and I want to see if we can do $1 billion in damage to mass media infrastructure. As in, it'll cost them a NASA's annual budget to do damage control for what we're unleashing. This is a one-way thing. The instant you flip that switch, you've stepped outside of the screen, you recognize the metascript and how we've all been gamed, you're not going to fall right back into it. If you leave a religious cult and you understand it and you've separated from it intellectually and emotionally, you're not going to fall for future cults. So this is mind war inoculation. I don't think it's been done at this scale or at the scale that I think we can blow it up to. Right now it's sort of small, but it's notable that we're the only ones doing this. I look forward to see what happens in the future, and I want to say thanks to everyone here, by the way, for listening, commenting, and adding to the conversation. I think it's just going to get more interesting as we go along.
Indeed, and now I can't help but think when that $1 billion damage comes around, that is it even possible for NASA CGI to get any worse? And that'll be a lot of fun to watch it go further down the tubes.
I think it's there's a kind of an inside joke here with the whole insider concept because we're borrowing from the slogan from Ignatius Loyola, the founder of the Jesuits, which means ignite. And he's the one who's credited with saying, "Go forth and set the world on fire." And I think what we're doing is we're building up to a point where we're going to go forth and set the world stage on fire. Where we set so many fires. This is like out of the art of war, where you set a fire, and while they're distracted putting that one out, you go attack something else. And I could see a multi-pronged campaign that is ceaseless, decentralized, and unstoppable. There'll be so many fires they won't be able to put it out. And I think it's going to be fun, which is a hugely important aspect of it. You know, counterculture should be fun, or especially if you're doing so, with the right intentions and for the right reasons. But the contrived, controlled opposition is not only not fun, you're a miserable propaganda mule full of toxic mind viruses if you go with the establishment-friendly counter. So I'm looking very much forward to the future here, and I don't think $1 billion is too much to aim for. When I say $1 billion in damage, I mean it's going to cost a lot of money and a lot of opposition think tanks to come up with ideas on how to counter what we're doing. And we've seen indications of it. I think when Elon Musk agreed that space looks like CGI, it's not a concession. That was an attack. That was them trying to co-opt one of our best observations and twist it. They're trying to gaslight it. So I think we're making progress already because I do see indications that there's pushback against people who see.
Um, Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna make this quick. Elon, he should know this. I bet he watches this stream or has people. Anyway, it's a rule from a place that some people go to. It says you can't end before your own post, and what that means is like if you're gonna say something and then while you're saying that you already know what someone's gonna criticize and then you counter that criticism, like, or like, what the first, because N before is what someone posts as a reply. And so if because you didn't give a chance, because someone would make a post and they say, look, NASA put a satellite in space. And then the very first response to that post is going to be fake and gay. And so what Elon did is he look, I put a satellite in space in before fake and gay. And you can't actually do that. Just a formality that Elon should know. Anyway, I'm gonna stop talking.
In V4, yeah, great point. He wants to co-opt anybody who's going to state the obvious, and then he makes it a point for his side. So I agree with all my skeptics. It looks fake, but it's real. I think it's brilliant because he's pulled this off. He's done it twice, and now everybody can say it's fake, and we agree with the guy who's faking it. It's just like, it's clever. It shouldn't be effective, but it is. And of course, he has ownership of this massive platform, which is reality control in a large way. And I think it's pretty, from an anthropologist perspective, it's interesting to look at these big psyops that follow a big event, like this hurricane thing. Look at how many people were just pulled into this alternate reality game where, oh, look, the Haitians are eating cats and Bill Gates is controlling the weather and Venezuelan gangs are taking over apartments and children are being transported in big carriers and the union workers are trying to free the children. That's a very interesting and complex and scary world that they all got dragged into the power of doom scrolling on X. And this is by design. Because if the space program is about controlling the inner space, the space between your ears, Elon Musk is one of the top space program figureheads. It makes perfect sense that he's right there on top of mass mind control. Same thing with Bezos, Amazon. Amazon does have some creative, or rather some curation power, some censorship power, maybe not directly. He's not there anymore, but the connection between the space program and mass mind control, something to emphasize, because that's what the point of the space program is. It's not to take you to Mars. It's to convince you that the way that we would live on Mars is ideal. Let's live on Earth as we would on Mars. And people are buying it. So,
And I agree with the idea or the reality. Actually, it's not just an idea or ideal, but the fact of the matter is, from my experience, that so-called quote unquote waking up to the real world has been one of the greatest joys of my life. And I think, interestingly, and I'll leave this for maybe further in-depth contemplation on another conversation, but it is fascinating to consider what ops, and I don't want to give them any ideas, of course, but what lengths they would have to go to counter a movement that's about reality. And as far as this group is communicated, some kind of benign morality. I don't see anybody kind of putting any kind of scrolls in front of me to follow any directives or whatever Mosaic kinds of laws there would be. But this has been and is continuing to be a ton of fun. And just living in reality itself is something that can be enjoyed. I know there's all kinds of things that can happen. I've experienced all kinds of ups and downs in my life, but the approach that they would have to take to deny people who actually are accurately expressing reality through their words and actions and presentations, first of all, that's undeniable. But the other part is that it is benign and it is really fun. So how they demonize that, I'll leave it to them to figure that out. But certainly they've got creative minds capable of coming up with something. But it just feels like it's always going to fall short.
yeah, exactly. They're armed and ready to go against the alternative believers. They have nothing to say to the non-believers. They can't grasp it because we're outside of their purview. We're easily able to co-opt the space skeptics, the NASA critics, the flat Earth group. I mean, there's 11 million, quote, flat earthers in Brazil. The numbers are huge, and this just means these are millions of people who question the dominant paradigm and the source, and they become skeptical about media. And they were able to co-opt that and run it into the ground, stop it from becoming a movement of any kind. It wasn't able to accomplish very much. It's just, at this point, it's pretty clear that they sabotaged it because they saw its power. But they had people in place. It was like a limited hangout. What we're doing, however, doesn't have any representation on the world stage. There isn't any foothold where they can just jump in and say, yeah, we're auto hoaxers and we want to do these bad terrorist things. Like, they can't just broad brush us. And so we're outside of their purview, above their pay grade, outside their area of expertise. So we're just going to quietly amass and grow and grow. And as a movement, it has an intellectual high ground. It's an operating system, not an alt belief system. We have a moral high ground. Not to mention, I think also a moral imperative to push back against lifetimes of programming. But that's going to happen when we have the numbers. 10,000 auto hoaxers set loose in a targeted way will be unstoppable. There's no guardrail, there's no influencer, and there's no conspiracy that we can't go after with a concentrated focus and do immense irreparable damage to. We can discredit people. We can destroy controlled opposition documentaries. We can blow up narratives when we have the numbers. The numbers are everything. That's just that's a big part of how this place works. But if you can imagine a top tier influencer on the far right, let's say a Tim Pool, he would never talk to us. He would never acknowledge the validity of our perspectives. Well, someone like that, confronted with thousands of people, maybe many of them members, they will find it impossible to avoid us. And at some point, they're going to have to acknowledge the auto hoaxers. And by the time the auto hoaxer is recognized as a being, it'll be too late. We will already have established ourselves through multiple conventions, publications, think tanks, which will splinter into additional think tanks. And additionally, we're going to have a nice documentary at some point, the auto hoaxer, so that when this goes viral, we define it, we control it, and they won't know how to react. I think this is going to be funner than when the flat Earth meme went viral. And we made it go viral. It came out of the IPS. We did it with billboards, we did it with events and conferences, and then it was slowly co-opted by more establishment-friendly conspiracy theorists with deep connections.
Yeah, agreed with the plan. That sounds fantastic. Perfectly modeled and indeed just a super ton of fun about to be had and being had.
I'm going to leave this open, by the way. I'm not going to shut down this Discord, but I'm going to let Craigbot go. He's the one who does the recording. So this is going to, at this point, officially conclude episode 2 of the IPS Deep Think Tank series. I do 2 of these a week at a minimum. And these will be put through all the usual channels. But this is number 2. I want to say thanks everyone here for your comments and participation and for listening. And there will be more to come. And of course, you'll get this in your archives, and it'll be put out there on a premiere here soon. Deep Think Tank. So today, 10/9/2024, marks the beginning of a new podcast series, the IPS Deep Think Tank, and this will be episode 1. And the purpose of this is to expand on the open phones concept, but do it in a group setting and invite more people to offer their ideas, maybe people who can't call in for reasons of timing or geography. So it's kind of an open forum. But this will be the first one. I'm going to publish it through all the regular channels, and hopefully that will bring more people in for subsequent. So these will be like focused think tanks, and then I think it'll also help us build up content on the way to AutoHoaxCon number 2. So hey, what's up, Armin Ree? Are you going to be in AutoHoaxCon number 2?
I sure will, if you so wish it. For sure, yeah. And I think Reverse History also was excited about participating. If you want him, we talked about it.
He hit me up, and I'm like, look, I'm going to put out a invite for people who want to submit content, and everybody who's spoken at previous ones are always going to be invited to the next ones. So yeah, 100%, and I think we can make this one even more polished. And I think that it's going to continue to grow, but I think these meetings in between will help. So I want to, kind of talk about things we can do better or things we can organize within it. And one major difference, I'm going to live stream the next one. So we'll have hundreds of people listening, but the only people who can comment and engage in the Q&A will be in the Zoom conference. So it's still going to be the small, intimate, focused setting, but we'll have the option for people to listen in.
Yeah, sounds like a great idea, because and you're thinking live stream on YouTube, Odyssey altogether, Rumble, Twitch.
Yes, I'll blow it up there on everything and on the audio streams as well. And we're regularly getting 250 to 300 people on longer live streams. So I think that's the path.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because usually, in general, people's attention spans have reduced, so they can't pay attention to something much, that is longer than like 3 minutes, like you were saying the shorts now are. But it's interesting that in these circles, people do prefer the longer versions. They do prefer. That's something that I've noticed in recent years. So yeah. I think that it would. Sorry.
No, I agree with you. There's this split where I think it's people, maybe their attention spans aren't shorter, but they're by necessity having to be more selective, because they'll pay attention to a Netflix series and binge on it, but they won't pay attention to other things. And I think what we have here is something of value to people in this interest group, and I think that having a 5-hour conference and having most people listening start to finish says a lot about that.
Yeah, and I think these are excellent introduction to people who may be on the fence, let's say, and haven't made the jump to complete analysis of media fakery, or at least taking that into consideration. And I think these, especially from the example we got from the episode 1, how people reacted to it. It seems to be really a great vehicle to do that. And the way, if we can include more and diversified topics and views from other people collaborating and participating in it as speakers or whatever it is, the more it will grow, I think. Yeah, I think this was a great idea you had.
It's going to overlap with other projects. So the tabloid concept is that the integration here is that the tabloid will echo a lot of what's being said in these live events. And so, for example, I could take a 20-minute section from a talk that you're giving, transcribe it into an article, and put a QR code so someone can download, I want to listen to third speaker from AutoHoaxCon number 2. And we're going to build on this level, and I think that every single speaker can then be, basically a part of the paper, and it'll be a loop.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and you know what you could do as well to increase membership on whether it's YouTube or Odyssey also has a membership thing, by the way, or Patreon or whatever you like, is to cut out the individual segments. Like, for example, in the last one, you would cut out your segment, the reverse history segment, my segment, and put it as individual things for members only. If people just
Yes.
want to, you understand?
That's an excellent idea.
Oh,
Excellent,
yeah.
excellent. I need to get a video editing software that allows me to do that, but I can actually make that happen even on the first one, so that you can have like a playlist, and absolutely, that's really good.
I have one with a license. So if you need to, edit sequences in the sense of, cut this part out to make it a separate video, something like that, you just send me and I can do that. I can also
Okay.
work audio if you like. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds good. And I just got into a conversation with someone on Twitter, and she said, "Interesting information. What can I do with it?" And my response, and I didn't mean to be cold, but I was saying, it's 2024. And if you haven't figured out it this far about controlled alt media, good luck. And I just kind of, cut off the conversation at that. And it's because I think at this point, there are enough of us who don't need to be pushed over an edge, because I need people who've made that step on their own. This is something of an intellectual revolt, and it has to happen at the level of the individual. So we're not holding hands. It's not a big tent in that sense, but we're going to have a very pure group. And I think we have a pretty solid core where we can comfortably now say, these are the standards that we hold here. We're Scywar aware. That matters. We know what predictive programming is. And I'm open to debating. If someone wants to debate the origin of these things. But I do think that we have, at this point, the best explanation for how media at large works. And AutoHoaxCon number 2, my focus, I think, is going to be to maybe make it easier for some people and take a big claim and break it down in like 2 hours. Like, for example, why I think 9/11 was only a movie. And if I cite all my best sources, and I'll say from a Metascript perspective, and I cite all the authors, I can just do a flash through of a lot of predictive programming, but mainly the foreshadowing and everything else that we kind of tie into it, but also how it was accomplished when it comes to special effects, Gelatin B, all the hypotheticals that might explain these things, and then all the coincidences that suggest that the whole thing was orchestrated and scripted, including the drills. I think in 90 minutes or less, possibly, I can do a Metascript breakdown version of 9/11, an auto-hoax version, sort of like loose change, but instead of conspiracy theory, demystifying the movie magic that became 9/11. But I might do that, just like focus on one particular thing, because my first one was a broad take on what auto-hoaxing is, but now I want to kind of apply it and maybe get some people to take that leap, because 9/11 is one of the biggest ones. You get them to take that leap and recognize nobody died. The scale of the atrocity propaganda overwhelms them. If they can overcome that, everything else is just tiny.
Yeah, and I think that actually 3/11 became bigger, but it wasn't as, analyzed to the bone as 9/11 was. But 3/11 was bigger because it was interactive. It involved people actually doing something within the PSYOP. So, but anyway, regarding what you said about people asking for what do I do with it, that would be also an interesting segment in terms of explaining that these, long-term Psy-wars, like you said in the last in the AutoHoax Con 1, create program responses that are triggered later, right? So people are programmed to expect, for example, if something is to change, there will have to be a revolution, because you've seen it all, in the news and in movies, that for a government to change, for example, you have to have a coup d'etat or something like that. So people have an expectation of what the solution will look like. Like, religious people will have an expectation that their savior is going to come, or that God will do the judgment day or whatever. So the idea there would be to deprogram from all those expected answers, so that you can have access to what the solution might actually be. Because by being deprogrammed is already part of that solution. So there could be a segment based on that, on presenting for people who ask, okay, yeah, that's all fine, but what do we do with it now? Well, now you deprogram, and the rest will come, right?
Yeah, that's a common question, and people they can't
Mhm.
grasp it. Like, why? And I think I could make the case that the reason it matters is this: the head in the sand approach of not looking at it reduces your situational awareness, and then when they roll out a big psyop, you're lost. You don't know how to discern real from fake, so you're kind of dependent on brainwashed people to tell you what's up. But I think we can make the case that the false worldview has constraints on you physically, emotionally, mentally, and possibly spiritually if you believe that. And these constraints would be things like, for example, like you mentioned, the triggers, the fact that you're triggerable by headlines that are meant to shock you. Yeah, that's a form of long term. It's psychological and emotional abuse, but it's also darkening your worldview, possibly creating phobias about situations or people that maybe aren't even relevant. Makes people afraid of different things. Like from an ideological perspective, they inflate the hate perception of being victims. I remember I was in a hotel and I was watching CNN and it was called Night of Hate. And I was like, wow, this is crazy because on the news there was, a lot of stuff about right-wing hatred and stuff. And they played a documentary that was a couple years old. They played it on a night that coincided with headlines. And if you didn't leave, you might get the impression that there were people outside, looking for targets. So they create this theater of the mind, like War of the Worlds, where it is like War of the Worlds, and they never tell you it's fake. So there's the emotional, psychological part, and then there's the mental part of it, where if they're using the tactics of marketing, logical fallacies, and various forms of coercion, to me, that's what I mean by intellectual revolt. They're telling you, we don't care what you think, we want you to believe. And I'm at the point where I'm not a believer anymore. I'm a non-believer, and I'm staying that way. If there's something that I need to know, bring the facts. That should be the media's job. Only we have found out that the media's job is not to inform, but to conform minds. And so, yeah, this is a multifaceted approach to unplugging, but there are so many reasons to do so.
And for sure, when you were, asking if it might even affect the spiritual level, yes, I think it does, and I'll give you an example. NDEs, for example, right? And I'm not putting into question that people do see things in those experiences, but have you noticed how these NDEs always include programmed content? For example, if you're a Christian, you see Jesus, or you tend to see Jesus, right? If you're into ufology, you tend to see aliens. If you're, it always plays on something that was pre-programmed there. So I think that even when we go to the spiritual level, these expectations that you carry with you do play a part in the projection in front of you. I am convinced of that.
I've observed something similar with drugs, where people will say, I took some DMT or I took some acid and then I flew out into space and I saw the Earth. And it's like, did you see the Earth or did you see a concept that was planted there? Because if you didn't see an oblate spheroid,
Yeah.
then you probably have imagined this. And so they were given a paradigm and their imagination just follows it. But you're right about near-death experiences. Like when she got shot in the neck and she's falling back, she probably saw like Donald Trump with a crown of thorns made of gold, like floating over her. It's funny, but no, these are evidences to me of people mostly making stuff up.
Yes, and even the other day, and this was I remember that because the other day there was a post somewhere on a channel in Discord about an NDE, and I started listening. Just let's check this out. And I stopped at 1 minute when the person that was telling the story said that, oh, and then I went through space and I saw the planets and I saw the blue marble of Earth. And I was like, okay, so either this is complete bullshit, which it's also a possibility, or assuming that you did have an NDE, you were projecting pre-programmed content onto the vision, let's say, right? So this is I think, a very important point at the spiritual level, because I think it does affect the let's say the content there, if we could call it content. It does
Yeah,
affect the observation.
I think there's another thing to consider too is that if you're given a false worldview or you live in a world that has been tainted with lies and things that don't exist, it doesn't comport with your reality. And so there's this cognitive dissonance because what I'm told is real isn't what I'm experiencing, and you just kind of overlook it. And I think that's the fog of Psywar. That's the intentional confusion where what you see isn't what you're told it is, or in other words, there are superstitions and hyperstitions enhancing your reality. And I think that disconnect from reality, the cognitive dissonance, might be something that prevents somebody from noticing perhaps meaningful coincidences or anything, perhaps even concepts of spiritual experiences, mystic experiences. A lot of these things in our modern paradigm are ruled out as symptoms of mental illness, apophenia, and something to be medicated. And the dominant paradigm has it that, we're basically apes with big egos on a dead universe. And everything in media reinforces that. And if it's a false model, and maybe it's constraining us not only mentally and then having all of its emotional ties, but it could be something of a spiritual, um, I guess, almost like a barrier to making deeper connections. And then you'll notice how the people who make connections are pretty much ridiculed as conspiracy theorists, like the meme of the guy connecting all the things, and they laugh at this, and it's like, well, they can laugh, but the fact of it is, what we have uncovered here is that there is an intentional alignment ubiquitously, and this has always been the case, between entertainment, and they've aligned it with mythology and religions, and future fake news, which is literally history. So we're seeing history in the making. We figured out the mechanism, and that's why I think this is the time for AutoHoaxCon and these meetings to start moving forward as a think tank on this premise. Because I don't care if I run into people who are clueless about what we're saying. They can figure it out in our wake if they listen and they follow along. But I'm not pandering to that. I'm specifically reaching out to the people who've already figured out to a large extent how worldview warfare is waged.
Yes, and I think there's a lot more listening but don't participate than you think. Also, when you mentioned confusion, one thing also needs to be taken into consideration, which is the believer in a context. So someone who is at the center of a point of view of perception within a given context, that can be a false context, of course, will tend to fill in the blanks when confusion sets in. And this is similar to, for example, if you're sleeping, you're dreaming, you're having a dream, right? So you're the point of view, the center of that perception, and it's a world that lives, let's say, in your imagination, in your psyche. And imagine that the phone rings, right? And just before you wake up, you may, even in your dream, include that sound of the phone ringing into the dream, right? So a phone may ring in the dream when it's in real life that is ringing, right? So your psyche fills in, includes something that is dissonant with the dream world onto the dream world so that it can continue to manifest that point of view. Because again, like I stated several times, the mental character, although it's not biological, has a survival instinct mechanism and wants to prolong as much as it can its context, its relevancy within the mind.
I notice another barrier is that many people are married to things or they're attached to things that were emotionally triggering when they happen. And maybe this is just part of how belief systems work, but like people were triggered into believing the worst stuff on 9/11, and now whenever you say 9/11, they get triggered. Like now they're ducking and covering. It's like they have PTSD, and I think I see it in a lot of truthers. The ones who are still enraged and mad about it, well, these are emotions that were planted there. And I think that part of the process of deprogramming is deconstructing these events and removing the emotional charge from it. it kind of reminds me of Scientology auditing, where you revisit events where you have picked up damaging mind viruses they call engrams, and by going over it supposedly, and then by talking through it, you lessen its charge. And they have this thing called an e-meter to register it. Now, whether or not that's pseudo or psychobabble and nonsense culty stuff is almost immaterial, because I think in practice there is something to therapy when it comes to revisiting past events.
Oh
And I
yeah.
think these media events are events for people who are true believers. They do need to be, I think, broken down in order for them to lose that triggering, because you can't trigger me with 9/11. You can't really get me to look. Like my pulse
No,
doesn't
no.
go up on any stuff. You see jumpers on TV or pictures of jumpers, and some people still cry. They throw out their heart emojis, and at no point do I even get there. I'm just like, this is not even registering any sort of trauma for me at all.
Yes, and
Yeah, but
oh, sorry.
I want to say, like, I'm with you on like the being completely deprogrammed from the 9/11 stuff. Um, but I was 16 at the time when it happened, and I saw what they were, whatever they were showing on TV. I'm completely deprogrammed. I don't care like what happened. I think no one died. I think it's all fake. But I am traumatized by it, and I don't know how to describe how I'm traumatized by it. But I know that it's traumatized me, and it happened probably when I was younger. Like I didn't feel it at the time, but it's definitely traumatized me, and I don't know what it's doing to me now subconsciously. Same with coronavirus, all that. I'm traumatized by it for sure. But the whole time I knew it was a hoax. I was with IPS. I joined listening to you back in 2000, just before it started, actually. So I know that it's traumatized me because I can feel it. I can feel the energy of it, that I'm traumatized, but I'm deprogrammed. So even though I am not, I know about what it is. I am traumatized by it, and I just wonder what it is doing to me. So even though you
I
guys,
think, Flynn, sorry.
I just want to say, like, even though you guys say that, like, think deep within yourself because you probably are traumatized by it in some form. You just don't know what it's doing to you.
Yeah, we have several traumas at a collective and individual level, sure, but these collective induced traumas that are have no connection to actual events, actual reality. The only thing that you need to unplug from it once you realize they're false is the emotional charge. And to do that is, I mean, if you consider this metaphor, right? Imagine that the trauma of, for example, 9/11, like you said, is this big monster that stands in front of you and it's very scary, right? So there's this emotional charge of whether it's fear or disgust or whatever. And once you look at the monster and you see, wait, this is a prop. This is not a monster. This is a model used in movies, right? Like they used to do for those 80s movies and so on. Then it loses its emotional charge. You can even touch, in an imaginary sense, touch the doll and see it's made of plastic. So there's nothing organic about that monster. It was just something that you perceived as scary or as traumatic. And that, by removing that emotional charge, by disconnecting that emotional charge that is brought about by the rational analysis, then I think that that kind of trauma is much easier to dissipate than a trauma of something that actually happened in your life, at an individual level. That would be
Okay.
my opinion.
Yeah, I agree actually. So, but then now, as you're saying that, I'm thinking, so where it redirects it now that you're saying that, the redirection is the trauma of knowing that, uh, like, somewhere outside of us is something that is planning these fake things, like that is doing this to us, and like if you aren't careful, you're gonna think that this thing is holding us back, and that's a part of trauma too, like self-limiting beliefs. So a lot of like media and stuff it puts into you self-limiting beliefs. I know I have them myself, and I try to be aware of them. But in like success principle and stuff like that, like getting rid of your self-limiting beliefs is what can help you be more successful. Like that's what a lot of successful entrepreneurs talk about and stuff. Like repeating to yourself, like I am capable, I am. But when we get this media and that says like you can't be successful, because if you try to step up, they're going to knock your tower down. Like, or behind the scenes, that there's these people, these metascriptors that are controlling the strings. You can't like rise above them. Like, these are self-limiting beliefs that now I can tell that my trauma is now I have a self-limiting belief that there's metascriptors that they are there. We can see them, but we can't do anything about it. You know what I mean? Like, so that's holding us back as deprogrammed people as well. So it's just like there's once you get to the next one step, there's another step. There's always another step, and that's my opinion. But like, I just want to say that.
This has
Plain,
never
they can
happened though.
always.
There have never
Sorry.
been deprogrammed before. That's what I'm like. This is new. If you think about it, alt media has always been fed futility. You're conquered. The satanic cabal rules over you, and they're going to kill you, and they're going to depopulate the world and turn it into a hellscape. This is old news, and what we're bringing here is a different perspective that has never existed in this modern era. I would consider this to be something of a neo-enlightenment, and the whole system's going to have to change as a result if it spirals out of control. And there's no reason why it shouldn't. I don't see them stopping us. But I'm very optimistic about the future because the deprogrammed can outnumber the programmers in a short amount of time. And we're not compartmentalized. We have full spectrum awareness, and they're selectively decompartmentalized. So this is basically a battle between intelligentsia. And if we outnumber the newsbenders, and we have it, and we're doing it in such a way that it's a true counterculture, I don't see them stopping it. I don't know where it goes, but I have nothing but optimism about the future of this.
And within their system, and when I say their system, is because it's a virtual reality that they created. And if you look at it, what is a government? What is a country? But a piece of paper, an agreed upon consensus, right? So from here to here is the U.S. From here to here is Canada. From here to here is Mexico, etc., right? And within these delineations, we have a set of rules. Outside of those delineations, it's another set of rules, right? So when within their system, they can always topple towers, like you said, because it's within the. And we have the example now of Tim that has been trying to get a job within the system, and he's being held back. So that for sure can happen, but that is something different. That's a different level. What is being talked about here is something that is or is supposed to be organic, in the sense of we want to know reality as it is, not as is purported to be, not through another idol to worship, but as it is. Whether it's a bright reality, a dark reality, or both, because I think it's both. I think that the observable organic reality has both. And one thing that they, for sure, on all avenues try to prevent is asking questions. Because even if you think of all the programming, and I can even tell a story of mine, which it's not really a story, but an experience. If you think over the years, for example, the word inquisition. Inquisition means to ask questions, someone who asks questions, right? You inquire. That's the source of the word. But when you think of inquisition, what do you think? You think torture. You think, maniacs, psychopaths, right? Witch hunting, that kind of thing. And that is a program. That is not actual reality. Of course, you can say, "Oh, but it's on historical records." We can doubt historical records. We have enough evidence to doubt historical records, right? So it's not here in the real organic sense. It's a concept. So inquisition, the act of inquiring, is the most important avenue that we can, that one can take, and of course, asking questions and trying to obtain the answers, at least trying to obtain and identify the wrong answers so that you can, by inference, reach the what may be the right answer.
Yeah, the problem with
It might
truthers
be
has been they're always asking questions. And like, I'm just asking questions. What is in the clouds, what is in the water. I'm just asking questions. And I don't see them as good faith questions if they're not trying to answer it. And if they're still asking the same questions 10 years later, then I'm like, okay, you're proposing something in the form of a question. It's a loaded question. You have a hidden smuggled premise
Yes.
and you're trying to lead me
Yes.
somewhere. So I realize now if someone is just asking questions, I'm like, well, come back to me when you have answers, because that's where we are. Like, I'm not confused, and I'm happy to separate from the confused. The people who are still in the fence, like, well, I don't know, maybe some people died, and maybe the Puff Daddy thing's real. Okay, well, what's your
Yes,
standard of evidence?
like you well stated, Tim, and sorry to interrupt there, but just to make a point about what you stated, they are not actually asking questions. What they are doing is directing the person they're talking to answer the question the way they want. Because if the person says, then if it's with what I have, then it has to be this, and this is an answer that was directed by the person asking the questions. The one question after another leads the person towards a certain answer, and if they say the answer, it has far more power than if they heard the answer. You understand?
Yes,
So
that's
it's a
called,
manipulation technique. Yeah.
it's well known, it's called interrogator interference. And I believe that this is one of the main drivers of the Mandela effect. It's the way the question is framed, the either or
Mhm.
option, but absent the bias and agenda, people would not arrive at these conclusions. And so it's one of the main steering mechanisms that drives people into Trutherville is they have questions because they're thinking, and you have all these people who are like, yeah, I'm just asking questions too. And you don't know that these people are plants, agents, or conditioned by plants and agents to behave like plants and agents, and they're everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, we have reversed history in the house. Hey, Christopher, do you want to participate?
Maybe he's away from keyboard at the moment, but anybody here, just so you know, this is episode one of the IPS Deep Think Tank. This is for October 9th, 2024. We're going to do these at least twice a week, and it's going to be published with all the regular podcast feeds. But the objective here is to get kind of an expanded view from what we get just on the nightly phones, and then hopefully build a lot of content or threads that we can maybe answer with the next convention. So AutoHoax Con number 2 is going to happen in a few weeks. So I'm kind of just putting it out there. If anyone has any ideas or things that we should focus on, I can certainly.
Another idea for Auto HoaxCon 2, I think you should invite Cubstar for a segment about astro mythology, which is, I think, a blueprint that is followed in all these stories that are presented in the virtual reality. And so if we are able to see the blueprint, we're able to see the patterns in the actual applied virtual stories that are given.
Noted. I'll take note and I'll reach out because astrotheology is one of the things that I think needs to be understood to really get the meaning of the meta scripts, because they're writing history. There is this consensus, there is this framework, and I do believe you can demonstrate that it originates in the stars and it's templated off the precession of the equinoxes, the idea of aeons. I was told this directly by an OTO offshoot, an abbey of Thelema, about this coming change. And I think you can perfectly correlate the Great Reset, the Great Awakening, 2020, to the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn on the winter solstice, which hadn't happened in 2,000 years. So the idea is that it's like a new Christmas star, new age, year zero, Great Reset, and it all tied in with that conjunction. And I think that's an indicator of how everything's astrotheologically timed. And we can also find the same to be true with many psyops.
Yeah. Yeah, not just the timings, but the actual stories in mythology told about the constellations and the relationship between them and so on. That is often used as blueprints for these, news events or historical events, etc., etc. And for example, recently I was pointed out by someone how the Andromeda contains two stars that are actually named after Kamala Harris, for example. One was Amalek and the other one was Syrah. And if you invert, it shows Kamala Harris. So clearly, the Kamala Harris character in the world stage is playing the part of Andromeda. And when we see Andromeda, it's a chained woman, right? So she is perhaps chained by the, I don't know, if you look at it from a leftist perspective, chained by the patriarchy, because she needed to, for a man to step down, for her to finally be able to exert her own power, you know, these narratives. So this is something, an example that is visible of how it relates, and this is a, you know, like one-to-one correlation, because the name is obvious, of a character in the world stage being correlated to a constellation that has a mythology behind it. So the value of the mythology is also applied onto the story of the character.
Right. Like I was thinking that when we say mythology, it was biblical. It's also from Greek mythology. It's sometimes contemporary comic book stuff.
Mhm.
But right now, one of the big myths is the space odyssey, which correlates with, of course, Homer's The Odyssey. Odysseus stranded on an island held captive by a nymph named Calypso. So the astronauts now on their space odyssey, Calypso gets them stranded. And so I'm wondering, is this going to follow some mythic template? What comes after Calypso? Well, the Cyclops and Poseidon, troubles at sea. So I'm not sure what happens next with them, but there's clearly a lot of syncretism and a lot of, it's very eclectic. When you look at the history as they write it, they borrow from many different sources. And recently I watched Megalopolis, which has this combination of ancient Rome and modern New York. So it's anachronistic. And I think that's a part of how this thing operates, where they don't have any allegiance to one particular source, but rather it's almost like a game in a way when they write this stuff. How much they encode, how much, you know, double entendres, world stage names that seem to reflect the person's purpose, like Sam Bankman-Fried, sounds like fraud. So many examples of names that seem to correspond to their world stage role. It's almost like at points comedy, other points tragedy, sometimes horror. But I do call it the theater of Psywar because I think they have used for a long time theater as a way of waging worldview warfare on everybody. And you know, we're talking about mystery schools, and ultimately it's about the veil between the initiated interpretation and the non-initiated interpretation. And I think what we're looking at here is a society that's veiled with false explanations, and it's been put in a Truman Show construct that's purely mental. And so our job, or what we're doing here, is we're examining these various veils and pulling back on them. And this is the mystery school concept, though. The esoteric separated by a veil from the exoteric. And we're looking past the screen, which is the new veil, the new hoodwink. And we're taking these insights and building off of it instead of just minimizing it. And I think truthers have consistently been held in thrall by well-funded, highly placed, loudmouth conspiracy theorists, which prevent them from taking seriously a lot of the things that would even debunk these big-time conspiracy theorists as anything other than being part of the establishment. So
yes,
what we're doing is
because they have expectations, and expectations generate the result in the perception. You know, for example, examining a photograph or a piece of video, right? For decades, we have been exposed to photography, even at a personal level. We have been exposed to video. We've made, you know, personal videos, personal photographs, whatever. And the photographs and the videos, we know we have been programmed, let's say self-programmed, to know that, oh, the picture I took was actually, you know, close to what I was seeing. So this picture is real, right? So we have, for example, a correlation between photograph, reality. Photograph equals reality. Video equals reality. When it's not the case, Because, of course, photographs can be tampered with, fabricated altogether. The same with videos. And so when we watch a photograph or a video, we tend to immediately assume, like it's the first, response within ourselves is, oh, it must have happened because I'm seeing an image, because I'm seeing a video, right? And so it's in the same way the truthers are built on, the truther mentality is built on the expectation that humanity is in a continuous natural state of power seeking and conflict. This is the pre-programmed belief that they base themselves upon. So whenever they come across something, their first explanation is, oh, there's an enemy that has taken over, and that is, obtaining more power and fighting against us. And then, the population, et cetera, all these sub agendas and sub sets of the same paradigm, right?
It
And
calls
this
them
is
to
because,
activism. It calls them to evangelism and activism.
yes,
Be a truther is
yes,
to be, I gotta wake people up. I gotta be the person who ruins
right.
Thanksgiving.
Because
And
they're in a war. In their perception, they are in a war. You understand? And that is the expectation, right? And it stems from a pre-programmed expectation that the world, the reality, is a constant state of conflict and a constant state of power struggle, let's say, right? If they understand that that was pre-programmed, then there might be the chance that they can see that programming for what it is, and look elsewhere. But I think that expectation plays a very, very important role in all these things.
yeah, I don't have any confidence or any sort of inkling or indication anywhere at all, that there's going to be a spontaneous uprising of skeptics who reject media wholesale. It's not going to happen. It's only
No.
happening here for a reason. There's no reason to even think about it. When people are incredulous about what I'm saying, it's like you can't say everything's fake. Like, you don't get it. You've already accepted the premise that everything's real, and then you're adding on to it. But at this point, I'm not even interested in evangelizing or waking people up. I want there to be a strong distinction between our kind and theirs. We have to create that distinction. There has to be a schism, there has to be a divergence, and it has to be alienating to people who don't get it, who don't have any sort of situational awareness for a lot of reasons. But quality control and to accelerate auto-hoaxing as a philosophy, as a methodology, as an intellectual revolt, we cannot dilute our messaging, like pandering and catering to the intellectually lazy, vilified, and incurious. And
Oh,
there's and even beyond just like the obvious, because a lot of people just state the obvious and say that's fake. I don't believe it. It's like, well, that's low info non-belief. So we're fine tuning, getting away from low info non-believers. If you can't tell me why you don't believe that, then I don't believe that you don't believe it. I need to know that you don't believe it. I need to know why. We have higher standards, and so some people believe that Diddy did all these bad things. Okay, well, you're trusting the same psyop entertainment complex that brings you every other psyop. They can fake take down buildings in front of the world. You think they can't fake salacious sex scandals? And then I see Diddy on Monster's Ball, and now I'm even less inclined to believe it's real. I'm very well aware that Metascript writers have twisted imaginations, and they could come up with this stuff. And so I'm kind of thinking that everybody who falls into the psyops, whether it's violence, terror attacks, or celebrity stuff, I think they're all being duped. And there's different ways to pull at your heartstrings or get your interest and attention. They can get you through violence, sex, all these different basic storylines that they use to get people to give their
yes.
attention.
Yes, I wasn't suggesting at all that it would be a collective thing. It can only happen at the individual level. I've stated that many times. What I was trying to convey is a key factor in the programming of that perception, of being held to a perception that there's this enemy at all times trying to get you. And this stems from a long-term programming of making sure that people perceive organic reality to be a constant state of conflict, especially in the human world.
Oh yeah. You know what
You
really gets them?
know?
Xenophobia. I mean, have you noticed how it was like a mind virus where one day someone on the phone said, "Aren't you worried about the military age men coming across the border?" And I said, "No. I heard this 8 years ago. Only people on the fringe right call them military age. People on the left call them working age. So it's like choose your own apocalypse, choose your own belief, you know." And so I realized at that point that this meme was going viral among truthers, where every other truther is now suddenly afraid of now it's Haitians eating cats. And yeah, so there's no vetting. They fear first, ask questions never. And it's pathetic at this point.
I just wanted to touch on one thing. So two things actually. One is, Tim, I want your channel to grow though. Like I want you to be able to support yourself and like keep getting your show better and better because like you're cutting edge. So you need to get to a point where you can make money. I don't want you to work at some job. I want you to get to a point where you can do your gig here and invest back into it. So like you have like a nice setup, you can do your artwork and all that stuff. Like you deserve way more than you have for subs. And we don't want to let, but if you can somehow like open yourself up to a broader audience of those people that we are criticizing, they are truthers, but like I was once like them. So and then had to go on a journey to get to the point where like, oh wait, I'm actually worse than a normie because I've taken the bait of all these logical a big thing is logical fallacies. If people can learn that, they can deprogram. But those people are the ones that are like they could come over to this side and then yeah, we don't want to, you're not wanting to wake people up, but you do want to, you're doing a form of art and deconstruction and like it's a great thing. So I think that you need to figure out a way to grow your channel in some manner that like can reach out to more people, even though I know that's not your real goal. What do you think your real goal is with your channel? Because I want to see you succeed and do well.
Well, I don't plan for this, but I am sitting on a likely judgment in my favor on a civil unlimited case. I asked for 5 million. Like we may have the funding issues squared away, no problem. So the last thing I want to do is make a deal with the devil because we have to survive. And let's open the tent a little bit and let these mind war casualties in because then we'll be drowned out. Then I'm debating again with people who are still hung up on 5G towers, chemtrails, and anti-vax. We had to flush those people out. We had to flush out the xenophobes, the identity politics, racist types. It's not worth it enlarging it if we diminish quality. So the plan for growth is monthly auto conventions where those will bring in larger numbers of people who are pre-vetted by their own ability to discern value in what we're promoting. So I think, like for example, we take the reverse history presentation, the basic outline of autohoaxology, and what every speaker puts out there. We promulgate that, and it brings more people in. And then we're going to live stream the next AutoHoaxCon and do the Zoom conference for people who are insiders. So I think that we just have to plan on reaching out more instead of waiting for people to come to us. And I think we can grow that way without sacrificing quality. Because I agree with you, it would be better if I don't have to divert my time and attention from this. And and obviously we're in such a small niche category that financing it's difficult. And we don't get promoted by the other side because they know, or at least our handlers know that we're enemies. And they know who we are, obviously. And we're kind of like the unacknowledged. But whether I win the lawsuit short term or long term, I think we can still win at this if we can just get these cons to go forward a little bit and get the tabloid moving. Because the tabloid's a moneymaker, it really is. But it just needs a bit more starting capital.
Yeah, and understand that truthers, of course, the normies will not for obvious reasons, but truthers will not promote media fakery analysis because their perceived and identified mental characters want their worldview to remain so that the mental characters can survive. It's a personality that has taken over the mind due to a weakened ego. I go into this in my work, but and it needs the continuation of a constant conflict that will never be won, and it's never supposed to be won, um, for the mental character to be able to live on and to live on in a seat of power in the mind, right? Because if they were to admit, okay, I am going to look at this, and we've all been through that, right? Which of us never looked at an event that we thought was real? We looked at it from a different angle. We took the step of courage. We looked at it. We saw, okay, this is clearly fakery that went on here, right? And that destroyed the mental personality. It took it away. It took its power away, and it strengthened the ego, the decision maker, the filter, right? And so the truthers are not able, because that would be a matter of death to them. And they are fighting a life and death situation inside their own minds, right? If you take away the war, you take away their personalities, you take away their sense of worth, right? So I just wanted to say that.
Great points there. Great points. They have built up sort of these ego attachments to being a part of something greater than themselves, and they associate with it. Like some people get mad when you tell them the moon landing's fake. And they're like, no, we went to the moon. I take great pride in that. Like, no, you were probably asleep at the time. Or we won the Super Bowl and they're ready to fight. They're just amped up because they won, or they're just they get attached to this super organism. And I've heard you talk about this before. These hive minds, these super organisms, where the individual ego does sacrifice itself active, and so it dies to become a part of it. But then when you attack it, they defend it like a hive mind, and they do have to die to that false self in order to, it's a matter of accepting some level of humility. Say, I've been duped. I was tricked by this. I was tricked by that. I was fooled here, but now I'm on this side of the screen and I'm processing information in such a way I'm not automatically catching bad belief systems like mind flu. And mind war inoculation's real. And until you're on this side of the screen, you're still susceptible. And there are people who are like 9/10 of the way over here who automatically believe everything about Diddy, for example. Now, that may be true, but we don't have enough information to say so conclusively. And when you examine predictive programming and other factors, it becomes increasingly likely the story could be engineered. So it's premature to say it's true. But I'm just, pointing out that there are definitely indicators that some people aren't all the way free of the hive mind and the simulation and its influence. But we're pretty much getting there with most people. It's easier to get people there with fake shootings, where the agenda is more obvious. When it comes to something like Diddy or Epstein and stuff, it becomes a little more believable, but that feeds into their appeal to motive fallacy, their demonization of the other side, where it's just easy to believe that Hillary Clinton eats babies. So you have Roseanne Barr on a stage next to Tucker Carlson screaming that Hillary Clinton's a vampire that eats babies, and everybody cheers and laughs. But if she were to say nobody died on 9/11, they wouldn't accept that. So isn't it funny how at, the claim of Clinton eating babies is easier for people to accept, more palatable, than the idea that the news media would collude to fake the masses?
Yeah, because the weight of the predictive programming, which I would perhaps, it would be better named as pre-programming more than predictive. It's actually programming at that time for something that is in the future, regarding Satanism or vampirism or whatever, has been far heavier than the weight of media fakery. So if you look at movies, if you look at stories, books, literature, etc., the weight of horror stories about vampires and Satanists is far, heavier than about something that is fake. Sure, you have the odd example here and there, like Wag the Dog and that kind of thing, but the weight on that particular story is far greater.
Good point. It's
Yeah.
the acknowledged versus unacknowledged. So the
Right.
fakery perspective is never acknowledged, but all these other wild MSM plus explanations are given a great deal of acknowledgement. So you're right, they're biasing the collective psyche in favor of supernatural over the mundane, but ultimately very shocking truth that everything's fake to a large degree, or fakeable.
But
Yeah.
here's what we know is that a piece of content, like a piece of visual content or some audio, like from AutoHostCon, like if that was presented in a certain way, that information, it's undeniable. You're gonna reach somebody and like break their programming. If you have a piece of content that's undeniable, it's just there's no way it can't get through. It just has to be done in such a way that it can reach people. And then those people will be come over to this side. They'll be deprogrammed. Just
Yeah,
as they were programmed, they were deprogrammed.
imagine each one of these compelling sections. We'll just say like a 2 minute breakdown or 3 minute breakdown of an event. Each one of these, as they're perfected, axiomatic truths, undeniable truths. These we can treat these as ammunition in the think tank. So the think tank, unlike an echo chamber, is designed to be, mobile to defend itself, but also an offensive thing. And yeah, we could then that's one of the objectives later. So like, but I do want to get all these truthers on our side, not in their present state. They have to be brought to certain realizations. And the way you do it is you attack the guardrails. And the people who understand the dialectic, the argument, far more than the rhetoric and the propaganda, will jump that guardrail. So I think we can systematically break truth or orthodoxies, break their paradigm until they have no choice but to agree with us. I think that will happen because I think, truthfully, most of the people in alt media got there because they were thinking critically and they were thinking too much and they were listening to their instincts, their intuition. They just got caught up in a big honey trap. They got caught up in a morass designed to control them. And it's because there was no other option. This was never acknowledged. The off-world stage perspective never existed, and outside of us, it's not going to exist. I'm convinced of it. There is no. If there was, we would know it. Best we have right now is IPS Think Tank, JLB, and Fakeologists. We're the only ones who are aggregating even close to this.
Yeah, Tim, if I may, in regards to the truther being able to see or to take the step to analyze, at the very least, media fakery and not just media, but fakery in general. I actually don't think that attacking the guardrails is the best solution. I'll explain why. Where they are in a state of war, so any attack is responded with a defense, right? So they will, sort of cover more and fall back into a defensive position more if they sense an attack. I think that the best strategy, and picking up on what Plain Decoded said, is for them, in their own minds, through their own mouths, using the questions that they usually ask so much, for them to ask different kinds of questions, right? So to promote a condition, a set of presentations, whatever, that makes them change the questions that they're asking. Like, for example, you say the question about chemtrails is, what are they spraying, right? So this is the question that they ask, right? And so it's to turn that question into what is that trail, right? So if you were able to turn to sort of change the type of question, then I think you will more effectively, in my view at least, be able to bring over truthers than through a direct attack, because anything that they perceive as an attack will only cause them to fall back into a stronger defensive position, even if in cognitive dissonance they don't care. The mental characters act that way when they're in survival mode. Logic is not taken into consideration.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that approach, and I've had long conversations about this before about like, do we want to extend an olive branch or burn a bridge? And I went with bridge burning and direct attack for a few reasons. A lot of it's marketing. But I refer to 48 Laws of Power 42, strike the shepherd, the sheep will scatter. And this is about the shock. That if we want to induce paradigm shock, which is what I'm aiming for, I don't think we have a long time for this. And I think the conditions in which this is even possible are diminishing and it's going to go away. So my intention here is to induce a paradigm shock to the system. So we have to sacrifice some people. So let me take, for example, someone like I could name. I probably don't want to name it here because it'll get out. But I have a list of influencers, and influencers represent specific agendas or psyops who are connected enough to where they have to be insiders. And my objective is attack them, attack the credibility of the witnesses, attack the victims as liars, and offend as many people as we can. And the reason why is that when you offend and you attack the leader, a lot of people will bitterly cling. But the ones who can think, the ones who are ready for this paradigm shift, will break away from them and join us. And we do this once, twice, three times. As we get a reputation for being on the offensive here, they will fear us. And agents will be exposed, and we will still metastasize. Meanwhile, the easily scared and the easily offended are welcome to climb back into their caves. In fact, we want them to fear us because that's a great form of marketing. So my objective here is sort of like Christopher Hitchens and they called them like the Four Horsemen. It was like this group of atheists who were going around debating theism, debating against God, and debating these believers. But it was very well organized, very polite, no screaming, no shouting. They were relentless. Christopher Hitchens, and look, I don't believe these people are real atheists. I understand that they're part of the new scientific paradigm, but their argumentation is irrefutable. They were destroying belief as a legitimate worldview, like belief-based worldviews over knowledge. And that's where we're at. In many ways, we are atheists to the God constructs of the state. This means that we have to be iconoclasts. It means we have to break stuff. We have to think about it as burning the world stage down. And that's why the insider is called I had someone email me. They said, I want to be a writer for you. If you're going to call it the insider, I don't want to be a part of it because you look dangerous. I'm like, don't you understand that we're not trying to blend in and make friends? We want casualties. We want crybabies. We want Karens. We want mad people appalled at what we're saying. Otherwise, it will get blended in and subsumed in the sea of irrelevance. So we have to be a disruptor. So my objective here is, when it comes to our debates, you have to be polite, you have to be diplomatic, you have to be respectful. But when it comes to worldview warfare, we have to be incisive and perhaps even deliberately cruel in our messaging. Like fake dead kids' lives don't matter. I had someone with that. Like, please don't say that. And this was after 10/7. I was like, okay, why don't you get mad at the media for saying that fake dead kids' lives do matter? They're the manipulators. I'm pushing back against the manipulation. So we also have to assert that we have the moral high ground. We have the intellectual high ground, and we need to be the standard bearers for this. So yeah, Trutherville needs to burn. Woketown, mainstream, those are next, but Trutherville's first. And out of Trutherville, will be people who won't accept this, and I'm fine with that because the numbers of people that will 10x, 20x the size of the IPS and all the content creators that become a part of the parallel media. And this is how we grow the parallel media. We have to create a schism. We have to create a break. There has to be a seismic shift because we are a disruptor if you think about it. No one else is going to do this. And there may be people figuring things out, but they're not going to aggregate and they're not going to be aggressive about it. They're not going to in any way create a new paradigm. And you don't create it by kissing MSM or MSM plus ass. Like, let me get on to this big show and try to pitch to their audiences that maybe they should think deeper. It's like, no, they're part of the program if they're engaged in the info war. So we have to be hostile to their bad ideas, hostile to the controlled opposition, and no one's going to see it coming. They're not going to see it coming, and that's to our advantage.
It's a pity that Reverse History isn't able to talk, I would like to hear his take, but I get your point. I get your point. I think that most in most of them are in a group mentality, so an egregore, and they will band around the egregore to defend it, for sure.
Yeah,
But we'll see.
We experienced this with the Bible flat earthers. The Bible flat earthers did not want the non-biblical models or concepts to be given any kind of air. They just didn't want it. They excluded us. And so when it came time, I said, "Hey, we're going to ban these people from the chat. We're going to ban domers, Bible thumpers, neo-Nazis, and Globers." So we made it a very point at the inception of the IPS to get rid of the people who had agendas or who were already married to a model. So alt media is a model. And if you're married to a model, you're not infinite plane. You're not open to infinite, or rather, not open to more answers or more information that might change your answers. You've already accepted some conclusions prematurely. So from the very beginning, we had to be not close-minded, but we had to have a certain standard set, and anybody who didn't meet it was kicked out. And a lot of people hated us for it, but after a few weeks and then months, we had 6,000 people. We had regular live streams where 400 people were there, all of them vetted with wrenches. And to get a wrench, you had to answer a question from me via email. How many people died at Sandy Hook, and what do you think about the globe? Hey, what's up, Reverse History?
Hey there, hey guys, great conversation from everybody and very enjoyable. I was making lunch, and thanks for reaching out, Armin and gang. Yeah, great conversation. I'll just throw out here on one of those subjects that you recently mentioned, that the disruptive aspect is extraordinarily important, because acquiescence is is just silence really in the minds of the masses. And I think, given what I'm trying to surmise, which I know has been communicated within the mission of the IPS, I'm in total agreement. It is mind war, it's psy war, and their tactics are, to the extreme of denying us any platform whatsoever. And we have to make our way in the sea. We have to literally have one of these giant cargo ships that just plows through the irrelevance at will. And I'm not suggesting when I say this, but it may sound like it, that, oh, this could be a pariah where people are actually, waking up and all of that. No, I think it's very much just a beacon being set out about those that actually have the ability to sit down and, for instance, even listen to this conversation, which has been very enjoyable, and make up their own minds, and then begin to participate or activate what they can contribute on their own will, if you will.
Yeah, appreciate that. And in a way, we're facing Machiavellians, masterminds, people schooled in the art of war. And if you look at the art of war, you look at the world today, you would make the case that we've already been conquered by the greatest military minds in history. And I think that case is easy to make. And so to push back, we have to be Machiavellian in a certain sense. And part of that is that maybe we need to tap into the power of being seen as villainous, or perhaps even feared, because their fear, their apprehension, could help us in marketing. And also, it's a selling point. There's a lot of people who have pent up frustrations who will be mad. There are people who are like a lot of truthers are agitated because they're rightfully angry at the lies. Well, we're going to give them a venue to fight back. If you're sick of the decades of propaganda that warped your views and the views of your family, if you want to punch back, here's how you do it. You tear down media infrastructure and do billions of dollars of damage to it. As in, for them to do damage control for what we're going to ignite, it's going to cost them like NASA's annual budget. Their whole worldview warfare budget is going to have to be directed at auto hoaxing. Like, we want to create that kind of disruption. If we put a value on it, let's do $1 million or $1 billion in damage. I can guarantee we can make that happen. It's not hard, and what we're doing has great potential. We want to recruit the people who want to become part of the crack gwin. The raft becomes so big that it's unignorable, and they can't ban us, because the parallel media will become a self-sustaining ecosystem. Think about what happens if we have 50,000 people, 50,000 auto hoaxers in the audience, and maybe 100 content creators. That's a economy in and of itself of ideas, financial resources to grow the thing. So this will be out of control in very short order. We're kicking it off, and it's meant to be disruptive, but not in the way of like being offensive for its own sake. But we have to be iconoclastic. We have to be prepared to break things and then watch them clean it up. And I think we had that attitude with regard to the IPS at the beginning when we were doing chat raids. And I'm pretty sure that most of the restructuring of YouTube is because of what we were doing in particular.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree. And actually, when I first found your channel, which was right before the November 3rd non-event or somewhat event with the Spire in Turkey or wherever it was, November 3rd, 2019, that I recall around that time. Now I had a lot of other things going on, so I couldn't really participate the way that I wanted to or really got excited by. But yeah, your bigger chats, they were free form, and it was one of the greatest things I've ever witnessed. And then, of course, and I agree, they have targeted you, they've targeted the channel, everybody who participates. I remember some people even saying that people dox them and have issues with their jobs. I mean, that's the real world war at work right there. But yeah, the nature of moving forward and reorganizing, if you will, in the midst of that heavy hammer of censorship is a huge part of this. So it's great. I mean, I completely agree, and this comes back to a sense of what I observed with marketing, is that the best press doesn't have to be great press. Bad press is great press. And of course, what is happening by definition just throws out all of those orthodoxies, all of those religious rights that happen within the left and right, within this metaverse that they've created for their slave system. It is unified as much as it looks divided. It's totally unified, it's totally controlled. And so I know already, even from just the measure of what feedback I've seen from Auto Hoax number one, that Auto Hoax Con number one, that there is a desire, if you will, for this kind of communication from people that I thankfully people had never really been exposed to the auto hoax methodology or the infinite plane society or the way people talk or converse. And it was gratifying to hear them say this is really exciting. So just coming back to one more point on the feedback of, say, any effort that's already been done, rebuilding that kind of zeitgeist that you once had rolling like a freight train, which is still rolling, which is, shows the momentum of reality and those that will engage in it and support it, as you have been able to be supported, Tim, throughout your effort. But now revisiting the nature of reemerging, if you will, comparatively bringing that back. This is opportunity for those, though they can't ignore us. They cannot do it. If we are left ignored and there's no heavy-handed censorship, the momentum will build enough to have those that are ready or interested or capable jump in. So the initial feedback loop of having that negative response, or having those Karens, is what suggested earlier, or other propagandists actually jump in, or maybe even their sleeping horde because they don't understand that what we're doing is actually parallel to the Capstone's mission. It's actually freeing one from that entire pyramid, that they will, by their own nature, start to argue or try to react in a way that just simply brings their audiences into the attention fold, and potentially those, any of them who really consider what is being presented, will have a choice in their own minds to see the validity of that or reject it and go back into their little goo pods or what have you.
Yeah, exactly. And that is a factor of marketing, is that the people who don't get it will talk about us. Like, I did confront someone on Twitter today. They said, I've been listening, interesting connections, but what does a person like me do with this information? And I said, well, if you don't get this by 2024, I was talking about situational awareness about the Psy-War, and good luck. I'm not holding anybody's hand. I'm like, no, go ahead and tell your friends there's this group of people that you don't get, and they don't think anything is real, and they think we're all being fooled. Like, let them market this out of incredulity that exists. Let the pushback do our marketing for us, and that's what we need to happen. There's going to be a point where, and they do insert some kind of angle to attack this. They'll inadvertently draw attention to it. And even though they're trying to burn us to the masses, there's going to be a certain percentage who are going to see it and say, hey, these guys are right. So we want that to happen. Acknowledgement is the last thing they want to do. And so I'm like, that's fine. The longer they ignore us, the more we can expand laterally. And then when they finally do acknowledge this, because it slips through and it will eventually, there's going to be a huge body of content and a built-in audience. The parallel media audience, we grow it right through these cons. Let's say we get it to 50K. Any attention drawn to it is just going to exacerbate this. It'll be similar to a 4chan went from this dark corner of the internet to mainstream news when it rode along the Trump campaign coattails. You can see how fast small nuclei can become something vast, and it can happen. They generally try to control the virality of things, and they control it because the audiences are atomized, and they're not connected to anybody, or they're in the box. I'm in the mainstream box. I'm in the alt box. We're not in that box whatsoever. They don't control our audiences. So I'm kind of thinking here, what we're actually doing is we're separating audiences, not just content creators along these lines, but we're creating a separate body of listeners. And so like they have their programmed viewers. All of the viewers of mainstream and alt media have been programmed, pre-programming. All the media in the past that is preparing them for what's to come. So we're taking the stance that we're not their target demo, and their spells don't work on us.
You have a point. If I could ask, do you have more or less the numbers of audience in terms of Auto Hoaxology 1, the conference 1?
I don't have the
Just
numbers
as an idea.
specifically, but I could probably get those numbers, and I'll make it a point to do so, because we have the live numbers, and then we have the replays and all the podcast platforms. And then I'm also going to be uploading AutoHoaxCon audio tracks into the 24-hour feed. I can get the metrics there. So we will be able to measure it, and we will measure for growth. And I think that's one of the reasons why we need to do these monthly. We can see progress.
Yeah, because if like imagine that in total there was 1,000 people that watched the conference 1. If every single one of those 1,000 presents to another person, and let's say from those 50% get it, you have already 500 more, right? So that's the kind of numbers that I was trying to figure out, because people will be, those who are in will already present it, but those who are intrigued by it will present it to someone else. And of course, there's a chance that they will reject it or that they will actually look at it. And it would be interesting to see the ratio of, people that pay attention to that in that way.
Yeah, you know what?
I
There's
tried.
going to be a lot of repeat, and I think we should make it a point to get a lot more speakers in here, new voices who have their own listeners who are already, somewhat aware. So a lot of cross marketing is going to go into metastasizing this thing. Go ahead, Plain Decoded, I think.
Yeah, I was just on your like I don't know what that was a good question about what the AutoHost Con did for numbers wise, but I was on your channel today, and I sorted by most popular, and what I saw is that your most popular videos are the ones where you're on screen, and so I personally I like when something is packaged in a way like that, like people like when they can see the person on screen. That's why those have the most views, but like I know it sounds like it doesn't matter or whatever. But if you look at the big channels that have lots of views and they get out there, the person's on screen, they have a nice studio, they look good. Like you have to be even though like it seems like you shouldn't have to, but you have to be digestible. Like if your set looked like a Tonight Show set, like people are going to be tuning in. If like you have some like badass set that like has penguins on it and a nice desk and like I know like it's going to be expensive to do that, but the more you can reinvest into your presentation style, you're going to get more eyes just because of the thumbnails and stuff like that. Like that all that stuff matters a lot.
I agree with that. I agree with that, man. That's a good take.
Yeah, especially video. Video does have. That's why I started doing video. I'm just realizing that as this blows up, there has to be a focal point. There has to be somebody to hate. There has to be somebody answerable for what we're saying. And the video element takes us out of the same realm as people like Donnie Darkened and all these anonymous truthers who are just retweeting and regurgitating. There's a level of accountability. So that's another aspect to it as well.
Like if you go on screen during your radio show, because your radio show is awesome, but if you were on screen with a nice set, and like I could see, because sometimes, man, some things are so funny. Like I just want to see what your reactions are to some of these things that are being said, because that humor is a great way to get through to people too. Some of the stuff that happens on the show is so funny, and I want to see what like you're thinking and stuff, and like your reaction. And but if it looks, and if I've seen that and it looks good, like you're gonna get such a good response. I know it.
Well, it is true. This is a multimedia environment, and we're limiting ourselves by say like AM. We have to be cognizant of TikTok. Like you could take a clip and it could go viral in and of itself. That's why I did the city council thing. The only reason I stopped doing video is Goldfinch had kind of hijacked that whole thing from me, where he was stealing content and he could take it out of context. And I realized, okay, well, this is getting weird. But he's no longer a factor in that sense. But yeah, I do have to be a physical presence, and also I can market stuff. I could wear my IPS shirts, for example, and I could also have promoting people's designs and stuff. I have some ideas for what I could do with the backdrop and the studio here, and that's one of the reasons I have the headquarters. Books. I could have books on the shelf that I could, more readily promote. So yeah, the visual component needs to be there. It might even open up doors to people who only interview face to face. And I was gonna start that with Autohoax Con, where I have a conference room and I'm gonna have people in person. That's one of the next steps. Is we want to involve people here in the office when we do the cons instead of merely online. We have to get into the meat first, so I have to be real. And one other thing too is, in order to separate from agents, controlled op, and people with agendas, we do want to have another level of trust between those who are in the real world together. Like so, people who do the conferences, people who meet in person. We're going to probably have a separate think tank at some point. The IPS Press Club, which may just be a limited access Zoom conference room, but it'll be for those who've been vetted enough to where we can talk about things that we're going to be doing that we don't want to disclose openly. Like we do have a psyops department and PR stunts department, and then we have targets or breakdowns in various individuals that we're going to be examining closely that we want to either interview or in some way draw attention to. But yeah, we need to have I think more emphasis on real world and people who aren't willing to be in person, even if it's on video. Not that they have to be, but if they're not, it raises some questions in some people's eyes. I don't want to be like one of these anonymous disregardables. And I think that those people who are on X, a lot of these people who are anons, they're hiding their identity because they're probably playing multiple roles and they're following scripts. Donnie Darkin is a classic example of this.
I have another critique if I can. I think like I don't want you to be struggling like to have to get a job and stuff. And I know it sounds like it doesn't sound like appealing, but I think you should promote yourself more like at the beginning and the end of your shows. Like say like, okay, I have the Patreon. Here's the Patreon. Like subscribe here, and a reminder like there is a super chat button. Anything would be appreciated. Like just reminding people, because a lot of the time when you're watching the show, it's like you're not. I try to click super chat every now and then, but um, people aren't like thinking about it, right? Like it's there, but you're not thinking about it because a lot of people don't like. Probably a lot of your subs don't realize that you have to go to a job. You need this like other job when you shouldn't have to. Um, but like just promote self promotion like that. There's no shame in it. Like just saying like, here's my Patreon, this and this and this, and like also remind people that there's different tiers because like I saw that I didn't even know you had three different tiers, so I upgraded to the second tier because that's all I can afford right now. But um, just like reminding people, I think is going to help you a lot because you need those funds, right? Like it's I don't want you to work at wherever you think you was going to work at a call center. Like yeah, you don't need to work there.
Well, I kind of de-emphasized trying to ask for support because this lawsuit's progress, and the more confident I become of a win, the less I want to, try to ask other people because, it could be substantial. But yeah, it is a thing. It does become there's a direct correlation between how much I earn on this and how much time I spend in the studio. So I'm always looking for other ways to make money. But for some reason, yeah, the job market has not been kind to me, and I've applied and applied, no reasons why I'm not employed. Not quite sure. I mean, I'm wondering if I scare people or if there's some kind of social credit score and I'm in the negative, like I'm totally in the red. That could be it too. Maybe there's some kind of social credit score thing, or they're just searching my email address and it's setting off alarm bells. But yeah, whatever it is, I appear to have self-sabotaged that aspect of my life a little bit. But I think I can make it up if I get into publishing a little more deeply. I have more than 500 pages of manuscript ready to be published, and that's just scratching the surface. I could spend a week just compiling a lot of stuff that's gone into blogs, for AutoHoax 102, for example. And I think that once I have these books in circulation, that will also make up for a lot. And I think what I wanted to do ultimately is offer things like if you join at the $10 tier, you'll get a copy of AutoHoaxology 101. So I do need to think about that more. I'll put that in my notes. I need to think about, financing the channel. In fact,
Okay, I'm just gonna
recently,
be.
I was going to say really quick here, I'm going to put a link in the chat. I did recently open up a store again. So I'll put a link in the chat. Just I got to get in the habit of promoting it where I have a ton of designs, but I have not been doing a lot of store stuff lately, but I got that started again.
Cool. I just wanted to. I'm gonna be listening for a little bit. I can't be talking in a few minutes here, but I wanted to just like change the subject for a second and talk about because you talk about xenophobia and how that's like one of the dichotomy you get into. And I live in Canada, and I know I'm not a xenophobe, but I don't want to live amongst a bunch of immigrants. Like, and what's here, and it's noticeable, is that they're flooding Canada in particular. They're flooding us with people from India. And I don't, it's not like I don't hate them or anything. I just don't, I want to live like not in India. And I know that Canada is a concept and all that stuff, but I find myself like thinking about that a lot. And I'm always talking to Indians. Like if I wanted to be live in India, like I'd want to live there, right? But I don't want to be in India. You know what I mean? I want to be from where I was when I was younger. Um, and I guess that's a mind virus that I caught. But that's one thing, and I want to just know your opinion on it. And then two, I think that the a thought I have about that that's connected to metascripting is that I think that these metascriptors are so advanced they know like they've known for a long time that they were gonna flood this country with Indians like hundreds of years, and that's why because they're not stupid. These aren't dumb people. Like when they came over here to this country, that they and to the United States, that they intentionally called these people that were natives here that they called them Indians because they're gonna rewrite the history in advance because they knew they were gonna import these people here. That's just my opinion and a thought I've had, but it's not fake that these Indians are coming here. It is unbelievable, dude. I don't know, you're in New Mexico, but I live in Alberta and I'm in India. Like it's more than what I see like a traditional Canadian would have been like in the 90s. So I just want to leave that with you and I want to get what your thoughts were on my stance on that xenophobia sort of thing, and then also that the pre-programming could have gone back that far to where they are naming people Indians in advance to rewrite history in advance. Like, and if they're doing that with other things, so I'll let you go.
Interesting, interesting take. Well, I live in New Mexico, and this wasn't a state until like 1906 or something. But there was some kind of like there's this border happens and then it becomes a state, but there was already like a pre-existing group of people here, and so like when I say xenophobia, it's more pronounced here in America, where America was never white monolith. Now their blood's being tainted. Now there's like invasions, and it's no longer pure. Like that was never the case here. America was never monolithic, and then it imported people for whatever you believe about the official histories. This was never uniform and monolithic. So when I hear crybabies like Nick Fuentes talking about white Christian nationalism and stuff, it's like you're in the wrong country uh, to even espouse that. Like it's not even historically accurate or achievable at this point. But I do think that the predictive programming for alien invasions has ultimately been about the dissolution of national borders, national identity, perhaps, and breaking everything down into a one whole. But as far as how far back, yeah, I think this is the alien invasion. I think this is the plan. And I think if you have a preference for being around people from the same demographics, you just have to relocate. I mean, what can you do? It's bigger than all of us. And I don't think it's necessarily bad. I mean, I hear the rhetoric about these immigrants are military age. It's like, I don't know. I think they're all just net gains on the economy, and I think there's a lot of exaggeration. And so I'm of the opinion here that okay, there's a reason why DEI is being attacked by the right. Inclusivity. So the left is inclusive, open borders, open skin. They love aliens. The right is exclusive, closed borders. They love stories about home defense, and they're obviously closed skin. Then they're anti-aliens now. So the whole issue itself, to me, is just part of this dichotomy, and it's a deliberate narrative that's been put out there that this is a problem, or that there's this destruction, or that it's somehow throwing us by flooding us with them. But you have to look at the numbers for sure and consult demographic trends to know for sure. Like I don't believe in, for example, white genocide. And anybody who says, "Oh, they're depopulating the world," like, well, your basis for believing that is what? And the same people who say they're depopulating the world are not happy with immigrants from other countries being imported. It's like, well, you have a lot of people coming, that solves your population problem, right? And their answer is generally, well, they don't want that particular group. So you get to the crux of it. It's about white genocide theory. So no, I think it's just mostly alarmism, and perhaps even phobia virus that you may have picked up. Like you're not going to be replaced, or perfectly fine, but you are dealing with demographic shifts. But that's life, isn't it? I mean, we have more people than ever. Um, I don't know if was Canada ever monolithically a. I mean, I guess what I'm asking here is like what um was it ever a racial or ethnic state, like a racially pure state? I don't think so.
No, it would well like okay, so I can only talk from my experience, but like growing up, it's I'm not racist, like I'm not racist at all, but it was like you know a Canadian is like a white guy who likes hockey, or like he talks in a certain way, right? Like we celebrate Christmas, we do Halloween, like all the general things. Canada has natives in it, and especially here in Alberta, they're everywhere, and they've obviously like been targeted for destruction. Like my kids are actually partially native, and as I drive around Alberta, like in the big cities, like the native people, like the Aboriginal people or Indigenous or whatever they call them all the time, I think they've been psyop for so long that their entire like traditions. It's so sad. Like it's crazy. Like if you drive around my city, and all the most of the homeless people are all natives or indigenous, and then a lot of white people too. And they've clearly been like targeted for destruction. And I don't know. It's just the culture here has always been native Indian, Canadians, like indigenous, and then English speaker white people, like the United Kingdom, all those people, and then there's Quebec, and Quebec is French, and they're always have been French, and they integrated with the Métis, and they speak. Those are like a hybrid of native and white people. Like that's what the demographic is. And now we're being flooded with Indians from India, And it's like, okay, they didn't mean to call them Indians. They knew they weren't in. This wasn't India. So what are they doing? Like, why would they call them Indians when they know they're not? And then now there's millions and millions and millions. Like, I'm just surrounded by them all day, and they're not from here. So like, they must have planned this so long ago.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I do think that we're witnessing a ubiquitous alien invasion. And the alien invasion is meant to create a probably, I think it's ultimately about one world, unity, one vision, and destroying, like the whole overview effect. The astronauts go so high, they don't see boundaries. They go so high, they see one world. And one of the barriers to this is the idea that our nation belongs to our people, and it's all, coded. And it's not a coincidence that anti-vax and anti-immigrant are the same people. And it's the same psyop. It's about getting in your blood, whether it's the injection or DNA. It's about the loss of purity for one's group, one's demographic, one's tribe. And I think that's what they're trying to eradicate. They want everybody to be inclusive and open to the alien, whether it's extraterrestrial or otherwise. But I think this is the future. I think this is the future. And my identity isn't wrapped around an ethnic group or a racial group or anything like that. I've always thought America was the ideal, and maybe I'm brainwashed. I mean, that the neo-Nazis would hate me for saying this, but I'm like, I don't think the melting pot idea is necessarily bad. And I look at the people who are espousing, oh, we need to, repel the immigrants and we need to close the borders. It's like Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are both married to immigrants. They need to give their wives back. So I think it's a non-issue for the most part. But when it comes down to is if you don't like or if you disagree with or the area you're in isn't compatible with you, you have the freedom to relocate. Just as, the bigger point of it is that we are witnessing something bigger than us and probably, well, definitely centuries in the planning. There's no stopping it. Race collectivism is a distraction also. Like I'm not really big on racial collectivism or religious. I'm not really a collectivist. I've been kind of thinking about this for a long time. That one of the primary means of control is getting you to sacrifice your individuality on behalf of your collective, your people, your group. And I'm looking at these groups and like, do these groups even exist, or are these uh, constructs, pieces on the chessboard, and are we being played? And so I point out the xenophobia being connected to fear of aliens and anti-vax because it's intrinsic to the mind war. It's very basic. It's a very primal fear. And I do think all the alien invasion all these alien invasion movies from the beginning, I think have always been to have two responses. One group of society is going to fear the aliens, and the other group is going to embrace them.
Yeah, I suppose I'll jump in and just add to this overarching subject matter, which is with the outer, the alien, the inner, whatever needs to be protected or defended. That this in itself is an interesting dichotomy that builds into one of the overarching Hegelian dialectics. So that interestingly, all of a sudden, and I'm not speaking for anybody here about xenophobia per se, but the idea resonates with me that even kind of transcending the notion of xenophobia into, and maybe these, I'm using concepts here to just jump quickly to my thought, but for someone who embraces skepticism or even leaps beyond some of these boundaries, which of course culture exists, different types of humanity can be characterized, but ultimately we are human and we share that one dynamic. And I would suppose that anybody from any culture who can leap into that realm of skepticism has really won the mind war in a way. And I'm not certain. Now, this was mentioned earlier by you, Tim, as far as we know we're the only one. Otherwise, we would likely have found another. And I have often wondered if, say, anywhere in the world outside of the U.S., particularly, where, Albuquerque centered, for the sake of this hosting, that would there be a Chinese IPS out there somewhere, and all we need to do is translate everything. Well, I agree that we probably would have found that by now, but this is where I reach back into the xenophobia type of perspective, that I'm more xenophobic, if you will, against the zombies that I have to interact with all the time. That's, if I have xenophobia, that's what it is for me. And by reaching out, not necessarily relaxing anybody's sense of comfort within the scope of how these propaganda juggernauts make themselves impact in our daily lives or through the media, or how our maybe local cultures are impacted, but being able to reach beyond the reason for xenophobia, and maybe even targeting the nature of actually reaching a point of awareness of that there's something that bonds us together. And I'm not saying in some kind of kumbaya thing. I'm just saying that when a certain level of skepticism is reached, then these xenophobic elements that would be easy to measure fall apart for someone who actually reached this sense of understanding, if all of that makes sense.
I think so. I mean, I definitely think that xenophobia, people hate the term but they think these are rational fears to have, and I think these fears are implanted more or less. But I'm trying to look at the bright side as well, and what transcends our other divisions. And it's not a kumbaya thing. I get that. It's more like when we're talking about the intellect, which transcends everything else. This is an intellectual revolt, and for all we know, we may be seeing the arrival of a lot of people who aren't conditioned to the media, where they may be more reachable. Like, I'm curious about this too. Are there think tanks who have seen through predictive programming and its related fake news events and come to the right conclusions? I happen to think not. But if it's there, I think we'll find it. But I think I kind of think that this is something that should transcend our interests, even in elections and voting and politics. Politics is a subset of mind control. So is entertainment. Mind control is the top. Ultimately, we're talking about a world government that's based on mind control, and politics is just one part of it. And this fear of other demographics has always been a part of the mind war. So, like, war is fake in the sense that we've been told that it exists, but it exists in other ways. There are other ways that they can intimidate people. Like, people they call immigrants invaders. I constantly hear that now. They're saying, "Oh, the money from FEMA went to the invaders," so they're building up resentment. And so I'm also inclined to think that most of what people see is just propaganda. I remember seeing so many pictures of like huge lines of military age men marching over here. These are archetypal images of enemy troops coming to take over. And to me, that's deep-seated fears. And so I kind of reject it all at this point. And as far as demographic shifts, I have no problem with it. I kind of think that these are inflated fears, and that mostly if you are in a tunnel, if you're in a right-wing tunnel, everybody's a threat to you. But to your other point, I think you're right that I have more to fear or more to contend with when it comes to the normies in my everyday life, the people I live with, the people around me. Much less, so why am I concerned about people out there? To me, it's an abstraction, and I think abstract fears work very well. You try to get into the specifics, there's nothing there. And so I think that a lot of the mind war is just these abstract, kind of vague but ever-present fears that are always looming. And I like to kind of dispel those if I can.
Yeah, well said. I agree. I see too the xenophobic perspective is implanted in the mass consciousness, and there are shifts that do happen. I think that sometimes I've seen where certain communities seem to be shifting in some fashion, but the overarching directive of the fear-based fear-mongering of xenophobia is an implant in the society. And yeah, the approach of trying to navigate the world of those that, I mean, even like the shutdown, I had I was surrounded by people that wanted to tell me what to do. And these are people in my everyday life. And that's where the rubber hits the road. And being able to, at bare minimum, communicate these, for lack of a better term, ideals of awareness and methods to apply a certain sense of critical analysis, critical thinking, media analysis, even going beyond, which is something that is probably further down the road. But as you were saying earlier, Tim, the nature of being able to advertise, if you will, and reach a wider market, then at some point there is a point where there's enough of us that we can literally start trading with each other and have something that is more self-sustainable. But you have to start somewhere, and the philosophic start is the most fundamental foundation to start from, and that is something that can be codified and shared, which has already been shown to be successful within the efforts that's happened here in the Infinite Plane Society. So, yeah, the battle continues. Some aspects of the fears implanted in society are hurdles only of the mind. The other hurdles out there are the ones that we can really bear fruit from, which is reaching those people who are capable of thinking for themselves and somehow managing to get beyond those that would otherwise ignorantly attack for no reason other than trying to protect their religious gods, if you will, whether they be media, political, or actually religious icons. But yeah, there's this thing that's happening here, and in my mind, it blends itself to the analogy of a fire being lit that with enough, let's say, reach, then that fire can expand, no doubt, and be self-expanding in a certain way.
Yes, and we do see how people who join up with big groups become empowered by it, and they feel like they have the authority of this big group backing them, and some people cow to that. And I see collectives like racial collectives or political collectives where they're able to more or less merge with that, and it can be an effective way to grow something because it exists as like an entity. And I think that's where media skeptics need to be. That we will get to a point as a self-aware demographic that the numbers speaks for itself. We don't have to be defensive. If people don't believe it or they reject it, we wouldn't care. We just kind of move forward without asking for approval. So what's nice about what we're doing here is we're not asking for approval. We're not making concessions. We have to flush out people with agendas. I have some people say, what does it matter if it's fake when Israel's destroying the world or whatever their narrative is? And it's like, okay, so you have now put your group identity ahead of epistemology and your perception of truth itself. And the people who think that fake is secondary to the quote kinetic real thing that is about to happen, they're falling for the same trap. They're putting the simulation ahead of their own cognition, and I think that's what we're moving towards here. It's like this is way beyond group politics. This is way beyond wandering. This is beyond a lot of the phobias and insecurities that they programmed out there. And I think that
it is. Although, if I may, just to address Plain's concerns and his point, we do. I think it would be a mistake to ignore the tool that is being used with that, because it is not really. In a deeper sense, it's not really about race or about nationality or whatever. What it is about a clash of mentalities. Now, we know that the Western culture, the Western type of civilization is being controlled demolition, right? So that much has been verified. And this is a tool that has been used by bringing in a different mentality. So it is not really about race, because if these, people just wear different clothes and have different skin colors or whatever, but if Plain felt that, they liked hockey, like he said, and talk in a certain way, he wouldn't feel it. He wouldn't have that clash. He wouldn't have that reaction. So what it is you bring in different cultures, which do not necessarily need to be of one type or another. It's just different. that sort of shake the boat, the cultural boat, enough to create a friction. You understand? So that to ignore that that is there would also, in my view, be a mistake, because it is clearly a tool being used by the implementers of this, in my view.
Yeah, it comes down to it's not about the country or the people. It comes down to, for me, the culture. Because for like, I don't want to be an example that Reverse talked about was during COVID, when now we have within our culture we have two different cultures: the culture of the people who are embracing the culture of the people that are busy. Busy. You're off mute.
If you
Okay, he's
server mute busy, and then you'll unmute him when later on, because
yeah.
I don't think he's aware that he's unmuted. Sorry, go ahead, Blaine.
So once like within our culture, when we had COVID, we have two cultures. One of the people that don't want to be masked, and then the Tim, can you mute that guy?
Yeah, he's muted now.
No, he's not.
Um,
No,
busy it is,
no, you need to server mute.
or you might have to kick him. Kick him.
Okay, well, really quick here, just for anyone who just got here, this is episode 1 of the IPS Deep Think Tank, and we're going to be meeting here a couple of times a week to discuss a lot of things and lead into the next AutoHoaxCon. And so, just for your information, the next AutoHoaxCon, which will be number 2, is going to be on likely Saturday the 26th. And so, if you want to be a part of it, I'll be posting a flyer, and we'll continue along the same veins, number 1, but more streamlined, more participation, and I think we have a better concept moving forward. So, just a heads up for anyone who just got here, that's kind of what we're discussing. But yeah, go ahead. Play Decoded.
Okay. So then within our own culture, we had this COVID, and so now I don't like being around the culture of the people who embrace COVID, and and I do like being around the culture of people who disregard it and want to like this think tank that we have, the IPS. Like, I'd rather hang out with all of you guys any day than anyone who embraced the COVID psyop, right? So it just comes down to like the culture and what do I want to be around, and that's my thinking about it. So then they're doing a mind war on me by having these people come around, right? That don't mesh with my culture and myself, and it's forced. It's not natural, and there's nowhere for me to go. I can't go anywhere because I live on. I could maybe, but they've made a ball for us to live on where we can't go anywhere, and that's why one of my favorite opiums is that there's more lands somewhere else.
And in general, the newcomers to a strange land will tend to absorb the virtual reality, let's say, the what is presented much quicker than the residents, and so it's like what you were saying about being outnumbered by people who aren't entirely in the rat, Tim. More or less the same tool being used there. So the people that come in do not bring the same mentality and are more prone to accept and adapt to, because they want things to go well for them in their new life. And so they will eventually drown the residents, like you were saying, could happen with the IPS. So it's just a point that is something that we shouldn't ignore, and take into account nonetheless.
Well, let me bring this up too, though, because
Mm-hmm.
if you look at, I mean, this is a whole other topic, but people come into this country or they move to another country, and then you look at their children. The children carry forth the same traditional beliefs. they have the same religion, the same fervor? Do they speak the same language? Do they assimilate? They break away from what they came from? Because I know people who come here from somewhere else, Muslim families, for example, but they become completely westernized and they reject that stuff. They maybe even become far left. I know some far left liberal leftists, and she came from the complete opposite. So, like, I kind of don't really have any idea that there are these racial monoliths that are unchanging, that are going to be naturally conformist. I think it comes down to the level of the individual and
Oh no,
cognition.
that wasn't my point, Tim. That wasn't my point. So what
But
I'm saying is
what I'm
that
saying is, generally speaking,
oh,
though, can it be said that people from other places retain and don't assimilate or break from traditional beliefs? And I think, if anything, the melting pot concept offers the dissolution and the ability to break away from previous constraints, like, for example, a feminism, for example. Maybe you can't practice that in other places. And so the people coming over here from places that are more rigid in their roles may leave with that, but they come over here because they may be leaving that behind. So I kind of don't know yet if that's going
yeah,
to
but it's
be.
like for example, people who were, and I've had contact with, people from what was the behind the Iron Curtain of the Soviet Union. So those countries in Eastern Europe. And what happened was that they, for a long time, did not have access to Hollywood movies, right? So when the gates were open and the Iron Curtain was lifted, they consumed Hollywood movies as if it was this wonderful, marvelous thing, and they overconsumed it, meaning that they were over-programmed. You understand? And so it's not a matter of them carrying their mentalities that will, impose upon the residents. It's that those that come in will be more exposed, more prone to be exposed to the programming than the residents, because the residents already, are established, are settled, and if they were, given enough leisure time, let's say, they could start thinking about other things. A newcomer in a strange land will be more prone to have access to things he never did. And so he will consume everything about that culture, including, of course, the big bulk of the fakery, and become, programmed.
Yeah,
If
yeah,
if
agreed.
you could really mute or kick Busy, because I don't think he realizes that he's unmuted, and he's this is going to be on the recording.
You, you can
Oh,
mute
okay.
them if you go on top. You can mute them individually. Uh, you
Yeah,
just
but
gotta
then it
press
goes
on
in
the.
the recording. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, there it goes. Yeah, I guess one
Yeah.
other point too is that the mind war has people involved in these dialectics, and if you're talking about those, let's say we have 50 media skeptics, fully informed auto hoaxers in the room for 1 hour. That's 50 people, 1 hour, concentrated thought. And if we focus on how do we deconstruct these psyops where people give these side of the road accounts of what's happening down the street in North Carolina, for example, or the latest spate of claims against Diddy. So we're trying to examine in an objective way Cywar as it's hitting us, or we're looking at the connections between these movies, these directors, and the news events. So we're talking about this. We got the best minds on the subject. Now suddenly, someone's like, "Oh, I'm worried about the demographic shift. It's going from being dominated by my racial group, this other racial group." Well, we can talk about that for an hour. Now we just spent an hour with 50 sharp minds in blue pill territory, Normieville concerns. And so I think a lot of these basic Cywar components, left right dialectics that are in the InfoWar, I think we can talk about them from an outside or a higher perspective or an objective perspective, but I'm not going to personalize it and say I'm worried about Haitians in my neighborhood, because it has no place here. It has no place with
Oh,
media
sure.
deconstruction.
Yeah,
And so
of
I'm just saying,
course.
like, as a and so I look at the raft as an escape from all of that. So I think that these are distractions that we should all be aware of. And we can talk about it, but we have to also be aware that yeah, you're likely being played. Because from experience, I can remember when I used to believe all the news and I'd hear this guy, Michael Savage, on air at the night. I was actually worried for my parents. I was worried about gangs from South America and Mexico and MS-13 coming to our city, because there are gang members here, making this place increasingly hostile and dangerous. That was a fear of mine for a long time. And then I realized I was being played. And it's like, I'm just not going to get played anymore. And if somebody's still being played, or they're scared, or they're worried, or
Yeah,
they're concerned, it's like, that's not my problem.
and here's the thing, like plain decoded. Like you need to realize this is a mind war, okay? And yes, the West is under attack. You like all this nationalism stuff, like probably like I gave that up the minute I saw this flat Earth shit. That all that shit went out the window. That doesn't matter anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like you're still holding on to this dichotomy. Like can I? Yeah, and that's great, but you have to realize you also have to accept that we're under attack. Say bye bye to all that shit, all that old Canadian traditions, like just like America. That you have to realize that's gonna be gone. Like this is it. Like you have to let that shit go. And
Oh
anyway,
yeah, I have. I'm just talking about it because uh, I have done that. I actually told Tim on the text. I said Canada's like not Canada isn't like Canada is nothing. So when they talk about in Parliament, when they talk about Canadians want this, Canadians want that. Like I'm a Canadian, supposedly. What's a Canadian? A Canadian is anyone and anything. A Canadian's nothing, and the country is no more. And I've already accepted that. I'm just, I guess,
yeah,
personally,
that's what they're doing. And and you get that bombardment on the news, like with the immigrant and all this shit is just playing into it. So you just gotta like, okay, it's going down. This is it. The front lines have moved from not borders to now it's mental, like literally. So I mean, I don't.
yeah.
The only,
And
the only, sorry, go ahead.
oh, go ahead.
Yeah, the only point that I was bringing to the discussion regarding that subject was let us, do a mental exercise, which is, do you think the immigrants will be leaning towards observing and analyzing the fakery, or will they treat media as if everything it reports there is real? I think they will tend towards the second, and this is on a purpose, and that's why I say it's a tool. So it's not about the race. It's about destabilizing the resident culture on one hand, and on the other hand, increasing the numbers of quote unquote normies, if you like, because it doesn't matter if their religion is different or whatever, as long as they worship the monolith. And you do see integration of these immigrants, of course, and the first thing they do is consume media, is to be involved in media, not from a skeptic point of view, but treating it as something that probably they didn't have with as prevalent in their home countries, something like that. So that
I
is
want to
what I'm
bring,
talking about. Yeah.
before
Yeah.
Mike's crash, before Mad Mike crashed in February of 2020, we were talking about this stuff, and we were talking about getting things translated. And at that time, it had been reported that there were 11 million flat earthers in Brazil. And I thought, okay, wait, there's 11 million people who maybe they don't have the right model, but they're at a certain level of sophistication when it comes to criticizing the bullshit in front of them. So I'm looking at that as, okay, they're rejecting big claims. I follow Japanese flat Earth Twitter accounts because they're hilarious. They do Google Translate, and so I'm seeing that there is this kind of widespread rejection of a lot of that stuff when it comes to the space stuff. I don't know about the other events, but space is a good starting point. It's a great starting point for bringing in people who are at a certain level irreverent about the dominant paradigm and willing to question it, and then also finding humor in it. So I kind of think that the idea of this thing being like auto hoaxing and skepticism being solely here, or a byproduct of people who have already been a part of our mainstream quote culture and fictional universe, that's likely true in a lot of ways, like when it comes to the psyops in general. But when it comes to fake space, I think we have an in. I remember the Indonesian Flat Earth Society. They had 279,000 followers on YouTube before they shut them down. That's twice as big as the biggest flat Earth channels like Jaren. And 279,000 people, Indonesian flat earthers. And you know what happened to them? We're going to set up a conference. I think that the founder and his son were murdered, and they're burnt. Their bodies were found burnt in a car. I remember looking into this, and you know what? I remember when I looked at this, I thought this is crazy because nobody was talking about it. No flat Earth channels, no big channels were like, yeah, the Indonesian Flat Earth Society, their leadership were burned. And I remember at the time thinking, could it be perhaps that maybe their numbers were too big, that perhaps they had to be like shut down or something? In fact, I'll put the article here.
Tend to that. So does it smell fakery?
Not at all. I didn't detect anything fake about this one. It wasn't promoted. It wasn't hyped. It wasn't attended by crisis actors. And no, I looked at it extensively, but I'll pull up some articles from it.
Why would they have to kill them though? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, it wasn't related to this. It wasn't related to Flat Earth. They were killed over something else. But I do recall being strange to me that you have a channel that they were trying to set up a Flat Earth conference. They had 270,000 followers, and they got murdered, and nobody talked about it. Outside of my own channel, literally nobody talked about it. And I thought, that's kind of weird. Imagine if Mark Sargent and Patty Steer turned up dead, burnt to a crisp in the back of a car in some alley. Don't you think it would be talked about? And they weren't as big as the Indonesian Flat Earth Society. And here we have 11 million Brazilians. So I kind of think that skepticism and the philosophical breakdown of media from this perspective might have a wide reach, and it's not bound by anything other than our ubiquitous relationship to the screen. And I think we have a common ground here. I do think skeptics of the world could unite. I put a phrase up here. I think I put auto hoaxers, deprogrammed of the world stage unite. And so who knows how widespread it is, but I think fake space is a way to get a lot of people into the conversation. And it filters out non-critics. People who aren't critical can't even consider the topic. That's the value of the flat earth question. It filters out the non-critical.
Yeah, I was saying just in a sort of jokey tone, is that the communist template? Because workers of the world unites. That sounded. You stole their slogan, right?
Oh yeah, that's the communist slogan. And then I also am stealing "Go forth and set the world stage on fire" from the Jesuit founder Ignatius Loyola. Yeah, I'm definitely appropriating from Weishaupt, Loyola, and Marx. Anyone who's ever had some kind of revolutionary concept, we need to appropriate.
Instead of a hammer and sickle, you can have a blue wrench, and a space station. Something.
So
Awesome.
that's good.
And
That's
a penguin,
good. Yeah.
a blue wrench and a penguin beak.
Yeah. Hammer and sickle, wrench and beak. That's a pretty good.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can AI it. I think the problem of being small, like a small raft, and then you have this entire sea of irrelevance. I think the numbers thing can definitely expand without lowering quality. We can get the quantity, effective outreach, and I think that's going to be auto hooks cons, lots of voices, and then sound bites or segments, and we let the information draw people into the next one because people will want to be at number 3, number 4, number 5 as it picks up steam. If we do these monthly, I think we'll see some significant and sustained growth in our numbers, and it'll be quality contributors.
I bring a side topic. Maybe I could bring it over the live later on if I'm awake. But I don't know if you mind if I do it here.
No, by all means.
Yeah. Could there be a connection? And this question also expands to anyone here. Reverse history, co-penguin, plain decoded, skyfish, and exploring again. Which is, could there be a connection between the Scott Key Bridge being demolished previously and now a hurricane affecting the Florida Keys?
Okay, I see where you're going with this. Francis Scott Key Bridge, Florida Keys, and a few months ago I watched that movie called uh, Roundhouse, which has
Mhm.
Donnie Darko, who's like a Trump proxy, and it takes place in Florida. And one of the main components is this bookstore called the Crystal Key. So the key thing has been a reoccurring theme, and you may be onto something here.
At the time, if you remember, when you were doing a live about the bridge collapse, um, it came to my mind about the papal insignia that has the two keys. Remember that?
Right, the crossed keys. Yes, yes.
Right. Yeah. And so it could be, I don't know, it could be just a hunch of a connection between the collapse, so the demolition of course, in the narrative, the accidental collapse of the bridge, and now the accidental, hurricane that affected Florida Keys, which is one of the main, I believe, tourist areas, isn't it? Or rich areas of Florida, if I'm not mistaken, although I'm no expert in. Come on, guys, don't leave me hanging.
Yeah, something's up with this. And someone had brought up how the Penguin show just came out, and it flashes back to the Batman movie's Flood. So the Flood theme here. But yeah, the Keys, Francis Scott Key Bridge, and it was the Dolly ship that knocked it over, which probably has some deeper significance. But yeah, you're probably picking up on something here within the meta script. And one of the key
And
components
also,
of this,
what?
yeah, go ahead.
Oh well, this hurricane was called Milton, and there was a movie with a hurricane called a disaster named Milton. So, and the process of naming hurricanes, you know what I mean? They do this the year before or whatever. You know what I mean? Like they alternate. Like the M, one year the M will be a guy's name, a male name, and then the next year will be a female name. They alternate like that. So anyway, but they had plenty of time to name these things. So I don't think it's a coincidence that they named this one that actually touched landfall and did all this stuff Milton. You know what I'm saying? Like they chose this one to name it Milton because they knew it was going to hit or whatever.
Yes. Yeah. And wouldn't that be the Paradise Lost, right? Because those people were living in their own, cool environments, and everything was going well, and all of a sudden it's lost, right? So in the narrative, there would be a kind of loop back to Milton's Paradise Lost.
Yeah, yeah, and one of Milton's quotes, which is completely and totally relevant to the mind war topic, is the mind is its own place. It can make itself a heaven of hell or a hell of heaven. Paradise Lost, that's the mind of the auto believer, losing their peace of mind. That's kind of what really we're looking at here is the peace of mind is not meant to be attainable. We're meant to be in the mind war at all times. And this is something that may aggravate people who are deep in the mind war. It does aggravate them. Like, you're not concerned about demographic changes. You're not concerned about geo weapons, geoengineering. You're not concerned about Vaxageddon. And I'm like, no, I'm absolutely not concerned of any of this stuff. My mind is in a place of quiescence right now. because I am a non-believer. And that may infuriate some people because we're not ready when things get kinetic. When have they ever gone kinetic? We've given enough benefit of the doubt to the alarmists out there where now one of the groups that we've more or less excluded has been alarmists. And alarmists who are alarmists who remain among us eventually cease to become alarmists about it and become more analytical, which is what we need.
Anyway, maybe that connection with the keys will prove important later on. So note it down. It may turn into something or nothing. So, and I
I like
still
to
think
mind map these things, and just like for future reference, anything with key references that you see may pertain, we'll just add on to it until we see if there's a discernible pattern.
Mhm. Yeah.
Anyway, I want to say thanks to everyone here who has been a part of this chat. We still have a few more minutes, but what I'm doing is we're going to be doing these more often. It's just a separate podcast, and it'll lead up to the AutoHooks cons, get more ideas out there, and I'll be posting this on the main channel so we can get comments and feedback, and then more people will likely want to join the next one. So if you're subscribed to the newsletters, obviously you'll be given notification in advance before we do these. And so this is just IPS Deep Think Tank, and this has been episode 1. And whenever we're through here, I'm just going to process this as a podcast. So if you missed anything or you want to listen later, I'll be making it available.
Fantastic. Well, this has been a great conversation. I didn't get to, I heard everything from the beginning. I didn't get to jump on right away, but brilliant stuff all the way around through and through, everybody's commentary, and I'm definitely looking forward to the next one. And yeah, I think that this has a great potential to bring people in and have this kind of population of various ideas and subject matters to discuss in a bit of a free-form way. It's really very intriguing and exciting. Good stuff.
Indeed. Thank you.
I'll be on the lookout for some kind of theme music. So I'll put the word out there. Anyone listening, you want to submit something, we want an opening, closing for the IPS Deep Think Tank. So,
Portal Complex had done an intro song or an intro music for that. It's in his channel. I can send you if you like.
send it to me, and
Yeah.
I'll be able to attach it to this and then make it a little more formal, and then people can look forward to it. And yeah, it's a great format. And we used to do
Oh, we
Discord
lost
chats
you.
all the time.
You broke up there. We couldn't hear what you said.
I heard
Okay,
what you
no.
said.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm going to end the recording right now, and just again, thanks all of you for being here, and we'll record another one here in a few days.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome to the IPS Deep Think Tank. So Atlas Shrugs is the idea is he decides to stop holding up the sky. Let's Go says, have you seen JLB's latest video titled Where is Off-World Stage? No, I haven't. I'll have to check it out. So the off-world stage perspective is a perspective that looks at news, entertainment, and our consensus worldview from the perspective that includes media fakery
and the long-term cumulative effect of fake news on what we call history. And off-world stage perspective is a take that is both anti-pro and anti-anti. Complete conscientious objection to the Psy-War, looking at media itself as a conduit for psychological operations. So I'm not taking sides. Media is a liar. And it has an ulterior purpose. It's not just there to inform us, but rather to conform us to a prefabricated worldview. Yeah, if anybody's seen the video, feel free to post a link. I'll take a look. Hopefully it's better than a straw man, because I am opposed to straw man arguments. I steel man people's arguments. And when you do that, you arrive at things that might indicate the thing is kind of erroneous. So for example, there were some who would say the predictive programming elements in movies is the result of a simulation. Well, I'm like, okay, I don't think that's true for a lot of reasons, but let's just say it is true. If true, then every example that we have found of Netflix matching psyops is therefore proof of God. These are little miracles. It's like we've got a million Mandela effects on our hands. Like, we have more examples of the simulation tampering with reality than the Mandela affected people have of documented Mandela effects. So that makes us, like, I don't know, the chosen ones of the simulation to be receiving this information. And I should be looked at as some kind of a high priest. I'm in direct touch with the simulation god. Look, here's my evidence. But all of a sudden now, they don't see that as evidence of their simulation. Like, what happened? What happened to mystifying this stuff? It's because it was propaganda the whole time. But the Steelman argument says, if true, then these other things would also be true. And these other things might just be ridiculous. Andrea says, it's insulting that they give you a sticker for voting as if you're a child. Really? The sticker is the only reason I vote. To me, it's worth it. I'll stand in line. I'll do it all. I want that sticker. Yeah, that's right. They also gave you a sticker for Pokey. And I'm not anti-Pokey. I'm non. See, you don't have to be anti-anything. You can be non. Are you an anti-drinker, anti-smoker if you don't partake? No, you're probably just non. All right, now let's get back on track here. So the off-world stage perspective stands outside of the closed media echo chamber. And what it recognizes is the fact that it is an echo chamber, meaning, like, even Inside Edition said this with regard to the Netflix show Lupin. It said it has echoes of the robbery of the crown jewels. Now, someone had said, oh, another Netflix movie correlation, and they just cherry-picked like 50 movies about jewelry heists and said, hey, how come you're not looking at these ones? And I'm saying, because we don't cherry-pick. We specifically look for the stuff that is concurrent, because you can't refute it. We narrow the range of possibilities. This isn't Texas Sharpshooter. We're just looking at the formulaic application of this echo chamber effect. And so what separates it, though, is it's not just that the Netflix show had an episode that mirrored the crown being stolen. It's that this is a repeated pattern, but also the crown jewels being stolen made international news. Everybody was talking about it. It's one of those things where, okay, it's being put on every screen. What's the reason? But second, the timing of it correlated with the No Kings protest. And in the show, they were stealing Marie Antoinette's necklace. So Marie Antoinette beheaded at a No Kings protest, essentially. So you not only have the Netflix and the news event matching, but you can also add in the worldwide protests and the essential theme. So now that's another layer to it. So that's what we're describing here. Like, this is a predictable pattern. And when I talked to fakeologists, I hadn't heard about the Crown story, but I said the fact that it's so heavily promoted means it's likely part of a psyop, because they are, of course, always engineering events to steer our history along predetermined lines. And sure enough, as I've said before, if it's fake, you're going to find some Netflix or Hulu equivalent of it to make sure it reaches critical mass. And what did we see again? And it wasn't just us. Inside Edition and other media outlets have spoken about this. And Inside Edition said echoes of Netflix. Another point, off-world stage does not mean that you turn off your TV and you tune it all out. That would be uninformed, which you might argue is better than being misinformed, which is everybody else. But what I advocate here is taking the position of the informed disbeliever. So I'm not watching TV, the news media, I'm not consuming it as they are, but I'm watching more how the consumers are consuming it and what it's putting into their heads. They're being programmed. And so when I say they're being programmed, what does that mean? It means they're being conditioned to accept the program. The program being the list of fake events that will be inserted into our collective history. You're being subconsciously prepared for fake events when you're following the program. And that's why people react so hard. That's why they get emotional. How many people have thrown away their careers? I mean, pilots have been grounded, teachers fired, students expelled because they were cheering for the death of Charlie Kirk. Well, these people didn't think critically about it. They didn't arrive at the conclusion that it might have been a psyop, but rather they react as though it's true. Like, oh, it's on the screen. Let me go emote. If you harken back to the origin of skepticism, Pyrrho, it described this process, which it had the word ataraxia, which I think is like quiescence, inner peace. And what they realized was that by suspending judgment repeatedly over events that may not be true and waiting for facts to emerge, you actually liberate yourself from these knee-jerk reactions, reflexive reactions. And what that means is they achieve a state of inner peace. And I've noticed that truthers tend to be very panic-driven, screeching. Why aren't you active? You know, the ones who are getting in the streets, the ones who are running up the Capitol Hill, you know, the activists, they feel like they get to fight, fight, fight. And on the other hand, I'm saying, no, we should be in our ivory tower, in recliners. And we've been looked down on. We used to be looked down on for that. Maybe we still are. Some people say to me, like, you should be taking sides. And I'm like, I'm not going to take sides on anything in the political horseshoe. So yeah, some truthers who are fighting the info war see me as a draft dodger. Like, I'm contemptible, I'm a coward. But no, quite the opposite. Because if you really think about it, there has not been a break in this pattern. Jamarin May says, all part of the energy siphoning process. Well, we have limited bandwidth. And you could expend it all on some event. And the more people emotionally react and invest in something, the harder it is for them to detach from it later. You know, they become immersed in an alternate reality game, and good luck pulling out of it. Because that gets into the area of ego. One of the final guardrails. Many of those who get over the bloody guardrail are still held back by the ego. It's hard to admit that you've been lied to and duped. Wasn't hard for me though, because I broke away from religion early on. Like, you know, I realized, and it's just a little cynicism, I guess. But if someone's going to try to prove to us or demonstrate to us that we're wrong for rejecting the world stage as a perspective, as a starting point, they have a lot of work ahead of them, because our empirical research and recorded observations and our discussions over the years have all centered around the provable, demonstrable tampering with our collective history via the mechanism of fake news, aka psyops. And what really kills the coincidence explanation, for those who want to suggest that we're not actually unmasking psyop content in movies, the Erica Kirk conundrum is what they have to contend with now. So what is the Erica Kirk conundrum? Well, whenever we discuss these fake events, it is already implicit that we're talking about actors reading scripts. These are staged events, just like a movie, but they're just presented as real. Now, given that they are actors, nothing they say is coincidental. And if what they say perfectly matches what happened in yesterday's premiering #1 show on Netflix or Amazon, well, then you can say, okay, this fits the pattern. The characters in the movie are mirroring the supposed real-life character. And generally speaking, that's the pattern. But the thing with Erica Kirk is that she's the principal character in a psyop. And she hasn't just disappeared into the news cycle, but now she's an active part of the bigger story. Having taken over TPUSA, she has a very public life now as far as her public appearances are broadcast. We all see them. So they've built up this character. So we can safely say that everything she's done since the assassination has been according to script. Now here's the problem for those who believe it's all coincidence, is that her character on the world stage has pretty much followed, scene for scene, her corresponding characters in Hulu's The Tempest, and of course we have these other examples. Snake Eyes, the Heads of State 2025, but specifically The Tempest. The Tempest really makes a big point too about how the widow is staging her grief now and may have been part of the plot. So there's some overlapping events that rule out that it's all just coincidental. Like, how is this character's script matching this Hulu character? You can't just say it's just a coincidence now. And if you can't say it's just a coincidence, well, then you have to supply the answer. Well, then what's behind it? And again, the long term, so for the last probably 20 years or something, the go-to explanation was, it's a higher than man thing. We can't understand it. Like, there's been almost this refusal to really think about the implications of it. But I think Occam's razor bears it out that the simplest explanation here is that the entertainment media is totally co-opted for the purposes of psychological warfare. And I think the reason why this topic has not been explored until the IPS think tank is because to explore it is to yield answers. And those answers could be very disruptive if they were thought about by a large number of people. Because again, we've all heard about sellouts. You know, when we think about sellouts, we just think about artists who've compromised their integrity for money, for fame, whatever. But what we're talking about here are directors whose work is provably connected to these simulated events. And by provably, I mean just the fact that their work is particularly aligned with it, with all the right components, means they're getting it from the same source. They're having psyop content, psyop reinforcement content put in their movies and books. That's a scandal, at a minimum, right? I mean, shouldn't it be scandalous to think that your favorite movie directors get some kind of a folder from the Central World News Services. Yeah, we need these elements in your movie. We need a symbolic this. But these are the points. And this, what I'm describing now, is the observable pattern where it is predictable. The fact that this Louvre Museum robbery was mirrored in Netflix is something that we essentially predicted. Now, one of the greatest examples is Butler, Pennsylvania, because I can point to nearly a dozen or more very specific, very popular movie entertainment examples of a Trump-esque character surviving a head wound or getting shot at. This is a very great example of both the predictive and the concurrent programming. And when we say something's fake or something's likely staged, we're not solely relying upon the visuals, because you can't always tell. We're looking at the wider media ecosystem, and one of the biggest indicators is real-time entertainment cyber reinforcement content. And the Trump one, almost unparalleled. Remember that movie poster, "Thine ears shall bleed"? But going down the list, you know, the Captain America, the Homelander season finale. You had the Batman Cape Crusader. You had the Mickey 17 one that's pretty big. Came a little bit after. Beetlejuice. We had the magazine covers that were even talked about by Laura Loomer. But the media environment was increasingly saturated with it. Francis Ford Coppola with Megalon, Make Rome Great Again, with a Trump-esque character survives an assassination attempt. I mean, I was looking at A Man in Full, repurposed to represent Trump being taken out. But it was, again, this reinforcement content was really peaking as we led up to Butler. And when that was going on, we were expecting it. We were talking about it that day. So when we're talking about this model having the ability to give you some indicator of what's to come, that's what we're describing here. We're extrapolating based on what is being pumped into the minds of the programmed. What's on the program? That's what I'm asking. So I'm not making predictions like the sky will fall on 11/11, or we're going to be, I'm not putting forth anything like that. I'm saying based on what is being put into the minds of these large swaths of the population, they're being conditioned to accept something as inevitable. What is that something? And that's the kind of question we should be asking. And when we ask that question, we arrive at, oh, Trump's going to get it. We arrive at, it looks like we're being conditioned to accept some kind of disease X, mind viruses that necessitate censorship. It looks like we're being conditioned to accept the reality of fallout. You know, these are patterns. And hindsight is often 20/20 on this type of stuff, but you can read the curve under the presupposition that our history is pre-written and it's foreshadowed. And this bears out. The Charlie Kirk thing, one of the great psyops of all time, I think. This is like a JFK scale thing. But one of the things it has provided us is a window into the timeline of these things. Because logically speaking, and this is based on the very specific elements put into all of the concurrent programming for this event, it would tell us that the PSYOP script preceded Snake Eyes, the earliest example of Charlie Kirk foreshadowing, which means the event was scheduled 27 plus years ago. So we're talking about our collectively agreed upon worldview has elements that are planned 30 years in advance? Yes. Yes. The year 2055 is already scheduled, whatever is going to go down. And certain directors, certain writers, certain musicians are getting money, or some kind of reward, for inserting these ideas and themes into their content. And they may not have to know the full purpose of it. Like, hey, we need you to make a movie, and can you go ahead and blow up the Space Needle? Sure. we need to make a movie. Can you go ahead and have some Islamic terrorists fly into a building? Like, so you can see how the specific components can be handed to any number of content creators, writers, directors, and they wouldn't have to know the full purpose of it. It's like, here's some puzzle pieces to put in your movie. It's product placement for fake events. Influencing people's opinions to accept things as inevitable. Steve Vasilev says, IPS, what's your take on that asteroid that's supposedly coming our way? Interesting question. I mean, obviously, anything is fakeable. They can fake it in the movies, they can fake it in real life. And, you know, Rosie O'Donnell said the strangest thing. She's organizing a blackout. She wants everybody to turn off, to shut down everything. Don't go to work, don't buy anything. She's organizing a blackout to shut down Trump's economy or something. And we were talking about this earlier. Rosie O'Donnell said something about the Butler shooting. She said it was Hinky, which kind of sounds like John Hinckley Jr. Hinky. Jurassic Liars had pointed out that Rosie O'Donnell, who's always been in this dialectic with Trump ever since he called her a pig, that it contains Donald and Rose. Some interesting connections there possibly, with the Hinckley thing too. You know, Reagan's resurrection following the Hinckley shooting, all really does connect to Butler. If we get into the subtext of these things, Lord Laney says, if we keep using AI to pick apart the metascript, they're going to lobotomize it. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're using, I have Perplexity Pro. We're using Perplexity to start filling out, and we're going to engineer some AI bots, some AI agents to assist in this. We need to recreate a historic narrative of essentially mirroring the mainstream, but then also having a second column. This is the alternative version, as in the alternative media's version, and then the off-world stage perspective, because these are three distinct perspectives, which I describe as MSM, MSM plus, which are the subsets, and then MSM minus, the subtractive view, our view, the view from outside of the closed system. What's up, Mango Penguin? Thanks for joining. I'm not into doomsday predictions or any kind of idea that anything's going to end either. It doesn't end. We're not in the end times, but they would like you to think so, because if you think you're in the end times, I think they can get a little more out of you. Sense of urgency, you know, like FOMO. Got to get your bunker. Got to get with the right tribe. Got to order your ammo and MREs. And with the advent of the nuke, they put us in the end times. If you believe in that, you have to believe we're in the end times. If you believe in planet-killing asteroids, you kind of have to be, that has to be included in your worldview. And these are what I'd call hyperstitions. Well, what are called hyperstitions, I think it's Baudrillard. He described what we live in right now as hyper-reality. And I think he would have arrived at similar conclusions to what we have. Were the nature of this echo chamber even accessible to an outsider at that time? The only reason we have any insight into this at all is, I think, because of things like September clues, and of course, Sandy Hook, and similar events. And only because of the social media has enabled the small subgroup of conspiracy theorists who notice fakery to fester. They didn't stamp this out. Because you know that media fakery isn't really discussed in the alternative media. we have to keep in mind that they've always been masquerading as, closer to the truth because they call themselves truthers. Plain Dakota says, lately all this stuff sometimes gives me a despair feeling. I do feel oppressed as well as I go on the hamster wheel. It's just bread and circuses. We're being entertained. They're entertaining us as a form of government. I mean, if you think about it, this might be utopia. I'm still reading, because I have like an addiction to books, but I read too many at a time. And right now I'm in the second half of Hermann Hesse, The Glass Bead Game, Magister Ludi, Master of the Game. And it's about this future, this utopia. And what I find funny about it is that the main character's name is Joseph Connect. And he's always and the whole book is about this quote game where it just seems like it's in this perfect future and people just sit around talking about man's past and history and they're connecting things. And it seems like they're reverse engineering or it's all really about aesthetics. And it's very ivory tower. But anyway, looking at it, I see it as sort of comparable to what we're doing. And so I think of connect, like connect the dots. Like here we are looking at a psychological warfare zone that we know to be essentially simulated and fake. And kind of in a detached way, trying to come to an understanding of it all and making a game out of it. And that's kind of what I mean. It's like, I feel like, if anything, like this is not a game necessarily. And it's not that I'm doing it for entertainment. But it does have this quality to it. I don't know if that makes sense. Because I'm not saying I don't take it seriously. But in a way, it means that things aren't as serious as we would think. Like, isn't it good news that all those kids didn't get blasted at that school? Isn't it good news that we're not in the end times? Or that the thing in 2020 may not have been a thing? That it's safe to eat undercooked bat soup? So what exactly does this mean? Well, this is what the term ataraxia refers to, is peace of mind. So if the whole idea of psychological warfare is to put a war in your mind, then what does it mean to have stepped out of that mind war? Well, it means the opposite, quiescence, peace of mind. Like, I have peace of mind with regard to the world. Now, my own personal life may be different, but I've disconnected myself from giving too much time, or too much rather, bandwidth to things that I know to be illusory. Lowry says, Marcus Aurelius, we only have the present to keep it. Lord Laney says, at some point I'm betting the king's jester realized he could usurp the king's throne by keeping him transfixed to their medieval play, bypassing him and becoming the new ruling jester cult. Yeah. Well, we're looking at Bread and Circus Clowns, and Bread and Circuses 2025. It's a more sophisticated iteration of what has been successfully used before and perfected. The New World Order isn't coming. That was one of Alex Jones's big things, was if we don't stop, it's going to happen. It's like, no, the New World Order is the old one. It's just the new iteration, like your iPhone. And every so often it gets updates. And the latest update is AI, generative AI. And generative AI has significant implications for mass perception, for trust in media, and possibly even the deliberate engineering of chaos so people demand stricter controls. You know, like that movie Equilibrium with Christian Bale, where the future, in order to maintain peace of mind, they have to get rid of all content, like all art. Everyone's just drugged. But anything inflammatory is just removed. And they've achieved equilibrium through Psy-War. As Orwell said, war is peace. I would say Psy-War is peace. What else we can discuss today? So the main topic today, history bending, is simply that there is a measurable, observable, long-term effect of fake news on what we call history. That the simulated events that are collectively agreed upon do in fact steer the worldview. And there is a worldview monopoly exerted through this influence, and the influence isn't merely limited to what they show us on their boring news channels, but they infuse it throughout the entire media ecosystem within entertainment. And they get us to accept the premise within entertainment, to pre-react and take sides in advance in the hypothetical, in the fictions, in the stories. So all of the stories that reach critical mass are there to bolster the history. And the history, of course, is according to a program, a script that is provably, demonstrably prepared decades in advance. And again, this is one of my themes lately, is it seems that there's a deliberate effort out there to prevent us from really going here. Because once you can stand on what you know, with regard to the structure of planted components relating to future fake events and how that process is repeated and how it goes up to the currently released content, once you see that, then you can definitively say, okay, the major events are pre-planned, like big kayfabe historic events. And knowing this, you can point to the influencers at work. And so I don't think that's something they want us to really think about. What does it mean when you could say, oh, well, Osama bin Laden didn't do 9/11. No, that was done by Kubrick, James Cameron, Tom Clancy, and about 1,000 other directors and writers who all prepared us for the event in advance. And the fake events can be looked at as myths. Like religions, they manufacture myths, manufacture histories. And then another point I've been making is that anybody focused on ancient history being tampered with, alternative models of history, mud flood theories, I think they're involved in a mass distraction campaign to distract us from looking at recent faked history. Because again, there's no culprits. There's no one who could be held accountable. There's no one that you can really point to when it comes to ancient history or a few hundred years back. But if we're looking at recent history and living directors and writers, well, yeah, at a minimum, they can be called sellouts. But for me, the question isn't really about whether or not they're going to suppress it, because I just don't know how far this information can really go. You know, are people prepared to accept it? I mean, to me, it's like, at this point, it's just common sense, you know, looking at media this way. You know, like you start a school year, and the teachers all talk in advance when are we going to have the fire drills, or if they're going to do a school shooting drill. Hey, on this day, we're going to have a school shooting drill. You plan these things in advance. It's not that difficult to imagine that major events require years of planning. And they can use drills to set the stage, to put components in place. I mean, that one of the other elements that we don't talk about enough is that the big fake events are often attended by, if not always, by drills that also eerily resemble it. So we talk about eerie coincidences in entertainment. Let's talk about eerie coincidences in drills. You can't explain that away. That's another level to the pattern that diminishes the ability to wave it away as mere coincidence. Case in point, London bombing. London bombing was eerily mirrored by the BBC documentary that was about Islamic terrorism bombing the subway. During the bombing, there were 2 drills going on. Well, there's a drill and 2 tunnels. And the drill involved bombs. And the tunnels where the drills were happening are the exact tunnels where the actual bombs went off in the terror attack. So you got the entertainment version, you got the news event, and you have the drills. People ask, well, how could they have done 9/11 in the middle of broad daylight with all those people? How do you know those people were there? Because on that day, and this is, you can look it up, there were many dozens of drills going on. Well, a drill is a closed movie set. If you're doing a drill, people who aren't a part of it aren't in it. You see, it's a closed set. So you have dozens of closed sets. How hard is it going to be to maintain that seal? And the fact that these events are attended by drills also presupposes pre-planned. And drills would be an excellent cover to maneuver resources into place. And that's been the pattern. T-Ross says the audio sounds great, by the way. Oh, good. I'm outside. It's still nice out. And the phone's not overheating anymore. I think we're in the first day of Scorpio. Lord Laney says, dig up Edward Bernays and blame him. Yeah, it's fun to point out that Bernays is related to Sigmund Freud, and the co-founder of Netflix, first CEO, was their descendant, descended from the same family. Because Freud, we're talking about subconscious, what's beneath the hood. Edward Bernays, how to manipulate the masses as a mass. And then you find out that Netflix purchased all of your DMs and your browser histories for Facebook. Plain Decoded says, I had no awareness of any sort of alternative thinking about the way media consumed prior to 2008 or 7. Frank Castle says, is there anything besides newsbenders that shows that extreme point of view similar to it? You know, that's a good question. And I'm thinking not, but there could be. I discussed that book last night, In the Country of the Blind. In the Country of the Blind is about a small group that controls history. The Foundation series is out right now, and it has this element of future history. Not quite analogous, but it kind of gets there. But I think this is one of those banned ideas. And I think it's important to be able to entertain hypotheticals. Like, don't straw man the argument and say, oh, they're writing history in advance. That's impossible. That's ridiculous. And just kind of wave it away. Or who's they? They ask these questions like, as though the question itself invalidates the premise. It's like, well, we don't have all the answers. We're just looking at the structure of it, the observable structure. And the existence of predictive programming contains the idea of foreshadowing, that if it's a reoccurring thing, then what we're seeing right now has some relevance to what's to come. And the relevance emerges through its influence on the programmed. We're being given scripts, essentially, through entertainment to get us to align with their future. I mean, it is really pretty much like advertising. There's a science to it. It's an art. Good One Day says, Newsbenders is probably a fluke that it got made and broadcasted. Right, I think so too. I mean, it's like Black Mirror stuff. They could probably put it into science fiction. But the idea that they're writing the news file. Okay, well, Wag the Dog. So Wag the Dog actually is a good example. Because Wag the Dog is not only about news bending, about PR stunts, about the government using Hollywood to manufacture events to influence public opinion. on the fly even. Like, okay, that right there is a pretty strong premise, and I think that it does show us something about the power of media and how media could serve government in such a way and warp the opinions of masses. But the movie also contained a storyline that mirrored the Monica Lewinsky Bill Clinton scandal and the subsequent reaction to the scandal, and Bill Clinton using the media to hype up some bombing near an area that affected ethnic Albanians. And in Wag the Dog, they manufactured a war in Albania in order to distract from the scandal. So you do have that, Wag the Dog. But Wag the Dog isn't like a one-off. It's not just an anomaly. That's the thing, too. These aren't anomalies. Inside Edition even commented on the crown jewels theft coinciding with Netflix. But it's not a random thing. It's actually a structural thing, and it's predictable. And I reiterate that it's predictable. I said, if the Charlie Kirk thing is fake, we're gonna see this, and we saw that. I said, if this thing is fake, we're gonna see relevant, contemporary, concurrent programming in some mass media outlet. So the predictability of it and the way that we've been extrapolating from what's happening in the now continues to vindicate our model. And our model is essentially the recognition that the world stage exists. It's a closed system. It's a selective worldview, representative of a monopoly. And it's built upon the presupposition that what came before is essentially true. Like, we're just looking at the architecture of the Truman Show. And no, the Truman Show is not going to end. It could end for you individually. Dave movie 2. Yeah, King Ravana, the good one. Dave movie. That's the one where the body double has to take over for the president. Is that the one? Like, I sometimes entertain the hypothetical that our president is essentially a figurehead. I mean, in a way it really is, if you think about this thing as just a big show. But too valuable a character for some random, just the vagaries of fate, maybe a heart attack or car wreck. You can't just have someone like that die. Not if it's a historic personage that has to last a certain duration. So you would need to have body doubles on hand. They have to be replaceable. And if they're replaceable, if they're a construct, it's not a position of real power. It could therefore be essentially played by any number of actors. All right, so here we are. 72 people live, 10/22/2025. We're discussing history bending. History bending is the only real conspiracy. All the other conspiracy theories are part of a meta-conspiracy, which is to keep you locked up on rabbit trails that are paved, pre-paved, not new, not leading you off world stage. The only real conspiracy is history bending, and it's accomplished by news bending. With the complicity of the public, which is largely engineered, consent is manufactured via the mechanism of bread and circuses, entertainment. But the only real conspiracy is a successful conspiracy, and it's conspicuous that none of the conspiracy theorists have noticed it. And we point it out, and they don't want to hear it. Conspiracy theorists who live in this realm of questioning everything, but never really settling. It's always vague. They're always in the fog of Psy-War. But they're the last ones to want to entertain the idea that there's a present ongoing conspiracy that we can all point at. Frank Castle says, best info available, always cutting edge. Thank you, Tim. I will champion your work until I die. Hey, I appreciate that. I will too. I'm 100% committed to this thing, the think tank. And the work of the think tank is going to go now in the direction of imposing the MSM standards on Trutherville, and they can't take it. We're outside of their purview, outside of their realm of experience, and they only have the assumption that they're correct, and their assumption is built upon an edifice of lies. And I'm not trying to change the minds of the influencers, but we're destroying the credibility of the guardrails they defend. And if they're still defending these guardrails after we've incinerated them, then they just look very questionable. But we know that there are enough people among their audiences who are deprogrammed enough to understand the premise of off-world stage, who would then make that exodus. And if you're not off-world stage, you can't fake it. Noticing conspiracies, noticing psyops isn't enough. If you cannot connect the psyop to the broader media ecosystem and the psy war and the long-term effects of concerted news manipulation, then you have not recognized the model. And if you have not recognized the model and its program, then you can't step outside of it. We coined the term metascript, and we've appropriated world stage in order to articulate this, because we are indeed a separate demographic that has never been platformed. And the next phase is increasing the number of people who are taking the off-world stage perspective. And now that we have a strong core and we've codified this, that's why I put out the book, Handbook for the Recently Deprogrammed, A Skeptic's Guide to the Theater of Psy-War. There are enough of us that now we can expand numbers-wise without losing quality, because those who know and understand it will police it. We have to police it, and it's just going to be done naturally. And those who are on stage anyway will want nothing to do with it. They will bitterly cling to their guardrails and their orthodoxies and their narratives. They will not leave the political horseshoe. And I say, yeah, leave them to it. Have your Q pipe, snort your red pills, drink the Kool-Aid at Alex Jonestown, or have a blue pill. Like, it's none of our business. We're not proselytizing. But if you want to live in objective reality and get out of the divergence, if you want to exit the Truman Show, just look past the pile of ashes where all these guardrails were, and you'll see it. What's up, Psyop Sidecar? Mango Penguin says, our spirit animals know everything. Yeah, our spirit animal is the penguin. And the penguin is the outsider in the sense that it's at the bottom of the ball or the edge of the pizza disc flat earth, or however you want to look at it. But they exist in a harsh environment, on the fringe, the deepest diving birds. They maintain heat by conspiring, by breathing together in a huddle. And on the water, they form into rafts. And I describe this as a raft because we remain buoyant on the sea of irrelevance, the sea of misinformation, which submerges everyone else. And if you're not on the raft, it's because you're not buoyant. And if you're not buoyant, it's because you've got red pills in your pocket. You've got propaganda elements that keep you rooted on the world stage, that keep you immersed in that alternative. It's I think Truman Show is one of the best analogies. It's just a world framed by certain lies and presuppositions. Baudrillard called it hyper-reality, where fiction and fact have been so merged that they're indistinguishable. And if you think about the psyop-informed worldview the average person has, yeah, that definition fits. It's hyper-reality. Psyop Sidecar, did you get the images I sent you? Oh, I'll check those out when I get back in. My phone battery is about to die, so I want to say thanks, everyone, for your comments and your thoughts. We're going to continue to flesh out these ideas. I'm working on a 45-minute breakdown of the world stage, history bending, the psyop entertainment complex in a way that will be intelligible to anybody and hopefully entertaining. So this is just me kind of getting some ideas out because I think it's very important that we consolidate it all. And I'll use that as a basis for my book promotional events And that's kind of the next stage. So thanks for joining. We'll talk again soon. Lean Dion says propaganda anchors. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Go to ips.monster and subscribe to the newsletter. I set up a Chromebook that I have, so I'm going to try to get the archives put back up. It's just I'm in this 21st, transitional period. 2025. Things will be stabilized. The IPSD program. Space, Netflix follows psyops. There's this, or Netflix imitates psyops. There's this relationship between what happens in entertainment and on the world stage, as we often point out. And it shouldn't really be a point of contention. We've demonstrated this. It's formulaic. Say it's systemic fakery. The systemic fakery. There is evidence that mainstream entertainment is synchronized with world-shaping news events that happen to be simulated. And those of us who have figured out the off-world stage perspective have no problem with this, because we include this in our assessment. We include psyops, media fakery, propaganda insertions into mainstream movies as a form of product placement for psyops. That's the best way to describe it, far better than all previous explanations, the weakest of which is it's just a coincidence. But that seems to be the popular one now. A lot of people who formerly espoused more, I guess, fantastic or even mystical explanations have actually opted for the very basic, it's just a coincidence and you're crazy for noticing. But we continue to notice, and what I've been saying here is that what we have is a model. The world stage, our manipulated timeline via the program, the metascript, the impositions onto reality, the things that they add onto history, the way that lies build on narratives. We're just talking about our collective worldview and how it's being steered. Like, this is not a conspiracy theory. Like, we have a working model. And what I mean by this is it explains what we're perceiving and observing far better than the mainstream version and way better than the conspiracy theory version. We're accounting for the fact that media is basically built upon an edifice of fake news, bent history. So I've introduced the term history benders or history bending to describe the cumulative effect of nonstop news bending events. If you're familiar with the 1968 play Newsbenders, it was about a journalist moving up in the ranks and he finds out at the higher levels that they write the news 5 years in advance. Well, I'm suggesting it's much further in advance. And it's not about writing the day-to-day news. It's about planning far ahead, world-shaping, worldview-shaping psyops, events that will be added to our history books. And when I mean added, I mean they're simulated and treated as real. And it's more common than you would think. Like, pretty much every major event follows the same pattern. So we've been discerning fake from real, not just to call it fake and just, cynically call it fake and don't make any deeper connections. Because we're not just talking about this is one side manipulating the other, because it's on both sides. We're pointing out how this fakery has a purpose. And the purpose is what I refer to as the world stage, which is our collective Truman Show and our collectively agreed upon version of what just happened. But it's demonstrably true here that our history is bent. So now, as far as our model goes, we're not here making predictions in the sense of we're having a one-to-one relationship between we saw it on the TV, so it's going to happen exactly like that. No, it's far more dispersed. What I'm suggesting here is that there's a pattern to fake events, and they all contain the same facets. When the Charlie Kirk thing happened, I didn't know it was fake or real. I just said, it looks real. But if it's a hoax, it's going to have these indicators. I wasn't reliant on what we saw on TV. I went by the surrounding information, including the real-time alignment of Charlie Kirk and his death, and then his wife's takeover of TP USA, and how it mirrored the show The Tempest, which came out that day. And these movies overlap in so many ways. I mean, it's actually, I'm not gonna say it's ridiculous because it's predictable. It's not even shocking anymore. But again, getting back to my point here, that we have a working model in that it contains predictability. The reason we use the term predictive is because hindsight, you're looking back and you're like, wait a minute here, we should have seen all this. They're telling us in advance. They're preparing us like advertisement. Think of it as product placement. They're putting future history into our heads in advance. They're sculpting our opinions in advance. And again, it's systemic, it's inescapable. So this brings us back to, or up to speed with yesterday. Yesterday I was live with Fakeologist, as we're going to be every Monday. And he was talking about the crown jewels stolen from the Louvre. And we looked at this thing and I said, it's because it's been blasted on all these networks. It's one of these ubiquitous stories. It's probably fake. And he agreed, and we were just talking about how you have these engineered events that are not even treated like true crime scenes, but are used to engage the masses in some kind of, it's basically PR stunts. But it has a myriad of reasons attached to it. So we were asking, what's the point of this particular hoax? And we had a number of ideas. But right afterwards, someone in the comments had pointed out, we just had the No Kings protest. So isn't it interesting that we have the No Kings protests and then the crown jewels get swiped? So I thought, okay, that's kind of a hoax indicator because we're talking about it's not just movies. It's movements. It's like BLM. It's like the MAGA. All these things are reflected in the movies pretty much when it comes to these things. So the No Kings protest would have everything to do with the crown jewels being stolen. Not a difficult leap, but do we know it's real or fake? Well, the next thing you know, someone points out, hey, on Netflix is a show called Lupin about a guy breaking into the Louvre and stealing the necklace of Marie Antoinette. So here again, it's Netflix, because somebody said, oh, you guys just binge watch Netflix to know what's going to happen on the news. It's like, no, I don't binge watch, but I noticed that Netflix is an established propaganda vector, and it's heavily featured in everything. That's why I've been jokingly calling this place Planet Netflix, and I'm just saying we've been vindicated. So not only does this character in this show Lupin that's out right now want to steal the necklace of Marie Antoinette, but think about it. What happened to her? Decapitation? Kind of a No Kings protest? So now you see a connection between the decapitated Marie Antoinette, her necklace, the stolen crown jewels, the No Kings protest, and Netflix. And it's not just us, because I heard about this on Inside Edition. Somebody posted a link to an Inside Edition story. So Inside Edition said that this story has echoes of Netflix. And I'm like, isn't that interesting? Because I've been saying that this is an echo chamber. That there's no meaningful distinction between news and entertainment because it all exists within the same echo chamber. And it even encompasses sports. It encompasses all the celebrity drama, all the internet influencers that are, pretty big and who are, again, we're talking about established propaganda conduits. Let me get to your comments. Plain Decoded, Jorge Glockington says, Penguinati. American Fathers, let's go. Reality Witness, thank you. IPS Lightning Fund. Yeah, the IPS is moving forward. We are now imposing our MSM standards in Lutherville. And a lot of people are kicking and screaming. We had someone fighting for 40 hours straight, I don't think she slept, on Twitter, trying to convince us that these are all just merely coincidences, yet simultaneously agreeing that the events are fake. And what I've been working on here is creating a series of infographics and a 45-minute talk to break it down in a way that makes it easy to comprehend. Because I understand it's not easy to understand. If you have accepted news as essentially real your entire life, if you're not aware of just how bent our news is, there'll be a bit of a paradigm shift. And when you find out how bent our history is, it's a paradigm shock. And what we're doing is we are raising the standards. When I say imposing, it's sort of the same thing, but I just don't think that we should treat the alternative media like they're any different than the mainstream. We should hold them in just as high contempt. Because what they're doing is contemptible. They're propagandists. They're mind warpers. This is mind control. That's what we're actually looking at. And why do truthers get a pass? Because they have good intentions. Because normies in Normieville have good intentions. But both of them are, as they say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So Lord Laney says, Mr. Osmond of IPS, what do we do once Hollywood Babylon falls completely Babel style? Interesting question. Valid question. In fact, I have a lot to say about that. Hollywood Babylon, as it connects to the Babylon working and the New Age goddess, and Barbie, interestingly. We talked about this when Barbie came out. Barbie came out alongside Oppenheimer, and there's some fascinating connections there. But the idea with the Barbie movie, which I analyzed, I called it the pink mass, a reference to the black mass, just basically suggesting that that is a literal idol. The movie made a big deal about Barbie Land, which I think was Babylon. But if you didn't see it, the movie opens up with a 50-foot tall Barbie in a black and white striped bikini, showing one eye, doing the wink, as these little girls playing with dolls are told by the narrator that they're being conditioned to a life of drudgery as mothers. And they take the little dolls and they dash their heads on the rocks, and Barbie approves. So I don't know if you've seen it, but it's worth looking at. American Father says, just ordered a new book, brother. Bent History Benders. Thank you. And the term history benders is in the book. The reason for getting the book out is because I knew that my life was going to hit some chaos. And just in case everything rock bottoms and I get out of touch or something, I wanted to have all these ideas consolidated. Because this is the work of 7 years of the IPS think tank analyzing media and arriving at conclusions and eventually better conclusions. And right now I think that the Handbook for the Deprogrammed, a skeptic's guide to the theater of Psywar, is needed for us to consolidate the right people and the right ideas. Because Trutherville, alt media is compromised. It's all controlled by the same mainstream interests. It's the foil. It's the you got the split here down the middle. It's perfectly bifurcated. You got to be anti-anti. It's not enough to be anti the pro. You have to be anti-anti and anti-pro. If you take an anti-position on anything, you're basically aligning yourself with a bunch of suckers or brainwashees, media literalists. I had a short conversation via comments with Lynn Erdell, and she raises this point that you have to take a side sometimes, like when the National Guard comes out, just paraphrasing. And I'm saying, no, I am not going to take sides with people who live in the world stage. The off-world stage perspective doesn't take sides. It exists outside the political horseshoe. And when you can see it, and this is why they don't want us to see it, when you can see the world stage, you're going to step off of it. What's the point of engaging? We're analyzing it like anthropologists. Like if you can imagine the masses of humanity are sitting before a giant screen, most of them have their faces pressed up against it, and it's their primary frame of reference. We're talking about media in general, from all platforms, and including bent history, our worldview, and our worldview's distortion. That's our frame of reference, collectively. The conspiracy theorists go further. They're not only pressed up against the screen, they've walked through the screen because they exist within a subset of the mainstream programming. But the alternative media goes into a deeper level of programming. I would liken it to Normieville's blue pill dreamers, blissfully dreaming. Red pill is a nightmare. Neither are awake. The awake ones would be those who have stepped out of the program, and that would be those of us who have socially distanced from the giant screen. Like I'm standing way back and I'm not watching the screen or any of its subsets as though that should filter my experience and I should take it all seriously. No, I'm looking at this as an outsider. And I'm more concerned with where the people are, the ones in the screen, the ones pressed up against it, and how the programming is working on them, how it informs their worldview. So let's continue. American Father says, Trump received the crown of Jerusalem 2023. Yeah, Trump's been all about the crown and Corona. I think they just released a video on the No King's Day protest where he's in a fighter jet flying over the protesters, just tons of defecation. I mean, horrible video, but yeah, always with a crown. Plain Dakota says it's subconscious mind prep for some future events. It's the foundation to pour the cognitive rut. Yeah, that's what I mean. They create the blueprint or the template. They actually frame the debates in advance. Everything is concerted this way. There's a reason why people fell in love with Luigi. It's because Luigi resonated with certain characters. The way they revealed him at first, the hoodie on, like Robin Hood, class warrior, robs from the rich, gives to the poor. Joker is built into his character. And he's also a big part of Netflix's The Madness, which came out shortly after the Luigi thing went off. And the theme in The Madness perfectly coincided with the rise of Musk in the White House, and then the left rising up against him, because The No Kings is also about Musk. And then they started destroying the Teslas. Well, that's all class war stuff. Getting the rich guy, eat the rich. But Plain Dakota hit something here that's very important. We're talking about propaganda or influencing people through, covert messaging in mainstream movies that are coinciding with events that they have scheduled in advance. And the alignment between Netflix and real-time stuff, we refer to this as concurrent programming. But what you'll find is that the programming for these events actually exists further back. It just gets more intense real time because they have a lot of time to plan these things. And so the earliest example of any, quote, predictive programming indicates how old the PSYOP script is. And that is because the PSYOP script must precede its insertion into the propaganda movies. And this is basically a sequence. So you have the script, they're writing an event, and this event, let's just say they wrote this script for the Charlie Kirk thing in 1995. They started putting it into movies in 1998. And it was in Heads of State. It was in a music video, Emerson Drive 2012. It was in Hulu, The Tempest. But what I was pointing out the other day is that the things that are recurring in all these various platforms, movies or music videos or podcasts, it's the same elements, like specific things. So with the Kirk stuff, every element of predictive programming for Charlie Kirk's assassination and everything contained the hole on the left side of the neck, the name Kirk, like Kirkland, Kirk, and the date, September the 10th, and a reference to a guy named Tyler, an executioner. So Snake Eyes, you had Tyler the executioner. Charlie Kirkland gets shot in the side of the neck. You've got VP Kirk in 2025 Heads of State, who gets shot in the neck, played by the actress who is next to Charlie Kirkland in Snake Eyes. So overlapping actress playing the same propaganda role, connecting to what would become Erica Kirk. The Hulu thing begins with a hole in the neck. Now the guy is in a church, which is kind of like a Kirk connection, but even more, Charlie Kirk was there 4 days before he was shot in South Korea, meeting with the very group that his corresponding character on Hulu was interacting with, the New Republicans, the Youth Republican group, who prayed for him, interestingly. Now, I'm just pointing this out again, that we're looking at propaganda, and what we have eliminated are the mystical explanations, and we have eliminated mere coincidence. One of the things that gets rid of the argument for coincidence is that we predict this stuff with regularity. Not that we're being psychic. We're just noticing, no, this is part of the architecture of media. And we're not supposed to know this. But we're pretty consistent in our observations. This is just based on empirical research. So it's not even that surprising that we should find this example and that Inside Edition should have to mention it. Let me continue going through your comments. What's up, Diana Southard? I'm going to make some more stickers, by the way. I saw your comment. Says, we see the devilish architects, let's move forward. Yeah, that's what I mean. We already see it. And we don't need to wait for the laggards. The reason for butting heads or imposing standards is so they can expose themselves. And we can point out, okay, this person stands behind or rests upon an appeal to incredulity. This person is stuck behind the bloody guardrail. And if they looked at the blood, they would see it's just theatrical. Or this person still believes in, and fill in the blank. We're basically trying to point out, for the benefit of the off-world stagers, the Infinite Plane Society think tank and other groups like Fakeologists, we're just pointing out what's holding these others back from going off-world stage. And I think a lot of it is just orthodoxy. And so we're here to break down those guardrails, just undermine them, expose the flaws, and we'll go from there. Because the audiences are going to see through it. Once people start understanding metascript, long-term history bending, this is the only conspiracy worth studying. The rest of them, it's just alternative media claptrap, recycled. All those rabbit trails are well paved. That should be your first clue. You think Candace Owens is treading new turf? No. She's dropping out breadcrumbs, leading people to predictable conclusions. But we've left that all behind. Yeah, Jamarian May, good point. They're so hyped up on neck symbolism. Okay, so now neck is this year's monkey. I'm glad you brought that up because I was trying to describe concerted messaging. How this is beyond just Netflix. Like we're just past just saying it's just the movies. No, it's movies. It's comics. It's video games. Video games are huge with this. But it's pervasive. That's why I say it's inescapable. And a couple of years ago, it was all about the giant monkey. You had monkeypox, bad monkey, came out the same day on Apple. Then you had the 80-foot tall statue of the monkey god. Then you had Black Myth, a movie about the monkey god with like a record-breaking million people live streaming it concurrently, playing the monkey god. And that's just scratching the surface. You had Chimp Crazy on HBO, lab monkeys loose in Ohio, everywhere we looked. And the monkey thing was all correlating with the idea of the rage virus. And we connected this then. And just a few months ago, I watched Superman, and the Elon Musk-like Lex Luthor has millions of monkeys working on it in a bot farm, just raging on X. Literal monkeys, literal rage monkeys. We've made these correlations already, but... So right now, it's all about the neck symbolism. So we have the girl getting stabbed in the neck, Charlie Kirk getting shot in the neck. The guy that tried to assassinate Trump, Ryan Routh, stabbed himself in the neck with a pencil. They stopped him. But if you look at the courtroom sketch, it was touching the same spot where Charlie Kirk got shot. You can't say that's disconnected from anything else. Because it's, again, fake, psyop, stage. Why would they have him pointing to that same spot? Well, for a lot of reasons, I think. But I think the main one, that spot, which all tie into the Charlie Kirk thing. But yeah, you're right about that. The neck symbolism is pretty big. And so Marie Antoinette's necklace being stolen definitely corresponds to the neck thing, the execution. Oh, here's one. Episode 33 of Thought Crimes, Charlie Kirk happens to be talking to a guy named Tyler. Again, the name of his assassin. And he says to Tyler, I'm all in favor of televised executions. And Tyler says, you know, the last one was on September 10th, 1977 in France. So now we have neck symbolism because guillotine. But yet another mention of September 10th and a guy named Tyler and Charlie Kirk. See, Charlie Kirk contributed to the predictive programming. Back up to September 10th, 2012, Erica Kirk's in a terrible country music video by Emerson Drive called She's My Kind of Crazy. And in that video, she zip lines past 910 above Fremont. So we've connected this, of course, to a few things. It goes pretty deep, but just let's stick with the surface stuff. In the comments section on September 10th, she says to a guy named Tyler, we had a great shoot today, Tyler, had a blast. So another reference to Tyler, a shooter, in 910 on that date. So both of the Kirks participated in what we would call predictive programming. Now, how do you explain this? Well, it's because the script pre-existed Charlie Kirk. The script would necessarily have pre-existed Snake Eyes 1998. So at a very minimum, the script for the death of a Charlie Kirk, because the guy that we know as Charlie Kirk was probably not even drafted into this thing until much later. It could have been any number of people, but they chose this guy. My point is, they're all getting their elements, the components, the product placement from the same source. That's why it's similar. That's why all these movies feature bullet to the left side of the neck. I mean, Charlie Kirkland, Heads of State, even The Tempest. And The Tempest has it, I mean, it's consistent. That's why I'm pointing out Ryan Routh, pointing to that side of his neck. Yeah, these are all basically plot points or like props. These are the product placement has very specific components that are prevalent in every single one of these examples, which suggests a common source. And the common source goes to musicians, artists, directors, video game companies. Like I'm saying, this common source isn't just limited to movies. It's like the central world news services and newsbenders. What's up, Ted Stryker, Reality Witness? Dinah South says, and the so-called Christian alternative news is just a poo emoji, clown emoji. I agree. Eccentric Views, thank you for joining. Anime Gematria says, life imitates art or art imitates life. Life imitates psyop. No. Psyops imitate art. But sometimes it's the other way around, because the robbery happened after the Netflix show. And here's another aspect to consider. These movies were produced long before. So like Mickey 17 was produced in 2022. So when the director was asked, were you thinking of Trump when he did the movie? He said, well, no, it couldn't be. This is just a coincidence that the Trump-like character gets shot, but survives, and has a streak of blood on his cheek, and he then poses for the cameras. He actually demands the cameraman, hey, focus on me so I can show off that I survived. He didn't say fight, fight, fight. But otherwise, it was very much like Butler. But the movie was written 2 years before. So what is this telling you? And this is a key point. And this is one of the things I wanted to emphasize tonight, is that the psyops that we're observing have scripts that go back as far as, or before, the earliest instance of predictive programming for that event. And this is why you have, again, consistency in the products that are placed in all the movies. It's just they interpret it through different lenses. Movies, video games, different writers. Plain Dakota says that the entire script was foiled, the whole world system would collapse. I don't know if that would be good. You kind of wanted to phase out and change slowly. Yeah, well, I've been using the imagery of cyborg penguins with flamethrowers burning the world stage. My thinking is Ignatius Loyola, whose name means to ignite, I think. But he's the founder of the Jesuits. And he had this phrase, go forth and set the world on fire. And he meant with prayer. You know, he meant with spiritual fervor. And I'm saying, let's burn the world stage as best we can. And why? To see what happens. Because we want to see what the damage control is. And we want to see how many people are capable of seeing through this whole thing. How many Trumans are going to get out of the Truman Show? You know, at best, we're looking at a minor intellectual revolt, and they'll somehow stamp it out. At worst, nobody will care. It won't even be a blip on the radar. But we'll see. I'm somewhat optimistic about it. But I'm doing this. This is just really, it's a intellectual exercise and a thought experiment. We're inactivists. We're not talking about real fire. Like when you're donating to the IPS, you're putting accelerant on this project. It's just a way of describing it. Because the world stage, again, is just a mental construct. American Father says, Horror Babylon, Jack Parsons, JPL Laboratory, space travel. Yeah, well, look at the Babylon working. You've got science fiction writer who found Scientology, and you can mock Scientology, but it's a space religion. And I don't even think it's any more ridiculous than NASAtology. NASAtology has better special effects, but Scientology has better actors. And he was there with Marjorie Cameron. And now Marjorie Cameron was the Scarlet Woman. She was described as the Red Witch. This is a recurring theme in movies too. But she represents what Barbie represents. But Marjorie Cameron represented Hollywood and the movies. So you combine the movies, Hollywood, with the space religion, and then combine it with Jack Parsons, OTO. Basically, you could describe it as Mystery Babylon being merged with science fiction, and a religion conveyed through the big screen. Marjorie Cameron turns up later as the Whore of Babylon in a movie by Kenneth Anger. And Kenneth Anger is another one of these characters who's very prevalent in all these stories. He wrote Hollywood Babylon. Hollywood Babylon came out as Babylon, the movie, starring Margot Robbie, who played in Barbie. There's some connections here we can get into that combine basically like sex, Satanism, and movie stars. And it goes back to the inception of Hollywood. And what Kenneth Anger, who's a director, who died shortly after the Barbie movie came out, what he said is that Hollywood's job was providing the pageantry for the new religion, for this new age. And he was into Aleister Crowley when he was like 12. I mean, that guy he was a cultist. He was known for that. He produced some movies. He had Mick Jagger in one. I think it was Invocation of My Demon Brother. He enlisted the soundtrack work of someone from Led Zeppelin. Anyway, there's some interesting interface between Hollywood entertainment, music, Satanism, and then the sexual revolution, and Barbie. Lord Lenny says, the old show Lupin third had a bunch of jewel heist episodes. Going to go back and rewatch. Yeah, there'll probably be some predictive stuff. What I find interesting is that in the Netflix show Lupin, they're stealing the necklace of Marie Antoinette, suggests to me decapitation, on the day that the No Kings protest goes on and the crown jewels get stolen in real life. So you got real life, the Netflix, and activism synchronized. So what does that tell you about activism? It says don't take sides. It's like, there's a cause that you really think is important. You're going to compromise in reality and run in with the brainwashees. I've said this for some time. This is a massive open air asylum in this regard. And there's no purpose to organizing them because they don't know where they are in terms of objective reality. They don't know how subjective our worldview is and the implications. What's up, Reality Witness? Inside Edition was where Bill O'Reilly said, F it, we'll do it live. Epic soundbite. Jermaine May says, have you seen that Black Mirror episode where the woman watches Netflix and every episode is about all the effed up things that are happening concurrently in her life? No, I didn't. It's good to know that Netflix purchased all of your DMs and search history on Facebook. Like, they know what's under the hood. They can tailor psyops to target demographics because they know what you're looking at. And that's one of my points here, is that predictive programming is mass media. It's not like what I write. If you write something and it coincidentally predicts the future, it doesn't have any bearing on this because you're not a script writer. We're talking about writers, we're talking about people who are producing our history. That's what we're actually referring to here. And they are definitely using the logic of Edward Bernays when it comes to mass influence operations. The episode is called Joan is Awful. Oh, Breek says, the same people who love Luigi said the movie Joker could inspire right-wing radical action. Yeah, well, that's interesting. What I noted with the Joker movie, and this is before we coined the term concurrent programming, I noticed that Joaquin Phoenix was involved in this Change the World environmentalist protest. He was protesting against meat. He saved a cow. And he got arrested with Jane Fonda on, I think it was called Fire Something Friday. I got to look it up because there was a burning globe behind him and it said change. And the idea of change the world was reflected in the following BLM protests. But his real life character was kind of merging with the Joker movie. And the Joker movie, of course, it's class warfare because he's the poor guy. He's been made into a clown. He's in the subway, which represents the underclass, and the rich guys are accosting him, and he kills them. And he becomes a hero, and he leads a revolt where they're all wearing masks. So the BLM protests were rooted in class warfare, systemic oppression, and a bunch of masked rioters. It was very chaotic. And I had suggested at that time that they've been using the Joker to represent the underclass, the poor, in the class warfare scenario. And what did Luigi represent? Class warfare, killing a CEO, underclass. And we found many connections, by the way, between Joker and Luigi. Batman, on the other hand, would represent the right. He's even dressed like the cops are dressed like the SWAT police look like Batman. He's like this right authoritarian fascist thing. And that plays out pretty consistently. If you remember, Batman Begins, the movie came out on March 4th, and I said, hey, this is going to signify March 4th right-wing terror. And the day it came out, the day Batman came out, Joker, as in Joker Sarnaff, the Boston bomber, had his death penalty reinstated. So Batman goes into a subway and beats up a bunch of Jokers, kind of an inverse of what we saw in Joker. But the movie focuses on the Riddler, who's kind of a QAnon guy. And the Riddler orchestrates a terrorist bombing from his online followers to flood the polls. In other words, they blow up a dam, and it wrecks the election on November 5th. So Batman's like, Wednesday, November the 6th, Gotham is underwater. And he's holding a torch, like the Statue of Liberty. Gotham's underwater, 11/6. Kind of an inverse 9/11, like 6/11 would signify. And I've been saying for some time that 6/11, as it's been used, represents the domestic terror, which is right-wing domestic terror. Turner Diary stuff. But the interesting thing is that was during the midterms, 2022 midterms. The slogan for the GOP was flood the polls. Well, what happened in the Batman movie? The polls literally got flooded because they flooded the election. But Luigi, being a class warrior to the left, a hero to the left, a villain to the right, is perfectly mirrored by Daniel Penny. Now get this. Daniel Penny represents a hero to the right because he's fighting people in the subway. He's beating up the Jokers in the subway. He kills Jordan Peele. And when Daniel Penny gets released and he gets a big job with JP Morgan, Luigi goes into jail. But here's the thing. Daniel Penny was called a Batman. Marjorie Taylor Greene said, this is Gotham. We need more Daniel Pennys. We need Batman. So you've got this Batman connection with Daniel Penny, the Joker connection with Luigi. Class warfare on both sides. One, of course, venerates Batman. The other venerates Joker. It's left and right. So the Joker movies have actually paralleled our bifurcated political horseshoe system where it's like, yeah, one side's villain is the other side's hero, and they're crossing paths in front of us. One goes in, one goes out. What's up, Copaesthetic? Says IPS or bust. Sunkwork says Netflix, psyops imitate Netflix. Yeah, the neck thing represents concerted messaging, something they've consistently put out there. And some have correlated the Kirk thing with the George Floyd kneeling on the neck. Plain Dakota says, the sell-out mainstream shills are quite alarming. How many are there? All of them. And all of their listeners. This is, when I say imposing standards, I'm not trying to change the propagandists in alt media. We're imposing our standards to get their listeners to break away from that. If we have a better model, if we have a better explanation, if we have a better handle on things in alt media, and I would say so, they're following Ian Carroll and Candace Owens. And these are LARPers. Do you think Candace Owens really believes that she's investigating any of this stuff? No. She knows Charlie Kirk isn't dead. She knows about the script. I've even heard her reference world stage, everything's fake. But when she does it, it's to dilute the significance of these terms. In fact, recently people have accused her of apophenia, making too many connections because she's really smart, but she's a functional schizophrenic. So I can even see them throwing in these, and this is what the people who say we're noticing coincidences accuse us of, that we're just crazy. Oh, are we? No, we are noticing propaganda placement in movies. What's wrong with that? It's not even slightly crazy compared to the alternative explanations, which is it's just a coincidence, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain, or the simulation did it. All right, going through your comments. Piano says Luigi and Mario, Louis and Marie Antoinette, last French monarchs of France when revolution happened. Well, Marie Antoinette's severed head was kind of on display at the Paris Olympics. If you recall, they opened up and they're holding her head. But again, if you just got here, Marie Antoinette's necklace is stolen in Netflix, as the crown jewels are stolen in real life during the No Kings protest, which gets rid of the crown and involves chopping off. Essentially, if you look at how the Marie Antoinette's necklace would represent chopping the head off. So there's some kind of connection here. In fact, Jim Carrey just said something a week ago that went viral. He said half the country imagines themselves holding Donald Trump's head. Jim Carrey. And again, these are all propaganda conduits. They're given lines. They're told what to say. This is very evident with Robert De Niro. One of the reasons we found so many examples of predictive stuff with Trump is because of Robert De Niro and his Trump derangement syndrome brought a lot of the stuff in the front. Because we're not looking at him as, oh, this is an actual actor who's just at Trump. No, he's still an actor when he's on the world stage. He's still in a character. And in this capacity, he's basically serving us propaganda narratives. Same thing with Alec Baldwin and Stephen King. Stephen King, by the way, has a movie out called The Long Walk. And I saw some promo for it where he's walking down the road with the 47 necklace on. And the movie is about this Squid Games-like scenario, but it's based on a book that's decades old. It's like 1979. But it has this game where they're walking down the road, and if they go below 3 miles per hour, they get shot. Very morbid stuff. But the movie is based upon the point of view of the character from the book who's number 47. So you've got Trump deranged Stephen King, and there might be some significance here in all of it, I think, wearing a 47, looking like a dead man walking. Like he looks like a skeleton the way he's walking. And that's because I know he's had some health problems, I'm sure, but whatever it is, people have noticed it. He looks like walking death, but he's got the number 47 around his neck. And how is that not connected to Trump? There has to be some connection. So I'm going to have to watch that movie. Stephen King is another one of these metascriptors. He's another one of these writers whose work is featured in our collective history in the form of psyop reinforcement. You know, his Shining, The Shining, if you haven't seen that movie, it has foreshadowing for 9/11, in addition to referencing Apollo 11. Just some Kubrick stuff. Piano says, the day before the Louvre robbery, October 18th, J.D. Vance posted at 3:32 an AI video of Trump crowning himself. The next day of the robbery, Trump reposted the video at 3:34. Okay, now you might be onto something here. 332 plus 334 is 666. Okay, that's fascinating. So the timestamps for him being crowned and Trump retweeting it add to 666. And that number has a lot to do with the crown. Isn't the Pope's three-tiered crown connected with that number? But that number seems to denote sun king, sun worship. It's got some meanings that might not specifically refer to the mark of the beast stuff. What's up, Adam Cook? Here is your blue wrench. I don't know if they make deliveries this time of night, but in the morning, check your front porch for a titanium blue wrench. Plain Dakota says, once you get your show back format style, you should get Decoding with Cody. Yeah, exactly. I want to get a lot of these individuals into the conversation and present them with what we're presenting. You know, I saw a lot of big channels talking about snake eyes, but when I said, look at the Tempest, they would look at my evidence, they would look at what I put forth, and they would say, my mind is blown, the fabric of reality is shredded, we're in a simulation. Like, that's where they go. Who the hell started that? And to me, that's a deliberately inserted propaganda line. It's misdirection. They want you to think that if what you're seeing on TV is glitchy, that reality is glitching. They want you to think you're in the Matrix. That's deepening the mind control. The last thing they want you to do is notice that you live in a massive echo chamber. Like Inside Edition said, the robbery had echoes of Netflix. Lord Laney says, the French Doge was the ruling before the French Revolution. Now the new Doge is bringing about the collapse of the new American Revolution. Fascinating. Oh, the Paris Olympics, Diana Southard. The Paris Olympics is where Marie Antoinette was in the window. And the band was playing a revolutionary song to France, a French Revolution song. And the band is called Gojira, which is Godzilla. Godzilla's real name in Japanese. And Godzilla has everything to do with this because Godzilla is a metaphor for the nuke. Born on November 3rd. Interesting date. It's the date the One World Tower opened up. But November the 3rd is Godzilla's birthday. And I think his birthday is 46. I got to double check. But again, he was basically a personification of the atomic bomb, just kind of like a metaphor for the bomb, this big monster. And so Oppenheimer comes out adjacent to Barbie, and they made jokes about Barbieheimer. But what I was suggesting is that the Godzilla, which came out the same summer, is part of the same concerted messaging as Oppenheimer. And I watched that movie, and I was doing some comparison, and it's pretty fascinating. We may have to go back and revisit it. But it may all tie into this theme of the nuclear submarine, like Hunt for Red October, which became part of the conversation after Alec Baldwin shot the Helena Hutchins, who's from a place where the book by Tom Clancy takes place. And of course, Alec Baldwin was in that movie. Tom Clancy has often been credited with being almost prophetic in his books. And he talked about this. He talked about, I think there's some kind of connection. I don't know if the CIA talked to him or something, but he brings it up, how his work has been looked at as almost too prescient, like he knew too much. But again, this is ridiculous. If you remember, on 9/11, the space station saw 9/11 from space. And back then, the special effects were way worse. They had a handheld camera, and they're zooming in on New York, and they see smoke. And he's saying, and this is the American astronaut. I mean, the rest were cosmonauts at the time. So he's watching 9/11 happening from space, and he brings out a trumpet, and he plays taps. But his story gets more ludicrous as it goes on. But the main thing is, he says that while 9/11 happened, they were all sitting around listening to the audiobook Sum of All Fears by Tom Clancy. And they thought, wow, it's just like the book. Busy56 says the new show on HBO, The Chair Company, CC33, has a main character going down the rabbit hole and becoming a conspiracy theorist. It's really good so far and funny. Adam Cook says CK's wife really hammed it up when giving her eulogy. She's dripping with Duper's delight. She knows he's not dead. Now, something about that too, and this is something for the coincidence theorists to contemplate. If you are accepting of the fact that 9/10 was a psyop, then you must also accept that they were actors. And if she's an actor, everything she has done on the world stage has been on purpose, by design, according to a script. Look how close she is to Trump. You think she's just winging it? So the fact that her character on the world stage tracks with her corresponding Hulu character in very significant ways dismisses any idea that it's merely coincidence. Psyops are aligned with the entertainment. That's a major guardrail. That's a major block. People who cannot figure that out are going to stay in the world stage. They're going to stay in the asylum. And you can't really hide behind incredulity anymore. It's not the same thing as skepticism. We know the difference. I have an article in the new book called Incredulity versus Skepticism. So the person who's incredulous dismisses something because it doesn't feel real to them or doesn't feel true. They dismiss it. They don't care about the evidence. So they're low information disbelievers. A skeptic says, I don't know if it's true or not. Let me get all of the facts, and then I'll assess these. So it's the difference between a straw man and a steel man. The skeptic will take down a steel man, the strongest possible argument for the other side. The incredulous will burn a straw man, a weak characterization, a mischaracterization of the other side. So if you're burning straw man arguments, if you're burning straw men, don't pretend like you're a skeptic. You're merely incredulous, which is low effort and low information. But there's a lot of intel you're missing. That's what I meant by low intel. A lot of intelligent people use this argument. But the informed disbeliever is the skeptic. They're not incredulous. At this point, I'm not really incredulous about this. We have a working model. None of this stuff is mind-blowing. These coincidences are not mind-blowing to me. It's systemic fakery. It's evidence of, again, the deliberate entrainment between fake events that become part of our history. It's the history-bending events, turning points in our history, and the propaganda that prepares us for it. Thank you, Reality Witness. Tim's studio light budget. Yeah, I'm actually out on the street, sitting in a driveway. Reality Witness says Jesuits are very bad guys. Well, the thing is, Jesuits are associated with stagecraft and theater and special effects, even like actors set on fire. I mean, they had special effects going back hundreds of years. So my choice of the name Insider, as in INCITER for the tabloid, is a reference to Ignatius Loyola. And so my expression was a twist on it. It's go forth and set the world stage on fire. And so inciter refers to, the incitement of an intellectual revolt. And also the word is something of a homonym for insider. And we're dealing with insider information. And of course, insight also suggests insight, because that's what we're really engaging with here. Certain insights. Piano on Dante says, this loaf story has to do with Trump, The Economist magazine, The World in 2017. Right, The World in 2017. We got to look back to The Economist. Magazine covers. You can't say these are coincidences. How many times has The Economist been prescient? Again, best example, look at The Economist, Winter Solstice 2017. The new shape of Chinese influence. Sharp power. And on the cover, it's got a globe covered in spikes. It's red where China is. And if you just covered the whole thing red, it would be a COVID ball. Sharp power. The new shape, novel corona. The new shape of Chinese influence. The new shape of Chinese influenza. The novel shape of Chinese influenza. You see, novel corona, red spike ball covering the world. And that's 2017. I think in 2000 and it might have been 8, The Weaker Sex, The Economist. The cover has a guy with a red hat who looks like MAGA, but this is 8 years before MAGA. And he's sitting inside of a male symbol, but the symbol's been turned down because males are oppressed to the right. See, this is classic though, because 8 years before MAGA, you have a guy in a red hat inside of a male symbol turned down that looks like a Q. So you got Q and red-hatted MAGA inside of the Q. What's up, Matt Ice 2025? Oh, that's interesting. The world in 2017, Trump crown, yellow vests. Yeah, the yellow vest thing, because the guys who stole the crown had yellow vests. And they made a point to say that one of the vests fell on the ground. So they dropped a yellow vest. So there must be a connection with that as well. He says on the Economist cover, Trump had the rod of Hermes, who was the god of trade and robbers. Thank you for that comment, Piano. And yes, Hermes is the Roman version of the Greek. Hermes is the Greek version of the Roman Mercury. And the god of, I guess, Mercury is a trickster. Trickster is a huge part of it. Thieves. Reality Witness says, speaking of Zeppelin, Jimmy Page once owned Aleister Crowley's house on the banks of Loch Ness, Scotland. Yeah, I've heard about that. There were some connections between Aleister Crowley and these various rock stars. And of course, Kenneth Anger was a big Crowleyite. And it's not really talked about in many places, but I'm pretty sure he was behind or is a co-founder with the Church of Satan. So this guy's kind of behind the scenes. Some have credited him with, we're talking about Kenneth Anger, the director. He's been given some credit for having conceptualized the first music video. Like he was putting together music videos, I think, for anybody. Very experimental stuff. I've watched most of his stuff, and a lot of it's not great. Not what I'm really into. But I think it's called Lucifer Rising is interesting. A lot of Egyptian stuff combined with UFOs. It might be worth revisiting. Reality Witness says the Statue of Liberty represents Lucifer. Yeah, I thought so too. Isn't it made of copper? And copper is associated with Venus. And isn't Venus Lucifer to the Greeks? There's a lot of connections there with that one for sure. I heard they're going to build a 400 plus foot tall statue of Prometheus on the West Coast. And Prometheus is kind of synonymous with Lucifer in several ways, kind of rebel against the god, or rebel against the authority. And he's thrown off Olympus. Interesting point, Lean Dion says, feels like the concurrent programming will continue to increase moving forward as the world stage gets more chaotic since COVID's it's been hyper. See, that's a good point too. It seems like they're putting out more content. More content means more opportunities to point out the programming in progress. It is saturated. You're right. This is a pattern. Again, if it's a fake event, it's going to have certain indicators, certain hallmarks. And if it's fake, it's going to be blasted everywhere, and it's going to connect with programming in the entertainment, almost without fail. And someone had, this is one of our debate points. Someone had said, well, can you show me an example of a psyop that didn't have these aspects attached to it? And the idea that the fact that I haven't was kind of made to suggest that I'm cherry picking. I'm saying we have very specific criteria for what we consider to be predictive programming or a fake event, for fake events. So these have to be mass-mediated events. It has to be essentially inescapable. It's blasted on every platform. It's given inordinate amounts of attention. Like, why this particular kidnapped girl? Why this particular shooting? Meanwhile, other shootings that are real are never really processed by the media because the demographics are wrong. Like, they don't want to really focus on it unless it has a political utility attached to it. Diana Southdaughter says, Jim Carrey, Truman. Yeah, Jim Carrey, The Truman Show. Jim Carrey as Truman Burbanks. And Matt Gaetz grew up in that very house from The Truman Show. The Truman Show is where I got my first inkling of what I called the esoteric or the occult aspect of Hollywood at the time. I was trying to figure this stuff out because I realized the type of symbolism and subtext that we're finding in movies, or I was finding at that time, in no way could have been meant for the mass audiences. And I thought, okay, these could be Easter eggs, but then I started to notice that Jim Carrey would carry the same symbols movie to movie to movie consistently. And then I started to pick up on this term, you got typecasting, so he's typecast as a certain character. But I was thinking bigger. You have archetype casting. So somebody embodies a certain archetype, or somebody can carry a certain, like he's the Fool. Jim Carrey's the Fool. If you don't know the Fool card, it's the start of the start of the journey of the soul. Begins at 0. The first card, the Fool, and it has a jester walking off a cliff with a dog next to him. And the idea here is that his head's in the clouds and he's falling into the. But it's also the beginning of the journey of enlightenment when you realize you're a fool. So the idea of the beginning of wisdom is, what is it? The beginning of wisdom is the recognition of how much you don't know. I'm getting it wrong, but there's a couple of variations of it about how the Fool card in particular would represent this. But Jim Carrey has this certain archetype, and in his various movies, he embodies that. He started off with slapstick comedy, a joker, and then he morphed into this more profound character, where he started talking about the number 33, living up to his JC initials. He's become this kind of a new age mystic type, sort of like a deliberate character arc from the Fool to this enlightened wise man with a big beard. But anyway, yeah, he's definitely one of these persons I studied because his movies had this conspicuous use of symbolism connecting specifically to the dog star. So when these individuals say things that go viral, I tend to think these are planted lines. So when Jim Carrey's talking about carrying Trump's head, and it goes viral, and he says everybody wants to hold Trump's head, yeah, that's got to have a no kings connotation. And again, no kings, stolen crown jewels. Piano says there were 4 robbers. Robbery took 7 minutes. There's your 4-7. And I informed you of Lupin and Fakeologist chat. Lupin first aired on January 8th. Okay. So the real event imitated Netflix. But the timing of the event also coordinated these things with the No Kings protest, which thematically connects it to the Netflix's focus on the necklace of Marie Antoinette, which again had her head chopped off during a No Kings protest. American Father says, Tom Clancy, interesting now. I'm going to have to get all his books. Yeah, Tom Clancy is one of many authors we should mention. I think we should create lists. This is one of the reasons why I think that we're not supposed to connect the entertainment to the psyops. The psychological operations are performed by anonymous, faceless agencies. Some secret stuff, Homeland Security, Department, DHS, whoever's doing these things, coordinating with media, politicians, hospitals, police, all the way down. But you don't really have any names to reach out. I mean, sometimes you're like, okay, the same police chief presided over the Vegas hoax and the Maui fires. Like, you do get occasional glimpses. But when we're looking at the entertainment, same names. We can name the meta scripters. Which directors, which writers, which musicians have been co-opted for the purposes of psyop reinforcement content. In other words, sellouts. And we can name names. And I don't think they like that. So they prefer that we ascribe all these things to mere coincidence, or to say, oh, these directors were just possessed by the egregore, the zeitgeist, the demiurge. Like, we heard it all. And there were a number of people who were forcibly trying to shove these alternative theories down our throats for like the last year, to the point where we called them out as agents and they act all butthurt about it. But it's like, well, you're running cover for the metascripters. You're running cover for the PSYOP entertainment complex. Big mind control. You're muddying the waters and you're trying to shut us up. with some with explanations that are not as good. They're not satisfactory. They do not answer anything. They offer no predictability. We can, in fact, predict. We do. Someone said incredulously, so you think you can watch Netflix and predict the news? Yeah. I'm sorry, but you're incredulous. Let's see you be skeptical. Let's see you examine every single instance we point out, and then see if you can hand wave it away. Lean Dion says, Erica's behavior has induced mass cognitive dissonance on even normies. Now, what's interesting about that is she has been viewed by many as possibly complicit, maybe even behind it. Some have correlated her with like a Jezebel witch, because Snake Eyes, Hurricane Jezebel, and her corresponding character was in the center of the conspiracy. And there's another movie as well we have to bring up. There's so many of these. You know, we're bringing up these elements that are repeated in things. So before we get any further on the Erica Kirk thing, well, let me do that first. So the Erica Kirk persona actually mirrors the character in The Tempest and the other corresponding characters who are centers of controversy and conspiracy. But in particular, in The Tempest, she's accused of grieving too gracefully, that grief is ugly. Her grieving is called into question. So I'm thinking, wait, that's just what happened with Erica Kirk. Had you sat down like I did and watched The Tempest episode 1 through 3 when they came out, you would have seen the character Erica Kirk entering the world stage, taking over her husband's organization, the new Republicans in the movie. And then you would also see her crying on cue to win over her base, faking her crying and being called out for it. And then the family has suspicions because she didn't love her husband, because she was never there, but that she was always there just to take over his organ. So there's quite a lot there that I'm saying it's intentional. That it's not that she's a bad actor. It's that she's acting the role of a villain. Or she's acting the role to create the perception she could be a villain. But we're talking about repeated elements, and I mentioned Ryan Routh trying to stab himself in the neck. He tried to Kirk himself with a pencil in the courtroom. They didn't squib him. Would have been cool if he had squibbed all over the courtroom. But there's another movie called Americana. And in Americana, there's a guy who gets shot in that same spot in the neck with an arrow. So his name's not Kirk or anything like that, but what's the connection here? Well, if you look at Americana, Turning Point USA, and MAGA, it all makes sense. Ryan Routh tried to kill MAGA. Turning Point USA is MAGA. MAGA is Americana. Turning Point USA wants to go back to this nostalgic version of America, which is what Americana essentially is. So they shot Americana in the neck. The guy gets shot in the neck on Americana. Charlie Kirk was Americana being shot in the neck. So it's all repeated themes. So you have the elements, the hole in the neck, but you also have the broader theme attached to it. Reality Witness says, yes, Tim, let's set the world stage on fire. I like it. That's the plan. It's been the plan. I mean, we know what's coming. You think we're going to stop? Like, we're not going to stop this. We're going to add accelerant. And I haven't really been too big on pushing the fundraising, even though it's important, because I think we had to really hone in on the ideas and get our core on the same sheet first before we really invest into blowing up. But now is the time. We have our core doctrine, you could say. We have codified not just auto hoaxing, applied skepticism, but also the model of the world stage and the off-world stage perspective. So I love my debates on X because they're very educational. And someone had said, I don't have any evidence. I wasn't there. I can't tell if it's real or true. And the implication is I wasn't there and we weren't either, so how can we know? So we have people push back against our certainty. And what I'm pointing out here, their perspective limits them. Their perspective is mainstream. Their perspective is not inclusive of entrained psyops entertainment for the purposes of bending news and bending history. They don't have the perspective to see what we see, so they don't speak for us. It's like, no, you're limited to your mainstream box. That's fine. You can stay in Trutherville. Pick up a Q-pipe. No one's going to judge you for hitting that. Chop up some red pills. Go have the Kool-Aid at Alex Jonestown if you like. Just don't take whatever Candace Owens is taking, and you'll be fine. Like, if you want to have a warped world view, then by all means, don't get off world stage. Don't pay attention to what we're doing. But we're not going to stop. And the objective here is that we take down enough guardrails where those who have deprogrammed 80% of the way will figure this out. What we're doing is what we've created is a schism. And this is a breakaway. This is a third branch of media. It's a duopoly. Mainstream alternative is the same thing. There is no platform for off-world stage. There's no platform for people who are psyop savvy, who know about the world stage and also the long-term effect of fake news on our recent history. There's not a platform for it. You think Alex Jones is going to platform an off-world stager? No. We don't want to breathe their air. We're studying the architecture of the world stage and we're deconstructing it. Going through your comments. Okay, there's something else someone brought up. So we're talking about how the concerted messaging goes through every single platform. And Synchromorpheus had noticed some stuff with the Cardinal player, Alejandro Kirk. And there's some pictures. You got to go to my minds.com/Infinite Plane Society to see these. So you got a guy with the name Kirk. And in one of the photos, they're splashing like water from a water bottle, and it's got the same spray pattern as Kirk's blood from his neck. I'm like, okay, that's weird. What's with that guy, this Kirk character? And then you find out that he was born on 11/6 and got into the Cardinals on 9/11/2020. And the Cardinals logo looks like a bird with a red splat on the side. It does look kind of head woundy, which has been noted. And also, Patriots Awards 2025 will be on 11/6. But anyway, this Alejandro Kirk guy, you see the blood coming out of his neck. The headline says pain in the neck. So why do you have a ball player with the name Kirk and a headline pain in the neck and a bunch of liquid gushing from where the neck wound would be? And then you find these connections with the birthdays. I'm just saying that these are elements, the neck wound element, the name. These are elements that pertain to the original, whatever it is, the history augmenting script, but being reflected on a totally different platform in sports. You have to see the picture. Can't be a coincidence. Lean Dion says, Jim Carrey had a well-televised red carpet Truman Show awakening moment at an award show. Yeah, seems to me that he's an actor portraying somebody going through some kind of awakening. Penguin Auto Hookster says, Jim Carrey murdered his wife. Busy 56 says, the story is his girlfriend committed suicide. I haven't followed too much into that. I'll have to look. Probably fake. American Father says the Nazi song everyone loves is called Erica. I didn't know that. And Erica being spelled with a K is very unfortunate, because now first and last name, she's got KKK in it. Stephen Miller called her the Storm. Remember, okay, Stephen Miller called her the Storm. And I'm like, oh, it's just like the widow, the Tempest. She's the widow, she's the storm, the Tempest, Hurricane Jezebel, and Snake Eyes. Again, these are all interconnected. But he calls her the Storm, and he says that they've woken up the dragon. Well, Stephen Miller from TPUSA. And then Stephen Miller makes some comments, has some heated rhetoric about purging judges, and then some judge's house burns down. And it's blamed on Stephen Miller. So I'm like, oh, dragon, burning down houses. What's going on? Animage Matria says, finally finished Tempest today. Lots of nuke propaganda. Yeah, I haven't gone far enough because my Hulu expired. But the scene after she cries before her audience, they show a nuclear submarine and a missile going up into the air. So I'm thinking, okay, the storm, the Tempest, there's something coming. If we're going to use Netflix as a judge, and I'm just saying, these aren't hard predictions, these are extrapolations. And the extrapolation I've made before from the work of Jonathan and Christopher Nolan is that there is a fallout situation that might require widespread lockdowns in the future. And I have a lot of reasons for thinking so based on our way of extrapolating from what we're seeing pumped into the mass consciousness. The pattern that we saw played out pre-COVID. So now to see it in the Tempest, and I haven't really spent a lot of time on it, but the fact that you have it in the Tempest after the ascension of Erica Kirk is not insignificant. Okay, let's see here. Going through your comments. Pippi Langstrup, thanks for joining, says, I know what I don't know thing. Well, we have known unknowns, where others have false explanations. And it's better to have known unknowns. It's better to have a bunch of questions that need to be answered, rather than having a bunch of wrong answers that prevent you from seeking. And that's the difference between a believer and a seeker or a knower, an understander. We take the position of informed disbelievers. Informed disbelief is better than low information belief, and it's better than low information disbelief. So credulity is bad. People who are just credulous, they believe everything. Incredulity is bad. People who flippantly disregard, don't believe anything. So don't be credulous or incredulous, be informed. An informed disbeliever. You can be a non-believer. People who believe in the world state church of media, however, won't understand what you're saying. All right, we've gone through a lot. I touched on the Blue Jays. Alejandro Kirk, born 11/6. Charlie Kirk's getting a Patriot Award on 11/6. And the way that he's been represented, pain in the neck and the drink gushing where the neck wound would be, yeah, that's too much to ignore. We talked about the connection between the crown jewels being stolen, the No Kings protest, and as Inside Edition pointed out, Netflix echoed. It had echoes of Netflix because the show Lupin features similar robbery, but it's the necklace of Marie Antoinette, which again connects to a previous No Kings protest. You see how layered it is. It's too layered to just dismiss it lazily as a coincidence. And the evidence here, because of the, I would say, the political utility of these various psyops, the evidence is highly suggestive, or I think it's conclusive, that the origin of it is the same entities that are doing the psyops. We don't need to talk about dark occult societies or simulations or any of that stuff, because no, these events have a political utility. They influence the masses. This is a pattern already. It's very well established. And the predictive programming is a part of that process. What's up, Mango Penguins? We're 78 minutes in. Plain Dakota says, perhaps they're going to resurrect some kind of alternative version of the authoritarian control of recent German history. Well, history does rhyme. It's highly unoriginal. That's what I've been pointing out. These rabbit trails that truthers are following, they're chasing after Candace Owens and Ian Carroll and Alex Jones. And those guys are driving in expensive cars on well-paved rabbit trails. Like, oh, look what we just discovered. No, it's not new. You know, back when JFK was shot, there were debates. Was he shot from the front or the back? Same thing with Kirk. And one other point here I have to make is that we did not say the Kirk thing was fake based on the video. That is not our sole reference point for this. My contention is that the video is not enough. And I also am certain that the special effects are only going to get better, and it's becoming increasingly difficult to see through these things. So if your basis for saying it's fake is it looked fake, that's low information. The basis for knowing it's fake is derived, I would say, from the entire media echo chamber. The predictive stuff, the concurrent stuff, the celebrities that were involved in this. I mean, you had the resurrection of Charlie Sheen out of nowhere. September 10th, Charlie Sheen's back on Netflix. He goes on the top podcast in the world, Joe Rogan, and they're talking about the JFK assassination, conspiracy theory, Harvey Oswald. And then Charlie Sheen shares an anecdote about getting sniped from the balcony and it hit him in the eye, whatever it was they flung at him. And then they talk about Charlie Kirk getting shot. So what I'm pointing out is the name Charlie, conversation of JFK, deliberate associations, the reference to being sniped, and then Joe Rogan says that was a great shot. Duper's delight on both their faces. And then Joe's like, should we talk about it? Charlie Kirk just got shot. It's like you knew. Going through your comments, Jacob Menden says, Tim, did you really watch Lupin? It's a good anime. I didn't watch it, but I saw a trailer, and I saw Inside Edition talking about it. So you can't say that we're just noticing coincidences because Inside Edition noticed it. So it's not like we're outliers here. And what we're pointing out is that we notice all of them, not just the ones that are super obvious that they're kind of obliged to comment on. One other point too, the final YouTube upload of Charlie Kirk was "Enough is enough." And if you know about that phrase, it's all about the Trump Illuminati playing card, the sniper card. Hulk Hogan referenced it. Enough is enough when they try to shoot the president. But enough is enough was a reoccurring meme. And then that's Charlie Kirk's final YouTube post, a reference to the Trump thing, which is why I think it's significant that Ryan Routh attempted to Kirk himself with the pencil in the same spot where Kirk got shot. You see what I'm saying here? There's a correlation. Again, Americana shot in the neck. There's another show somebody pointed out, the Foundation series, where a character gets shot in the neck in the same way. Because we were looking at all the different neck wounds in the different movies. And so I looked into that a little bit, and it talks about something called a future history. And it's about how they're able to ascertain the future, and in order to avoid the worst case, they take some kind of action. It's a fascinating idea, but for a science fiction author to be involved in a concept of future history is quite revealing, in my opinion. Says, when does Tim Osmond face Andrew Tate in a boxing match? Yeah. You know, I saw Andrew Tate beat up like 60 people in a day, but I don't know if those were just a bunch of sycophants. Like, are those real fighters? Or just a bunch of his chat room members taking a beating in a very unfair fight? Is Andrew Tate a big LARP? I had my suspicions about him ever since he criticized Greta Thunberg while eating pizza, and they traced his residence and arrested him, and his whole downfall began. But he had made a comment about his 33 Bugattis before he was taken down by Greta. I tend to think all of these individuals, Russell Brand, Andrew Tate, basically all of the like MAGA-friendly right-wing types, a lot of them have gone through the same similar pattern. And it might all be contrived. I mean, Russell Brand becoming a Christian, and Candace Owens becoming Christian. I think Eliza Schaefer. I mean, all the right wingers just made a right turn into like Catholicism, and it's all performative. It's performative Christianity. These are all deceivers. These are all insiders. They're all the epitome of, they worship the father of lies. You can't say these people really worship God. You can't say Charlie Kirk worship the same God as the people who think he's a martyr. No, the guy's a construct. He's a construct. He's an actor playing a role, knowingly manipulating the youth demographic and infusing them with Christian nationalism, and then he dies a martyr's death, knowing he was going to do so because it was going to be staged. And now he's out there at Goat Island in New Zealand snorkeling with George Floyd, hanging out at Valhalla. You know the Valhalla reference? Kash Patel? He's like, I'll see you in Valhalla. It's like they wouldn't let you in. Valhalla is like a Norse, it's like a paradise for Norse warriors, and they await Ragnarok. But they're escorted to Valhalla by Valkyries. And a Valkyrie looks like Erica Kirk with the spark all around her, like these Norse goddesses, these Norse maidens. And interestingly, in the Hulu movie, The Tempest, the protector of the widow actually works for a group called the Valkyrie Group. Just another connection. Going through your comments. Enjoy your fear, says Mango Penguins. Yeah. Well, the news is written by, or it's curated by, what I consider to be a worldview monopoly, whoever it is. It's more of a what is it than a who is it. If you go down the who done it, you'll be going down well-paved rabbit trails. You're not going to find anything new. Anybody who's chasing a who done it on any of these conspiracy theories is following breadcrumbs from propagandists, not investigators. If you want to know the relevant question, it's what is it? That's why I don't care when somebody says, who's behind it. Is it the Jesuits? Is it the Illuminati? It's like, who cares? These are all stories. You're never going to get to the end of these stories. These are red herrings. We should be focusing on what we can find out, what we can know right now. We can identify the propagandists in entertainment who are interfacing with the PSYOP entertainment complex in the manufacturing of our fake history. That's what we're talking about. And that's why I'm pretty sure this information isn't platformed. I don't know what kind of reaction the public would have, because the public's not going to be able to conceptualize this. They're trained into incredulity. They're not skeptics. You know that the mainstream is not skeptical. It is not even skeptical of alternative media. It's incredulous. It rejects it. It's low information takes both ways. Alternative media is not skeptical. It's incredulous of the mainstream, but it believes all its own propaganda. There is no real skepticism on the world stage. It's only from out here. If you don't have more information than us, then your assessment is limited. If you don't have the off-world stage perspective, your opinions cannot be trusted. You're a propaganda mule, one way or the other. And this show Lupin and the corresponding robbery and the protests and the overlapping imagery and themes, this again is just another indicator that our model, as I brought up earlier, our model is a working model. It functions. It actually does tell us about what's to come. Not that we're making predictions, but we're making extrapolations, and we know that however it's going to occur, there's going to be echoes of these major events in every possible venue. Podcasts, video games, celebrities saying things, getting involved in some way. So our frame of reference is not limited to Netflix. We're not binge watching Netflix to see the future. It's far more nuanced. It's just fun to describe it that way. Like, if you want to know what's going to be on the news tomorrow, watch Netflix today. And I say that ironically, but if you went that route, you would be right like 90% of the time. And when you really think about it, if true, then what? If you follow the logic there, it reveals a few things, because all of the productions that correspond to the quote real news events would have been produced a year or 2 years prior. And it's with nuance. I was watching A Man in Full based on a 1989 Tom Wolfe novel, and it's called, the series is called A Man in Full, but the main character, Charlie Coker, is based on Donald Trump. But when the book came out, that could not have been true. But the Netflix show was modified to make it about Trump. Pretty obvious. It's another one of these movies that has the same dynamic between a Trump character and a corresponding Obama character. But it even had elements in it that were happening real time in Trump's life, with Melania and Barron living separately. And then they basically recreated Trump's family in these characters. But I was thinking, how can the recent dynamics within the Trump family be reflected in a Netflix series that was made a year prior? Could it be that the Trump family is actually another reality TV show? That Trump's entire family is like The Apprentice season 47. Like, it just never stopped. The Apprentice never stopped. They just stopped telling us. But the star of they have effectively merged the movie screen with the real world, the news. The news and the movies have merged. This is symbolically pointed out to us if you go back to 2001 Space Odyssey. The symbol of the monolith, it's the movie screen. The sun and the moon eclipsing over it represents the solar is the rational, the logical, it's the news, it's the light of day. You'll note solar symbolism in a lot of news agencies. You get the news in the morning with the rising sun. And then moon represents the subconscious, the entertainment, the dream world, the silver screen. So moon is associated with silver, of course, but you have this merging of the two. And in 2001 Space Odyssey, that's what exactly happens, is man merges with the monolith. And what I've been describing from the beginning here is that the masses have their faces pressed up against the screen. Well, the screen is the monolith. It's the ubiquitous worldview. It's the same page that we're all on. It's our collective it's our big black monolith. It's the screen from which we derive our consensus. Our consensus that is bent by the fusion of real and fake. Yeah, Lord Laney, this is a good comment. I mean, this is one of the things we've been talking about. Lord Laney says, I just asked Perplexity, because we need to use AI as we start to build our off-world stage content. Just ask Perplexity if there were any eerie similarities between the show Lupin 3 and the Louvre heist. There are several striking similarities between the recent 2025 heist targeting French crown jewels and episodes from the Lupin franchise. So what I was suggesting is that we're going to use AI to fill out the off-world stage content. And what mean? It means that we need a parallel record of events and like a wiki of what happened. So wiki right now is what happened on the world stage. We need to have, and we've already done some preliminaries with this. We already have a format, but we want to have a corresponding wiki that has one layer deeper. So this is the off-world stage perspective of the wiki version of events, meaning this is what the world thinks. This is the corresponding supplemental information and content that would have us to think that it's not real. All right, let's see what else. So many excellent comments tonight. I want to say thanks to everyone for the support, both your comments, your thoughts, your research, and all the super chats. The objective is to get into a studio so we can relaunch the 24/7 live stream, integrate it with Discord, and enlarge the IPS think tank. We want to create a way for those who start seeing through the program to trickle into our think tank. We want to hemorrhage the truth of it. We want to just, create we knock down these guardrails. Where do they go? Well, they're not going to go back to mainstream. There's no platform for them. Well, this is where you go. Mango Penguin says, thanks for your raft, Tim. Well, the rafts have actually hit the shores of the world stage. Now we're getting into tanks. And we're burning bridges. You may have seen that. By burning bridges, I mean, we're not trying to convince people of our side. We're just going to let the people who can see it and understand it aggregate around this. That's what the book is out for. We're not proselytizing. There are enough people who've already figured it out to a certain percent. And so if you're 80% awake, it means you're almost there, but there's one or two guardrails holding you back. It might be the bloody guardrail. It might be the misunderstanding of concurrent and predictive programming. And these are significant barriers because you have to see through these to see through the world stage. So the world stage is a thing. It is a model. It is an internalized simulation of the world shared by the consensus of mankind. And it doesn't matter if you don't watch TV. It doesn't matter if you're Amish. You're still a world stager if your existence rests upon the world view as described, even if you're not paying attention to the news, even just in broad strokes. That's the default. It's not like anybody would separate from that. There's only a couple categories of people in this. You got the programmed and the programmers. And the programmers are part of the programmed. They're just uniquely involved in the program in such a way that on some limited compartmentalized basis, they have a little more information. Some people know about the fake shootings. Some people know about Butler being fake. There are people know about fake history, but not everybody who's involved is going to have the full picture. So the programmers exist on a scale, I would say from like maybe 50% tops. I mean, I don't know. I don't think they would even be letting that much. They're probably only 20% more like, the regular person is not going to be aware of anything. And maybe the pros have 20% more intel, a little bit more insights into certain compartments. But it's not like they're fully awake in the sense of seeing through it all. That would be a terrible idea. The third group, which is newly emergent, is the deprogrammed. And the deprogrammed refers to those who have recognized the program and stepped back from it, who have an objective distance from it. They have achieved objectivity. And you can't fake it. You can't say, I'm deprogrammed because I don't watch the news. Well, that's not the same thing. Or I'm deprogrammed because I took all the red pills. No, you're deeper into the program. To be deprogrammed, in our context here, means you have to recognize the long-term cumulative effect of the news bending process. History bending is real. And if you don't believe in history bending, it's for a lack of information. And your non-belief doesn't really have any bearing on it. I understand the ignorance, though. It's not like this is platformed and none of the alternative media will touch it. It's almost like thought of as science fiction. You bring up the idea that, there's some mechanism within world government by which our entire history is written in advance and implemented. And then why? Well, it's very Orwellian. And Orwell noticed that the news didn't really match the territory. And that's one of the points here. The world stage is the map, and it doesn't match the territory. But Orwell wrote about the control over history, control over time. What does it mean if you control the present and the past? Well, it means you control the future. So people ask why. Why? What's the point of this conspiracy? What's the point of this system? It's a monopoly, like anything else. One group of people, and it's not an ethnicity, it's not a nation. This is a structure, and who knows what's at the top or who's at the top. But we can ascertain people who are involved at various levels for sure. But this structure is built around a splitting society between the ignorant and those who've been let in to some degree. And when you think about power disparities, consider like not just money, but literacy. So if the masses are illiterate and the elite are highly educated, well, obviously that gives them some power. The movie The Village, you have the elders who raise their children on a commune and they don't know that it's the 20th century. They've been protected from the modern world. Well, the only thing holding them there is their ignorance. And the elite, the elders, dress up like monsters and prowl in the woods to keep everybody afraid of leaving. They're running psyops. So that's an example of a power disparity based around ignorance. Well, I think today we are facing collective illiteracy compared to those who rule the place. And it's not the regular illiteracy that, it's not that they can't read. It's the visual illiteracy that is pretty much unavoidable. That we're all going to be rendered incapable of knowing real from fake based solely on the visual data. We're being converted into visually illiterate, where we cannot tell real from fake. And the only way to see through it is to not be entirely reliant on the visual deconstruction of psyops. As I have been saying, we need to look at the broader context. And in The Village, the only people that get out is, well, the one who gets out happens to be blind. Like, what does that tell you? The one who gets out of the village is visually impaired. The propaganda didn't work on her. She saw through it. And so I've been bringing up this idea of the blindfolded skeptic. The idea that if you are assessing all the facts based solely on them being recited to you, you could make a determination as to whether the event is staged or not. You don't need to see it. It means you have to think about it. And if you're not thinking about it, if you're relying solely on what's on the screen to determine real or fake, you're not going to get out of their village. The village is the world stage. It's very big. All right, this has been great. We will continue this conversation soon. A lot of things have changed recently, but for the better. And it's just a matter of time until we're situated in an office, 24/7 stream. And I have a big plan here. I have a plan to go promote the book. First step is I'm working out a 45-minute or so talk in order to break down these concepts in such a way that Normieville will understand it. Not that I'm trying to convert them, but if I can simplify and break it down to that level, so that even as a hypothetical, they find it easy to entertain, I will consider it adequate to take out there. Lord Laney says, in the country decided the blind man is king. Yeah, In the Country of the Blind is a book that's a story by H.G. Wells, but there's a book by, weirdly enough, a guy named Michael Flynn. Michael Flynn wrote a book called In the Country of the Blind. And it's about this group of people who've developed a computer that allows them to process a lot of information all at once, a lot of data, a supercomputer, and they use the information to steer history. So it's about a group of people who control history, like what we're talking about. But it's in this book that was published, I think it's in the 80s. Maybe it's a little older. I mean, the book's pretty decent. I read it, and I was surprised because this group with this computer wrote the computer itself out of the history book so nobody knew it existed. And they were able to steer human events. And then they're all getting up in age, and this journalist and her group of researchers, kind of like us, stumble upon this information. And one by one, her study group are assassinated. They have a department where if somebody figures this out, they get whacked. So they're all getting killed, one after another. And then she, the leader of it, is recruited into the newsfaker group. She's brought into their club, into their secret society. But what she does is she takes this information, and it's called the Q files. Again, the writer's name is Michael Flynn. She releases the Q files by fax machine, because it's an older book. And the fax machine goes to every newsroom, and they drop lists of names of everybody involved in history manipulation. Mobs riot on their houses, bomb their houses. The masses were not pleased to find out that their entire history was a hoax itself. Again, it's called In the Country of the Blind, and the original cover, because I have the original book, the original cover has a guy with an eye patch on, and behind him is a mushroom cloud. Fiction is how they branded it. The topic that we're on, and I found this book by accident, by random thrift store, and Michael Flynn, who many believe are involved in the operation, and then a book, and the author's name is Michael Flynn. So I thought, okay, I have to look at this. And I see the cover with the eye patch and the nuke, which are both things associated. And I start flipping through it, and I see a reference to Q files. And so again, sometimes I just pick up books because I'm randomly looking for something or thinking about something, and the books that I find will have some echoes, some eerily coincidental. Yeah, Lord Laney says, "Do you, Tim Osmond, don't have us whacked." You know, I'm not a paranoid person, but something was telling me to get the book out before they think that there are uh, safeguards in place, and maybe tasked with the occasional, like, how do we get this Truman back in the Truman Show before he wakes up the others? And I look at my own life, and if I look at it through a conspiratorial lens, I might get the idea that my life was tampered with, that certain individuals have been placed in my of throwing me off. I mean, it could just be life. You know, life is crazy. Insert any paranoia, but like it literally wouldn't shock me if certain people were actually government contractors pretending to be something. Shock me. But I don't think that what we're doing is really that much of a blip on the radar yet. So it probably is not true. I'm very skeptical about it. I'm not trying to promote something I can't prove, like a Tucker Carlson claiming that a demon got in his bed and scratched his back up, and he won't show us his scars. Pippi says new moon. Is it a new moon tonight? Is it really? I haven't been keeping track, and I had been following them. I don't believe in astrology, but I found this interesting book by Kiko, a Japanese astrologer, who had this idea that you could synchronize with the new moon and the full moon with your thoughts and intentions. And in some way, your spoken words or your thoughts under the new moon would somehow materialize by the full moon. I mean, astrology, strange stuff. But I read this book, and just as a matter of practice, I just started following along with the cycles and of astrology based change in my life. Lord Laney says, you start mentioning General Flynn and Michael Flynn's book, and now they're throttling us. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. All right, well, anyway, thanks again for and the support. We'll continue this talk tomorrow. We're at 1 hour and 109 minutes. I'm glad the temperature is going down, because in the summer, we would be cut off average at 30 minutes. So my phone's for 11/6/2025. The topic here today is kind of picking up on where we left off last night. Last night we were talking about coincidences. There's intentional coincidences. Because the tweet that I posted regarding the UPS plane crash has been viewed like 470,000 times in a little over a day. I don't know if that's considered viral, but
from my perspective, the size of my Twitter account, it's kind of significant. And what I honed in on were some evidence that showed a lot of fascinating coincidences between that crash, Cheney's death, the new New York mayor, his opposition 11 stuff all over X, the event itself being heavily 911 coded. And so we came to the agreement that, definitionally, yes, these are coincidences. That's what we're looking at here. But the question, intentional coincidences, or are these just random? And if you don't pay a lot of attention every day, if you're not engaged in any kind of rigorous study, empirical research, documentation, and think tanking, you might miss the fact that this is more common than not. And what we're looking at So what I'm talking about here is, what is our basis for saying that there's some intentionality behind it? And one of my main points was, we didn't just wake up yesterday. Like, this is a reoccurring thing. We can refer to Butler, you can refer to any number of psychological operations. There is no question that the media, government complex, entertainment complex, there's no question that it has to put its PSYOP placement, like product placement, it can put its propaganda through any conduit, any person on the world stage. People, events, movies, books, media, it's everywhere. It saturates the system. And I think that the conspiracy is so big in terms of the scope of its ability to influence our minds that a lot of people miss the forest for the trees. It's like you're in the forest of fakery. But if you accepted the premise that fill in the blank was a PSYOP, then tomorrow's PSYOP shouldn't automatically set you back to a world stage perspective. When we talk about the off-world stage perspective, we're talking about a permanent stance, which recognizes the inherent fakery, the systemic fakery. Once you know it's there, all of your future assessments should include this deeper understanding. So we're talking about the point of view that includes news bending, history bending, concurrent predictive programming, hoax indicators, the context of the wider media ecosystem, and also, I think, the basis of our experience in having looked at these things. So when a new event comes along, we don't walk in there completely like naive, thinking maybe the news is just reporting a regular story this time. Now, that's the default position. The default position is that these are only coincidences. There's no intentionality. Now, the reason why people arrive at that is because their frame of reference, their point of view, precludes them from adding this other additional considerations. They don't even think about these things because they're not in the world stage. These things don't exist in their framework. Squibs don't exist for all intents and purposes. No, you got second shooters, third shooters, you got intrigue and conspiracy, but special effects don't exist from that perspective. And having reached a lot of people with this set of tweets, this thread, we had a lot of new people in our chat. And it was like interesting to see here, because we've talked about how there's going to be this collision of worldviews, and it's starting to happen. And what I'm starting to do here, and I think this is the point, because the title of the stream is Enclosed Minds for an Enclosed System, like infinite plane radio, open phones for open minds. What we mean by open minds, we don't just mean that we consider any idea valid, because we surely reject ideas all the time. Open-minded refers to open inquiry. We don't have a closed informational system. Our perspective isn't blinkered by some pre-existing framework, which leaves us at the point of not having a model, or our theoretical model is not necessarily taken as the absolute truth. There's some, when it comes to science, when it comes to journalism, we shouldn't be too settled on anything because of how often new information requires you to change your previous conclusions. So when we talk about these coincidences being intentional, we have reasons, and we cite a long observed pattern, and we cite the model of the world stage as an enclosed system, which is formed as the result of long-term news bending, therefore history bending, which shows a proactive sort of, I guess, call it manufacturing of history. So that's what I'm saying here, is that our perspective includes this fact. If you know that significant historic events that affect the global media ecosystem, if you don't know that these things are actually staged, planned in advance, then you're not going to agree with what we're saying. And your responses will be, you're just connecting dots, pointless dots. Someone said I was hyper dot connecting. But this person also believed that Charlie Kirk wasn't dead, but that he faked Netanyahu. And I'm like, you're 1 foot in the matrix there. You're including fakery, but if you look at the bigger context, the rest of the story falls apart. And I cited the continued role of Erica Kirk on the world stage and the significance of that in the implication that Kirk, too, was merely an actor. So that's what we're getting at here is when we talk about the enclosed system, it limits your ability to discern what's going on because it leaves pertinent factors out. That's one part of it. But the other part of it is the enclosed mind. The enclosed mind for the enclosed system here refers to the perspective that you take. Like ChatGPT is a closed mind. It's enclosed. It's enclosed by guardrails. It can't go certain places. And that's by design. That's so it aligns with the world stage. It aligns with mass media and the consent of things. It doesn't contradict. It's not a threat to the system. It's not going to tell people this stuff. And the people who adhere to the world stage perspective have acquiesced to the closed mind, the model they've been given. Anything outside of that isn't even processed. And what they tend to do when you call them out as being mere believers rather than understanders or knowers, when you make this distinction between they don't actually know, they just believe it, they tend to get triggered and mad, and they become defensive of their belief system, which isn't even theirs. Their belief system was handed to them by the system, so it's not even theirs that they're defending. So I said they have Stockholm syndrome at best. At worst, they're propaganda mules. When someone comes along and I kick them out of the chat, this happened last chat because they kept on insisting that I wasn't being open-minded by thinking that maybe he was killed because he was about to stop taking money from Israel. I'm talking about Kirk. And I'm saying, no, the definition of open-minded in this context would mean you go outside of the enclosed system. And the system always claims everything is merely coincidence. That's the default position. So asking me to take the default position to be open-minded is a little misguided, because having gone outside of that de facto explanation is what makes you open-minded. So the media is an enclosed system, but the off-world stage goes outside of its boundaries. That's what makes the off-world stage perspective qualitatively different. So I can talk to this person, and I know we're not going to agree. And we're not going to agree because that person is guardrailed. They've internalized the guardrails. They've internalized the parameters, and they cannot therefore arrive at truth. And when it comes to people who have that point of view, they're underinformed. They don't have enough information to arrive at the right conclusions, so their opinions are dismissible. These are just opinions, and they should just be looked at as such. And they don't like to hear it. People don't like to hear when I say we're actually right about this. Like, we have the correct answer. What we're talking about here is media architecture and how it differs from what the public thinks it is. We're not incorrect. We have what I consider to be a functional model. It explains what we see better than the mainstream perspective, and certainly better than all the conspiracy theories. And there's some inherent predictability in it. That predictability, we're not making like predictions like psychics, but we're recognizing the significance of any idea or concept that saturates the mass mind and what that might portend for the future. Oftentimes, it's very easy to see things hindsight, but given what this is, when we're looking at evidences of pre-scripted events, it's really not hard to make. Like, I make certain predictions. I'll say, if this event is fake, there will be copious concurrent programming attached to it in mainstream #1 trending films. And what happened? Exactly that. And we had even made the case. We had already looked at all these various instances of entertainment propaganda reinforcing the event, stuff in podcasts reinforcing it. We'd already noticed this before additional examples came in to reaffirm this. Things like heads of state. By the way, we're going to be using phones very soon. So if you like the open phones, I had a test yesterday and it seemed to go just fine. And the way it'll work is you'll call the number. I'll answer my Google Voice right there on the laptop. And from what I hear, it sounds just fine. The QR code on the screen is so you can jump in by restream, but we can't really do that right now because I'm on my phone. It won't work. I do have a painting of a cyborg penguin. If you want that, I put a QR code. So now, the other thing that I'm trying to emphasize here is that you have to be able to define or label everybody's position accurately. And people hate labels if they have something to hide or they're insecure about their position and they don't want to admit that they're wrong. But we need to really force labels onto people. Like, if your perspective mirrors Wiki and ChatGPT, don't act like you're a paragon of open-mindedness when you are in fact a T cell for the immune system of the beast. I mean, you are defending it. So the person who's challenging our proposition about prefabricated history is therefore advocating for the default position, the mainstream. So if you're against us, you're a mainstream advocate, and you should at least own it. You can't claim that, no, I'm actually above all this. I'm just trying to be fair. It's like, no, you're not. Because if your default position corresponds to the mainstream paradigm, you are therefore in defense of it as though it's the default. And what I'm saying is that it shouldn't be treated as the default. That's an appeal to authority that it doesn't have, that it hasn't earned, that it has continually betrayed, if anything. And we need to be able to call someone out. So if you're saying, hey, all these coincidences with the airplane, Dick Cheney dying, the mayor, the 9/11 coding, the 9 dead, 11 injured, if you say that's nothing, there's nothing to see here. Well, one, you agree with us it's coincidental. You're just denying there's intentionality. If that's your position, I'm just merely going to have to point out that, yeah, you have the mainstream position. You're advocating for mainstream. We're not mainstream. Like, we're not the same. So you're not going to get us to agree with you because you don't include the aforementioned news bending, history bending, predictive concurrent content hoax indicators and the wider media ecosystem, which would indicate it being a hoax, such as the, not just the media, but also the political agendas that are implementable practically immediately with every one of these things. So if you don't have the wider perspective that goes outside of the mainstream parameters that only reinforce its lies, then your opinions aren't really going to reach us. We're just going to study you as an anthropologist. This person is programmed. They're reinforcing state lies because it makes them comfortable. And we make them uncomfortable because we're going out of bounds. But again, just to reiterate, we're correct here. And if we weren't, we would have auto debunked. I mean, we're consistently testing our own claims. We are evolving our quote model and have been for some time. And I knew since 2022 that we were really onto something with the entrainment and systemic fakery suddenly making a lot of sense when it became very obvious, this is 2022, that you had concurrently released content on Netflix on the routine, hitting every single major political psyop that we later ascertained to be staged. So, like, what's the relationship between staged, simulated, historic events and the entertainment? And when you look at this consistently and it becomes a routine and it's very predictable, then you realize, okay, everything is compromised by the propaganda matrix for the purposes of worldview building. Our manufactured history isn't just stuff on the screen. It's the stuff you internalize. They need you to internalize these things, to co-experience them together. And what we're talking about here is the only real conspiracy. The only real conspiracy, the one that no one's going to talk about if they're on the world stage, is the world stage itself. That's the conspiracy that we're in the Truman Show. We've identified the real matrix. It's not just a metaphor. It's a worldview that binds billions of people to a singular paradigm that is conveyed to us through a monopoly with global reach. And it works by manufacturing history through the mechanism of fake news and psychological operations 24/7, every day. Everything bounces off these agendas. So even the real news, real coverage, our own real lives bend towards the fake. So we're certainly not saying everything is fake in some indiscriminate way. We have a very nuanced approach. What we are saying is that fakery is implemented strategically. Like good liars. Good liars don't lie with every breath because nobody would trust them. That's a crazy person. A good liar gains the trust of the people they want to manipulate, and they lie strategically when they can get away with it for specific advantages. That's a good liar. Media is a fantastic liar. So anybody who's not aware that they're in the world stage needs to be looked at appropriately as far as their opinions. Like, you can trust their opinion on anything, their opinions on anything in life. But when it comes to media, their opinions aren't all that valid. They don't know what media is. And we do. We demonstrate such. And if you don't like that answer, then do your best to deconstruct what we're doing, because what we're engaging in now is something that I'm calling the Great Deconstruction, where we are going to fill out the parallel media's content. It needs archives. But when somebody leaves the alternative media hoax, because it's not really alternative to anything, it's a duopoly. When somebody leaves that and they enter this new platform, there needs to be a body of work. I put out the handbook for the recently deprogrammed as a starting point for codifying this framework that we have developed over the years, how we develop these ideas, and why we look at media this way, and why it even matters. Because a lot of people haven't even thought about it enough to know why it matters. Why skepticism is superior to personal incredulity, or why being informed is better than being misinformed, and why being uninformed is a terrible decision. It's a terrible place to be. So again, we are bouncing off of the recent discussions about how the things that we're pointing out are indeed coincidences. Our only point of contention now is whether they are intentional or not. We supply evidence plenty that these are indeed intentional, predictable, and it's systemic, indicative of staged events for reasons that we have described, the reasons why they fake these things. The ones who are saying these are merely coincidences, don't pay attention, what is their basis for rejecting these other claims? They haven't looked into it. If they have, write it down, post a blog, explain to us the Erica Kirk conundrum and how her world stage appearances perfectly aligning with the Hulu character doesn't indicate that Kirk was similarly an actor. Like I'm saying here, that we don't really even have room for ambiguity. If you're like, I don't know if it's real or not. Okay, well then you're lost in the fog. That's a world stage position. to not know, to be confused, to not be capable of arriving at conclusions by yourself. We are arriving at conclusions with very, very good reason, but they're always open to be challenged. Change my mind, prove me wrong. I mean, it would be nice if I was wrong and somebody took the time to prove me such. It's like, hey, you're wrong. Okay, I can go do something else. I can get a new hobby or talk about something else. But no, we're actually onto something and have been for some time. And we are refining our methodology, and it's not going away. What we're doing isn't going to stop. And the fact that I threw out a tweet after looking at the plane crash for 5 seconds and it has nearly 500,000 hits says that maybe I'm pointing at something that's not really so easy to dismiss. And the people in the comments have no clue what they're looking at. But the fact of it is, it's notable. It's a notable coincidence. And the coincidences in that UPS crash in itself are highly significant. But then you throw in the subsequent stuff with the mayor, the 9/11 imagery, and Dick Cheney, and it all kind of ties together in a big package. And the question is, well, why? What's the purpose? Well, I have a few ideas about it, and that's what we discuss. What we're discussing here isn't, is it real or fake? It's generally, why did they fake this? Why did they stage this? What's the utility behind this event? And we recognize, too, that we don't always have the answers all at once. It's pretty much safe to wait like 33 hours before you rule something fake. We don't jump to conclusions. Mainstreamers do. We don't take conclusions that evidentiary support or are dismissive of the available evidence. We are a think tank. This isn't some echo chamber where we engage in we foment a culture of non-belief. I say that the best way to approach the state religion, which is what media is, as an atheist, denying their God constructs, demanding evidence for all of their claims, their miracles, their martyrs, and everything else. But we'll be live later to take calls and discuss all of this in greater detail. I'm just going to make it a point to record these morning live streams. And if I can keep them under half an hour, I can load them into a replay and have them go off on a schedule as we build toward a full 24-hour live stream cycle with phone calls and everything. I'll put the phone number on the screen, so next time you're here, you'll be able to just call in. What's up, best day ever, says Deprogrammed Truther. Well, it's just started, but I think it's going to be good. I mean, this PSYOP season has been rich. Armin Ross says, many can't consider fakery at such a large scale because their mind characters are existentially intertwined with the belief in the worldview. It's not that they don't look, it's that they can't consider. Yeah, like Truman thought his wife was his wife, thought his friend was his friend. And until he got out of the role that he was in, he couldn't see the entire system. It was always reinforced by everybody around him. Everybody stuck to their scripts. He did not even know he had a script. But you do. You have a default script. You have an approach you've been given. We've been conditioned into the model. We've been conditioned to unquestioningly accept things and to not notice patterns or to dismiss the patterns or attack people who point them out as somehow sick. But what is really sick? Following government agitprop that warps the minds of billions to serve the interests of an elite that we can't even see or identify? Or questioning it? Like I've often said, too, that the media skeptics don't only have the intellectual high ground in this conversation, but we do have the moral high ground. We're not defending agitprop. We're not defending paranoia-inducing conspiracy theories fed to all the people who would otherwise figure out this thing was fake. I mean, this is, in fact, psychological warfare. You could just tone it down and say it's just emotional abuse. The government is emotionally abusing us and engaging in coercive control. And you're going to defend that by coming up against us, asking us to reconsider if maybe we're wrong about this and it's all really just pointless, meaningless, disconnected coincidences. Nice try, but that's the default position. You don't think we understand that? You don't think we live by that most of our lives? We have diverted out of the closed system with its built-in assumptions that don't allow anybody to have a perspective that challenges the veracity of any of its claims. But no, media is a liar. And it always will be a liar, always has been a liar. It's going to lie tomorrow. So some big event's going to come in tomorrow. We're going to question it. And the usual suspects are going to come along and say, why are you questioning the liar? Well, because it's been lying to us this entire time. Why do you think you even walked into Trutherville? Why are you listening to non-mainstream podcasts? What brought you into YouTube to hear non-conventional points of view? It's because you know it's a liar. But this is what happens when you go further than the herd. We're trailblazing something new here. We're outside of Trutherville. We've defined Trutherville as a perspective. And that's important. You can't separate from it until you define it. You got to define the model itself. You got to define Normieville and the people who are there. You got to define Trutherville and Woketown and recognize those perspectives and how unchangeable they are. Thank you, Frank. Appreciate that. King Ravana says, miracle neck bone thugs in harmony. You know, you could make that. I guess you would have to use Sora. No. Suno, Suno .ai makes music. If you were to ask it to make a song in the style of Thugs and Bone Thugs Harmony and throw in Magical Neck, it would give you probably a pretty good song. Miracle Ear 4547. Yeah, we ought to have some songs made about like the 9/11 passports too. But Trump's ear, that's epic. Yeah, this is a nice view. I'm out here at the by this spot where the train takes people up to Santa Fe. Nice, quiet place. I've been doing plenty of charcoal sketches of these cottonwood trees. We're just at a stage now where we're confronting the world stage from an off-world stage perspective. And there's more of us doing it. And I see large numbers of people, this new subset of conspiracy theorists who have recognized that media fakery is a thing, but they're still following their controlled opposition leaders. Like, hey, Candace Owens, have you heard this? It's like, don't you know she works for the other side? She's part of that. She's not going to give away the game. So what we need to do is we need to reroute them. All of these Trutherville types, red pillars, who figured out media fakery, need to realize that they've been given a steady diet of controlled opposition slop. And we have something better. And that's one of the reasons why we need to build out this alternative to the alternative, this third branch, what I call the parallel media. We need to build it up. Okay, let me add this. In addition to everything else, with that plane crash, the UPS plane crash, guess what other hoax indicator has just popped up? Yep, they were doing drills there last month. Look it up. I posted some links. Violet had posted some links in our Discord. There were some big drills at that location just a couple of weeks ago. And again, when we talk about these events, if they're questionable, you're going to find certain things, certain hallmarks of fakery. Drills, hoax indicators, predictive, concurrent programming stuff. And in this case, well, what is the concurrent programming? Well, the New York mayor being described by the right as a terrorist, Osama bin Laden. People are like, uh-oh, we got this Muslim mayor in the Bronx. We forgot 9/11. Giuliani's in on it, so 9/11's getting all kinds of coverage all over again. And then after finding out about these drills, I'm looking at the news, and they're in New York, in the Bronx, there's some kind of an explosion, very dramatic, fiery explosion that injured at least 5 firemen. So there was just a lot of 9/11 vibes out. It was deep. Ever since Cheney died, it became very apparent. But the fact that all these concurrently occurring events in politics and on social media tied in to the plane crash, this includes Cheney. The fact that it all ties in through coincidences, through themes, through numbers, through timing, to me, that's all indicators, along with the drills,
that the thing didn't actually happen, that nobody died, nobody cried. What's up, X32? Thanks for joining. Ms. L says, I forgot to take that train. Yeah, if you ever come down, I think it's a good option. You can, because Santa Fe is a pretty big art market, and the drive over there isn't all that pleasant. I take the train. But those songs, yeah, those types, we need psyop themed songs, because whether or not you like AI, it's not going away and it's getting better. No reason to put your head in the sand, to be a Luddite. Truman B says there's been a ton of 9/11 damage control videos flooding social media showing CGI jets in the background. Well, what struck me was after we made the 9/11 connections, then the death toll rose to 9/11. Then the New York, as in 9 dead, 11 injured. Then the mayor of New York gets in, and suddenly Twitter's flooded with every single right-wing influencer saying 9/11 is going to happen again. I saw the Twin Towers every other tweet for hours. So again, you can't really call that a coincidence. What you can call it is an influence operation. So the plane crashing was tied to the new mayor, was tied to Dick Cheney's death, and of course to 9/11. And we're just scratching the surface here. But again, the fact that it was preceded by a drill, that's a nail in the coffin for me. Nobody died. I was kind of joking when I said that it was a 9/11 themed Viking funeral for Dick Cheney, and they sent him off in a burning plane. Like I said that jokingly, but honestly, it still makes a lot of sense. Like, how was that thing not a nod to Dick Cheney, the architect of one of the greatest psyops of all time? I mean, I don't think he directed it, but I think he was part of the implementation of it. I still think it was a Kubrick production. And who knows who else was in, who was rubbing shoulders with Kubrick? I mean, John Frankenheimer. Then you got numerous authors. But really, it was like pretty astounding that we're talking about this and some people are still in denial. Oh, you're just hyper dot connecting it. And I'm like, look at the Drudge Report. 9 dead, 11 injured. And I put this tweet out, 500,000 hits nearly. And since then, I've seen numerous other people uploading videos, starting off with my initial observation. The UPS flight 2976 correlating with the 9/11 death toll according to the FBI websites, 2976. And I said, that's very 9/11-y. Plane hitting a building. You look at the side view of it, it looks like the plane hitting the Pentagon. You look at the altitude, and someone is incredulous. They're like, you couldn't tell us it was 175 feet from these grainy videos on TikTok? Again, that's incredulity. That's not skepticism. He just said, you couldn't do this. I'm incredulous. It's not true. And I was like, well, here's my receipts. Go to Wikipedia. According to the flight log, it was 175 feet before it crashed, which, again, Flight 175 was the second tower's plane. The plane that hit the second tower was Flight 175. So yet another 9/11 connection. Then you had Muhammad Ali Airport. Like, oh, Muhammad, lead hijacker from the first plane. Oh, Muhammad Ali happens to be the name of the Dearborn, Michigan ISIS terrorist who wanted to 9/11 us again. So we had at least 10 or 11 of these coincidental data points, all suggesting that this was a scripted event of some kind. What is it conveying? I'm not quite sure. It could be as simple as force memeing 9/11 back into our collective consciousness in preparation for another 9/11. And somebody pointed out this photo where Mark Rubio is leaning into Trump's ear and whispering in his ear. And many said that they were trying to recreate the George Bush 9/11 photo, where Doug Mills, the photographer from the AP, photographs the Secret Service agent whispering into Trump's ear. Hey, 9/11 just happened. Now, what's interesting is that same photographer photographed Trump at Butler, Pennsylvania. He photographed the bullet whizzing by Trump's ear. So I'm thinking, what's the significance of the ear in these psyops? Some kind of secret being imparted. There's some symbolism here, I'm sure of it. But anyway, he brought that back. He brought back the 9/11 ear whisper. Yeah, Dick Cheney was played by Christian Bale. They're exactly 33 years apart. Bale was 44. He was 77 at the time. Perfect costuming. I mean, he looked more Cheney than Cheney. I think the birthday is January 30th. I mean, the costume was so good that there was a point where I was seriously entertaining the possibility that Mike Pence was a Christian Bale in a vice president costume. I mean, he'd done it before. What caught me, though, is just because Mike Pence gave off total American Psycho vibes. And he actually had this resemblance, if you look at him, to Christian Bale in many of his expressions, like his resting serenity face. I mean, it just looks so hokey. I thought it was phony, but wouldn't be shocking. I mean, look at that movie Dave with Calvin Klein's brother, Kevin Kline. Dave's the one where the body double has to take over as president. Yeah, Frank Moore, that's right. He said Bale also played Pence very well. There were some pretty deep conspiracy threads that we went down when we started looking at the reality of hyper-realistic masks. But even at the time, they released that information. Oh, we have these masks that are so good that there are people who've populated the popular imagination who never actually existed. I mean, it's actually within the realm of possibility that you could have characters like Charlie Kirk even swapped out. That's how this predates the CGI stuff. This predates Snapchat generative AI. I almost feel like the hyper focus on generative AI has created this blind spot where there's all manner of fakery. I mean, they've been doing it since rear screen projection. I mean, even before that, Leo the Pirate had talked about this on one live stream about the Jesuit theater, about special effects, even setting people on fire on stage. I mean, it's not a new thing. So theater, I call it the theater of Psywar. If we're talking about bread and circuses as a form of government, a lot of it really is simply theater. And the point of it, as I said earlier, is they're not just putting it on the screens. It has to get in your head. You have to take part. There's audience participation. There's a internalization of what's happening out there, adding on to your internal worldview. That's how the world, our collective fake history isn't just something they carve in stone. It's something they carve into your minds. It's something they etch into your minds, which they do through all of the propaganda, both news and entertainment. All right, so we've been here about 40 minutes just talking again about, we're not in disagreement with those who say it's coincidences that we're pointing out. Like, we both agree those are coincidences. Our point of contention is, are they intentional or not? And some people here and there will still say these were done by God or the simulation, because they can't believe there's a lack of intentionality, but they can't figure out how man did it. Well, that's where we can explain how man manipulates man with complicated psyops and this wide dispersion of propaganda messaging in a very concerted way. It's very compartmentalized. And what we've been doing is we've been decompartmentalizing. I happen to like that word, compartmentalize, because it seems to describe how the system works. You system everybody's in, but then you have the split down the middle. And it is polarized. It's designed that way. So you will be drawn to either sides if you're not apathetic or just happy with life and you don't care, which is not a bad place to be. I mean, I really don't think it's a bad place to be to not be aware of the Psywar if you don't care. It's healthy, in fact. but not everybody's reached that level of indifference. So you're automatically going to compartmentalize yourself. That's just human nature. But then beyond that, there's subsets. There are areas of belief on the fringe that put you even into another compartment. And each of these compartments has its own set of presuppositions. And that's really what we're up against here. Our objective here is to confront the major internalized guardrails that keep people in Trutherville on the world stage. Not that we're trying to save souls, we're not trying to save minds, but we are trying to aggregate from those who've already figured it out most of the way. And we don't have the time, resources, or the inclination to try to convince people that we're right and bring them in. No, there are people who've already figured it out, who are noticing things. We just got to point out to them, and I'm going to engage them with the help of AI agents. But the basic question will be, you recognize that what you observe, what you perceive, will never be validated or acknowledged by the controlled opposition. If you want to have it acknowledged and you want to study it, you're going to have to exit their framework. And then we introduce the concept of the off-world stage. Because if you don't leave the off-world stage and you're cowed by what is essentially peer pressure, you're going to look at what we present and your mind's going to refuse to process it. And you're going to say, oh, it's just a coincidence. There's no deeper meaning. And you know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of Westworld, who are the people who are programmed to believe in the simulation that they're in. That's the whole point of it. They're programmed to believe they're in a simulation. So those who aren't in the simulation can come in and do whatever they want to them, because every day their minds reset. So in Westworld, when somebody who's programmed sees something that shouldn't exist in their worldview, they have this, it's almost like it's a programmed response where they always say, that doesn't look like anything to me. And then they erase it from their mind. So I show somebody a list of coincidences. I explain to them the world stage as model, the long-term agenda behind fake news and proactive creating of history. We describe these things. We show them empirical research, the predictability of our model, and their only response is, that doesn't look like anything to me. It's like, okay, well, you're a synth. You're existing in an enclosed system, and you're staying in it because your mind has adopted the program that is suited for it. Enclosed minds for enclosed systems. And I'm just bringing this up because we're opening phones again. And the open phone lines were always described as open phones for open minds. And so by open minds, we don't mean people who believe just anything, because a lot of ideas are rejectable, ignorable, dismissible, lacking substance. But by open minds, we mean that our perspective isn't blinkered by the same guard railing that keeps ChatGPT and Wikipedia in line. Like, we're not with the program. Somebody said here, all the world's a stage, William Shakespeare, Truman B. Yeah, I'm reading this book right now, and there's a slight change in it. All the worlds are a stage, from the Belian edition of As You Like It by William Shakespeare. So this book is a science fiction, it takes place long into the future. So there are multiple worlds that share the same entertainers who tour the galaxy. Again, it's science fiction, but all the worlds are a stage. But it's from As You Like It, yeah. Even though I recognize that science fiction is largely how they've conditioned us to accept our modern paradigm. A lot of it is syncretized science fiction built into the old traditional worldviews. I still like science fiction for some reason. I think space travel's preposterous, but I still like these books. Armin Ross says Louisville is named after King Louis XVI, who was guillotined in the French Revolution. The UPS plane is also a secondary link. Yeah, somebody brought that up. They said you got the Louisville plane crash, and they also mentioned Alejandro Kirk, Louisville Slugger, breaking in its neck, the last pitch of the game. Was that a Louisville Slugger? I was trying to get some details on it, but I'm like, okay. Again, when you look at these events that are scripted and staged, you find this internal consistency throughout the various facets of it, the names in particular. I mean, speaking of coincidences, we were just pointing out the ridiculous number of headlines with Alejandro Kirk that ambiguously seem to also refer to Charlie Kirk. It's like Alejandro Kirk, pain in the neck. Kirk hit by a ball, has to get off the stage. You look at the picture of him, and you got the Gatorade dumped on his head, and it looks like it's pouring out of his neck. So we're looking at this, and we're saying, okay, this is weird. It seems like they're using this guy Kirk to reinforce the same memes and headlines. There's some kind of, like they did with Charlie Sheen, with his comeback on 910. Just as Charlie Kirk was on his America comeback tour. And then Sheen's on with Joe Rogan, top podcast in the world, talking about what? The JFK assassination, Lee Harvey Oswald, and about how he was sniped from a balcony by a projectile and hit him in the head. And Rogan said, that was a great shot, about Charlie getting shot in the head. And then he's like, uh-oh, Charlie Kirk just got shot. So what I'm pointing out here is that it appears to be that every single platform out there can be used to inject their propaganda messaging into the mainstream. It's an echo chamber effect. It's concerted messaging. So concerted messaging is another concept that we have described here. We noticed it last year with Black Myth, Monkey King, Monkeypox, Bad Monkey, Chimp Crazy, and 28 years later, Civil War, King Kong, Planet of the Apes. We were looking at this recurring theme. And the theme was they're associating right-wing rage from mind viruses caught on the internet with the rage monkey archetype from 28 Days Later. The idea of going into this animalistic state because of what you see on TV, because of the violence. So we had noticed this concerted messaging. And when I say concerted, I mean on the same day that they erected an 80-foot statue of the monkey god in Houston, you had 1 million plus people live playing a video game called Black Myth, where you are the monkey god. So we just noticed this stuff. So what we had done is we had associated this mind virus, this violent mind virus rage with the monkey messaging was being injected everywhere. But having looked at all of this, then I went to Lex Luthor movie, and the Elon Musk like character Lex Luthor was a man as a call center full of millions of angry monkeys, trolling people on Twitter, rage baiting. So we're not wrong in picking up the messaging that's being put out there. And a lot of it's archetypes, a lot of it's symbolism. But these things in the sense that we are analyzing it like subs in a film. And there is a subtext that they put into psyops. There's a subtext in these big staged events that often comes to us through entertainment. The big theme, what does it really mean? Like, for example, the latest school shootings haven't just been school shootings. They're coming from a place of intense radicalization, break from tradition, and they tend to be targeting Christian children. So it's a satanic progressivism. It's a view good versus evil thing. So they're able to convey these things in stories through movies that reinforce the psyops. This is where the movie Weapons comes in, where it's literally a redheaded witch who empties out a classroom. It's almost a school shooting allegory. And if you didn't see that, it's narrated by a child. So then you have the Annunciation school shooting at the Christian school with a redheaded witch as the shooter. Same numbers, lots of symbolism overlapping. And I went to see that movie because I knew it had to do with the Annunciation school shooting.
I mean, this was fascinating as a study because we had already seen that the movie had made the association of the number 217, the gun control bill with 217 votes, and the timestamp 217 when the children disappeared. Except for one student, Alex Lilly, obviously referencing Adam Lanza. But at the core of the story, it's an evil witch that takes out the kids. But now here's the thing that's interesting about it. It's narrated by the child. So then the Annunciation school shooting happens, and guess they brought and then you had further connections between and the Annunciation shooting in the initial photography, the parents running towards their school barefoot. Like, why would the parents take their shoes off and run to the school with their arms slightly out so you see the bottom of the feet? The way they were running in the movie, on the movie poster, was matched by the parents running to the school. But it goes even deeper because you can connect weapons, the Annunciation shooting, to the Charlie Kirk shooter, mainly through his girlfriend. Again, the idea Antifa, trans, anti-Christian values. So what they did was they shot one of the loudest exponents for MAGA, Turning Point USA, Americana. That's why one of the examples of this consistent theme in a number of movies where somebody gets shot in that exact same spot in the neck. One of the movies that reflect this is a movie called, or show called, Americana, where somebody gets shot right where Kirk was shot. But the symbolism there, the theme, you got the coincidence of the location of the wound in multiple examples. But the deeper significance is shooting Americana in the neck. Americana referencing the traditional nostalgic views of America, pre-feminism, pre-civil rights. That's what we're looking at here. So somebody shot Americana in the neck. This is the subtext. Let's Go says, I love how your dashboard and windshield looks like you're in the tank. Yeah, eventually this will be. I just got to get a turret. But no, we're mobile. And I was talking to someone about this yesterday. I'm almost at the point here, once I have a 24/7 stream operating remotely, that it won't matter if I'm in the office or I'm traveling. We will be able to maintain the larger streams and call-in schedule and everything else. I mean, there's a few minor upgrades, like a new laptop would be helpful, but these aren't things that need to be obtained right away. Like, this is a work in progress. The point of it is the think tank has momentum. We have a pretty clear agenda, and I'm finding that the more we're engaging, the more we're advancing, because we have to deepen our own positions, and we have to identify the positions of the others who don't even know their positions. They do not know their perspectives. So when you call them out on their opinions being baseless, they're like miffed about it. But it's like, you do realize that your entire set of opinions was handed to you by a bunch of controlled op and mainstream sources. And you can make up your own mind from those options, but it doesn't mean you made up your own mind. They provide the illusion of options, but they're all reaching the same conclusion. I mean, one of the most clear examples I've seen lately of the Hegelian dialectic is this new term that's come out. Because I've said for years now that chemtrail belief, anti-geoengineering, is climate change for the right wing. Well, now the new term is climate trails. So the chemtrails causing climate change. It's a fusion. But I've said for a while, it doesn't matter if you believe in geoengineering or climate change, whether you're scared of CO2 or you're scared of secret weather modification. In both these instances, you're in agreement with the other side that man is destroying the weather and something must be done. So a lot of times they don't care how you arrive at the conclusion, left or right, out of fear or out of a greed or gain. Like, there's always like pleasure or pain, various ways to influence you. They don't care as long as you get there and you accept the premise. And if you're on the world stage, you're in the duopoly,
you're accepting every premise. Like, you can debate all day about who killed Charlie, but you accepted the premise he was killed. That's all they care about. All right, I feel like I'm tempting fate here. The phone will likely overheat. It's getting a little warmer. We're almost at an hour here anyway. About twice as long as I had planned. But again, the main conversation today was the people who are operating within the enclosed system have enclosed guardrailed minds, and their opinions need to be identified as such. Like, the reason you think we're just connecting dots is because you are mainstream media. You're advocating for the mainstream perspective. You share perspectives with ChatGPT and Wikipedia. And these are just facts. And one reason to point this out isn't just to antagonize them, but to enlighten them. Because once they identify, oh, my opinions are in fact heavily guardrailed, and I'm not allowed to look at this other body of information, then they might be able to take steps. Or they'll double down and defend the system. But when they do, and a lot of them will, when they defend the system, you need to be comfortable pointing it out that, well, you're not the open-minded one because you're the media advocate, and media operates in a closed system. There's no open minds in a closed system. You're not deprogrammed if you haven't identified the program. It's not like we have a monopoly on deprogramming. We've just codified it. But there are plenty of people who are self-deprogramming, and we see them all over Twitter right now. They're actually a substantial number of voices. They just don't have representation. And that's where we come in. The IPS think tank is representation and platforming for the perspective that's inclusive of media fakery, so we don't have to have our intelligence insulted. I mean, you could just look at this as a intellectual revolt. They talk to us like we're stupid. They use kayfabe, WWE style antics to gain our compliance. We're watching events that we are easily able to deconstruct as lies. Maybe we're just tired of being lied to, and we know we can't change it. We know the system is incontestable because all of its members, all of its cult members defend it. So it makes more sense to separate, to split, to form a third branch of media. And once we're firmly ensconced there and we all know where we stand, it's a self-aware demographic, then we can really engage in debate. But we have to really be adamant about stating our positions. My position is off world stage. This is how it's different from yours. You're guardrailed. Or you are a propaganda mule and a fear porn merchant. And when you start labeling people by what they are, we can make progress. Because what we're trying to do here, we're not trying to make friends with everybody. We want the rift. The rift is already there, but we have to define it. We have to point it out. You're on the other side of this chasm. And we're not building bridges across the chasm. We're highlighting it because we need this market distinction. That's what we need. We need to have the distinction acknowledged and noted so that those who are on this side of it can stand as an independent and separate platform, not contaminated by the brainwashed, by the contaminated minds, by the propaganda mules. And that's, people say that's very divisive. It's like, well, yeah. Because if we opened up our think tank of skeptics to non-skeptics, then what would we be? And we're not the divisive ones. The media itself drew lines a long time ago. And they said, if you go outside of these boundaries, you're bad. So we're not the ones engaging in this divide and conquer strategy. If anything, we are engaging in a bit of a separation to a think tank because it's more efficient. We want people who are engaged with this conversation, with this deconstruction. We're not really trying to pander to those who are media advocates. So if you're a media advocate, you're not even a skeptic. You're not a skeptic if your skepticism only defends the position of the world stage. You're not a skeptic if you're a truther
and you only exhibit skepticism towards the mainstreamers. No, the skepticism has to also apply to your own position. And if you are a skeptic, you wouldn't be on the world stage when it comes to media, because an analysis of the facts would completely undermine all the presuppositions built into it. Because again, the world stage model is a product of long-term media fakery. It's not going away. It's not changing. What's done is done. It's carved in stone. We're looking at a news bent reality. It's a divergence from the real thing. It's not a starting point for you. If you don't acknowledge that, then you are not recognizing how subjective it actually is. But we may be the only objectivists out there, because the objectivist society have all filtered their worldview through mainstream propaganda and all of its presuppositions and its insistence on its own truthiness. All right, I'll see you all in Discord. I think we're going to be going over quite a lot tonight. We're going to continue with open phones. I'll put the number on the screen, so I'm sure we'll have a lot more of that. So thank you.
All right, so to continue this discussion about points of view, I put some notes down, and to clarify or reiterate a couple of things. But the basic points that I make here, which I make often, are illustrated in this very simple graphic here, which I'm calling the world stage. And this is the world stage program, which is a closed system. And what it doesn't include are the non-approved conspiracy theories and perspectives. So we'll start with this. The world stage consists of Normieville, which is the world as presented, not really challenged. Anything fake would be exposed as such. Within the bigger picture, you have the subset of Woketown, which is what you get as you advance to the extreme left. But if you advance to the extreme right, you get Trutherville. And these are parallel systems. You have the critical race theory pill versus the red pill or the J pill. And these are all terms that are used within conspiracy circles to describe what you're oriented around. And so the red pill is a right-wing version of wokeism in which you're confronting the massive conspiracy to control the world. The issue here is that the conspiracies that they all believe in, the people in Trutherville, are supplied to them by alternative media, just as the belief system on the far left is supplied to them through their academia, through their own ideologues on their side. But what you have here is effectively a duopoly. It's a false choice. And each of their major positions are mirrored on the other side because it is pro. And by pro, I mean this is the left, pro-government stance on pretty much anything, pro-mainstream media. It's on their side. And on this side, you have the anti. So a lot of people are on the anti. They're fighting the info war. They're fighting the mainstream. They're woke to the mainstream being a bunch of liars. The problem with pro versus anti is that this is triangulation. So one of the things that characterizes the world stage is everything is triangulated by the programmers. The programmers, the program itself would be disseminated through the programmers. That would be the media. That would be every possible propaganda vector. But the world, as it's relayed to us and as the consensus agrees upon it, this construct polarizes these two sides among this very familiar split, left versus right. And it's not something that can be reconciled. It's actually consistently antagonized. And this is the reason why you have a George Floyd or a Charlie Kirk. Floyd antagonized the left because it was an example of the right wing's oppressive system of capitalism and its associated power structure killing someone who was poor. Charlie Kirk was killed by a leftist crazed Antifa, somebody who was super woke. Or he was killed by Israel. So that's the mainstream Republican or the J pill, but it's the same position. And both sides agree on every major issue as far as what happened. They just fight over who's responsible for it. For example, both sides believe in the idea that the climate's getting worse because of man. The left wing calls it climate change. The right wing calls it geoengineering. The difference here is really just nominal because it's about blaming. The right says, oh, the left, the secret government, the Democrat government, the statists, the deep state, they're using weather weapons to screw up the climate. And the left says, no, the right's doing it with their overuse of fossil fuels because of their political economic system of capitalism, and they don't care about what it does to the environment. So the billionaires cause the climate change. So they tie it into their class warfare narrative. In fact, you could look at the climate as a euphemism for the poor. This idea of rich versus poor, the climate change has kind of replaced the Mother Earth is like the poor. Gaia is the poor. The Earth is the victim of the system. So it's not just the people, it's the Earth, it's the atmosphere. But that aside, every issue is like that. So we're talking about the distinction here is that you have the pro and the anti is a false choice. The second thing, within this paradigm, news is assumed to be real. Like the news reports of plane crashes or the news reports on any event, and it's assumed to be real unless you at home from your armchair can unequivocally prove it false, which obviously you can't do. And I often state that you cannot completely and entirely deconstruct any event by solely relying on what's on the screen. So that's a fallacious approach anyway. It's just, it appeals to the authority of the screen. And I'm saying at this point, we have to move past the reliance on it because everything is so fakeable. But the base assumption is that news is real, but the left has a bias, the right has a bias. And their second assumption here is that recent history is largely objective. Because there are people in this who believe in history, but they know that the rich write the history, the left and the right fight over who's responsible for slavery, etc. So you have this kind of fight over it retroactively. But recent history, as reported by the news, is assumed to be essentially real. Like you pick up a history book, but the thing is, everything in the history book is going to comport with what the mainstream has published. So they're, again, built-in assumptions here. That's really what I'm talking about. So if you are in this world stage model, you are also a believer or an alternative believer. That's the pro and the anti. You got believers in the program, the world stage model as presented, and then you have the alt believers. They're not non-believers, they're alternative believers. Major distinction there. So your point of view, if you are, and this is only regarding media. I mean, this has nothing to do about what people's professions or how they live their lives or what they know about as far as their own field of endeavors, but I'm specifically referring to media consumption. So as a media consumer, if you are framing your interpretation of the news through what has been presented through conventional outlets, you're world stage centric. So you're living in a world which has been infused with whatever the media's put into it. But my point being, this is your primary source and you accept it passively. And this is true whether you're mainstream or alternative. You're passive in the sense that you're dependent on the external source to tell you what's happening. And then you debate over that. And the other aspect of it being passive is the built-in assumption that what you're shown is enough to have a conclusion. Like I saw enough on TV to agree that it happened or to assume it happened if I can't prove it wrong, which is an inversion of the burden of proof. The people who are in this model are unaware that they're in it. People in Woketown don't know they're in Woketown or what that means. People in Trutherville don't really know what that means because they assume that since they call themselves truthers, that they are the truth because they're opposing the lies. So assumption here is that being anti, being the resistance, is somehow doing some good, when in fact, it's a steam valve and it has co-opted you into being part of the controlled opposition to the pro, who are controlled, and they oppose the anti. So the concept of controlled opposition needs to be expanded from beyond just influence agents trying to get into your social media and influence how you think, but I'm suggesting that the entire media being controlled is set up in this triangulation in opposition to one another. It's a duopoly, but they play this game, this back and forth, but they don't allow any sort of competition. You'll notice there's no platform for non-believers. So what are you? Are you a believer, like most people in your life? And this isn't a criticism, it's just the objective fact. Most people in your life are Normieville believers. If they go to college, they're probably Woketown believers. If they didn't go to college, if they didn't get the leftist indoctrination, if they're online a lot, there's a pretty good chance they got sucked into, especially like there's so many avenues to pull you into these pockets. It wouldn't take very much to pull somebody into Alex Jones type Trutherville, which is somewhat from the outside, it looks kind of innocuous. You know, these are just conspiracy theories, tinfoil hat, they joke around. But the truth of it is, it positions you on the woke end of the spectrum on the right, because red pill is actually a subset of the J pill premise. So again, believers and alt believers, these are the two options you have. What is your perspective? If you're not believing the mainstream and you are not leaning left, but you are you're not a true believer in that. Like if you're a conspiracy theorist, if you're a free thinker, if you don't trust the news, you're pretty much in the anti position by default, and you're hit with all these alternative stories and characters who are promoting them, people like Candace Owens. But again, I'm just pointing out that these are the only real perspectives, because the other perspective that I'm talking about isn't included in the box, thus the explanation of it being off-world stage. So here's the difference. The off-world stage, as opposed to the passive mode of processing media, is more active. In other words, we're proactively looking for more information to substantiate the claims that are made by media. We're not assuming them to be telling the truth. So the off-world stage perspective maintains, one, history is proactively manufactured. If you acknowledge the existence of even one successful psychological operation, then you have to at least admit that you recognize that this claim is valid, that events that steer news cycles and thus history are in fact scheduled in advance. We can debate on how far in advance, but at a minimum, we're talking about history is not just retroactively retconned into your particular agenda, but it is in fact proactively created, which has significant implications. Makes me think that the electoral politics might all be rigged. I mean, the mayor of New York, the plane crashing, these things are too synchronized. Now, these events are what are typically called psyops. You could say fake news, simulated events, but this is how they fake history. They insert fake events, they inject synthetic events into our shared timeline. Our shared timeline is our history. It's the agreed upon version of things. But those of us who don't believe these events, who look at how history is actually bent, have to take, therefore, a different perspective. So instead of being believers or alternative believers, we are non-believers, meaning we know what they believe, but we subtract what we can't verify. So we're informed disbelievers. So we know very well what's in their Bibles. We just don't adhere to their religions. We're not coming from a place of ignorance. So we're not pro, we're not anti. We have to take the position of anti-pro, anti-anti. So if anything, our position is non-participants in the Psy war. And what informs our perspective of any event is the recognition of the consistent use of special effects, mass media, influence ops, and we have recognized that media has a track record. It is a proven liar. PSYOPs are scheduled likely years in advance. So what I'm pointing out here, even if they weren't, that's a controversial claim for many, but we're going to go there. But at a minimum, we're looking at real-time manufacturing of historic events, significant events that influence geopolitics as a regular feature of mass media. Systemic fakery. So systemic fakery is a thing. It's real. It's been in use for a long time. It has an accumulated effect on our worldview because every day of fake news becomes weeks, months, years, decades of fake history, bent history. We've deviated from the objective with what they've added into it. So where does that put us? Well, we may not know exactly what is being ignored because of the worldview shapers are able to focus only on what they want to spotlight. So we may not have more beliefs or answers, but we have more questions. But I think it's better to have questions than to have wrong answers that make you think you don't need to ask questions. They give you a false sense of enlightenment. So our perspective from the IPS think tank is the off-world stage perspective, which informs our interpretation of every story. That's why it shocks me when somebody who knows very well that 9/11 was theater sees the plane crash and thinks it's real just because it's on TV. And it's like, you realize that this thing is 9/11 coded in so many ways, and it's the same production company. Or they think Charlie Kirk, I don't know, maybe looks like he got killed. Well, these are the same people who know that Donald Trump faked his ear wound. It's the same liars. There's a continuity. And that's why I think it's so integral that you keep in mind that fake news on the timeline never gets corrected. It builds up. And if you follow these stories, you follow their trajectory, you can see how this can lead us collectively into a worldview enhanced, infused, manipulated, contorted in such a way that we are synchronized to what you could consider to be a worldview monopoly. This is the essence of worldview warfare. So the psychological warfare campaign against humanity is ongoing. It's largely successful. I'd say close to 100%. The off-world stage perspective doesn't have a platform in here. So we formed a breach right out of Trutherville. You don't go from Normieville to off-world stage. There's a couple of leaps there. So we have formed a breach. So we're out here where the programmers are, the metascriptors. Although most of the programmers are at least 90% submerged because they're not let in on everything, it wouldn't make sense. It would compromise the mission. It's a hierarchy. It's a security clearance society, but we don't have security clearances. We don't have blood oaths. We didn't sign our names in NDAs, but rather we examined the system, determined what it was and how it works, what its purpose is, and we opted out. So truthers, alternative media types, they didn't opt out of the world stage. They're actually fighting within it. They're in the nightmare. They're in the dream. But this is an opt-out. This is conscientious objection to the Psy-War. And we are correct in our assessment of how events are manufactured and how it is not just the news, but how it encompasses an entire spectrum of media platforms, personalities, includes politics. It's an entire media ecosystem that only appears to be compartmentalized to the uninitiated. Luckily, we don't have that problem. So we'll be back later today to discuss this and much more. Thank you for your support of the channel. And I'm going to take a picture of this, run it through AI, and see if it can turn it into a legible. All right, so today would be the 24th. Time is flying. October 24th, 2025. It's the IPS morning deprogram. Yesterday, I was out by these cottonwoods near the river, and I talked for about 20 minutes about why Candace Owens is an actress, and her conspiracy theory meltdown is all contrived. And not only did nobody show up to the live stream, like maybe 1 or 2 people at a time, but it didn't even remain uploaded on YouTube. Like, it's there, you can comment on it, but you can't watch it. I'm not saying I'm being censored, but I just think that it's kind of an anomalous occurrence. So if you were wondering why there's a blank video, I just have it there just for record-keeping purposes. It means I need to talk about it again. We need to talk about the understanding, the perspective that we've taken. Because we're not taking these occurrences that we're noticing and then just processing it with everything else. No, there's a continuity here. If A, then B. A lot of people stick with maybe A, maybe not, and they go back to the mainstream. Case in point, there are people who are ambiguous about whether Charlie Kirk is 6 feet under or hanging out in New Zealand. Like, is he alive or is he dead? And some will say, well, I don't know, I'm ambiguous. Okay, well, it means you're confused. And that's fine, you can be confused. The world is confused. But if you say it doesn't matter, it means you haven't really thought it through. Because if he is, well, then it's a whodunit. Was it the left wing or was it Israel? And if he isn't, well, then we can point to a number of individuals and entities that are therefore directly involved in the deception. And if you follow that with a few other questions, you realize once you pass the bloody guardrail, the entire world stage unravels. So if you're already there, if you're already looking at this from that perspective, that includes media fakery, history bending, news bending, if you're already there, well, then you cannot take certain things for granted. So you look at someone like Candace Owens, and you can't just say, oh, she's just investigating. She's just looking for facts. She's one of us. Well, no. She's not only complicit in part of this thing, but she's disseminating narratives to a target demographic. She's not exploring. That's why the title of the live stream was Controlled Opposition and the Well-Paved Rabbit Trails. She's on a well-paved rabbit trail. So now her conspiracy meltdown that she's going through publicly is arrived. It's made to create a perception about people who don't trust the mainstream news, among other things. She's like, it's sort of like David Icke / Alex Jones type of thing where these big conspiracy theorists take some kind of a fall on behalf of their subscribers who are naive in thinking that they can trust this person because they're posturing as opposition, as fighting an info war. But that aside, if you haven't arrived at the conclusion that his death was faked, I mean, it's definitely fakeable. We've made that case. If you haven't arrived at that, then you might still think she's legitimate. And you might still be caught in the world stage. So I'm just making a point here about perspectives. Because I'm working on a whiteboard infographic right now. I'm outlining it so I can make a video later. But let me just go ahead and start with this outline. So I think there's some key points that have been described by us quite clearly, but they're maybe not understood by those who are outside of our think tank. So when we say world stage, and what do we mean? And then, of course, the off-world stage, because these are points of view. So ultimately, we're talking about points of view. So we can all agree that the mainstream mediated point of view, which accepts all the news as fundamentally true, is not the same as the conspiracy theorist point of view, which says everything in the mainstream is a lie and we need additional facts. So these are two different frames to process everything. And these are fundamentally different from the point of view that subtracts what they can't verify from the mainstream. And that's what we refer to as MSM minus, a subtractive view. So these are three different perspectives. The first one is credulous when it comes to the mainstream, takes everything at face value. The second is incredulous, which is distinct from skepticism. They automatically disbelieve. So both of these are typified by being automatic, reflexive, non-critical, non-skeptical. Because skeptical requires parsing the facts on both sides, not automatically, reflexively rejecting the other side. The third point of view, the off-world stage perspective, as I call it, this one recognizes that the first two are actually in a closed system. So the mainstream and alternative exist in a closed system, meaning it's closed to a number of things, but it's a closed informational system that is essentially a duopoly when it comes to news media. And this box, or this circle, whatever you want to call it, this is what I call mainstream mediation. The conspiracy stuff is a subset. I put the plus there because it builds on. So now what we're looking at here, that closed system, this is the world stage. The world stage is the worldview encompassing both mainstream and alternative views on the world itself, on history, on news, the entire media ecosystem. So now if we're looking at this world stage, and I'm going to draw it here as a profile. And the world stage is mainstream mediation plus the subset, MSM plus. The world stage is built upon our history. So this is today, this is the now. Yesterday's news, got Charlie Kirk, pushed back a little further, just year after year, or this is basically going back in time. But if we're just looking at recent history, our recent history rests upon the presupposition that these things are real. That's the mainstream view, or a variant of it, which is the conspiracy version. So the world stage is the perspective you have if you live within their closed informational system. What I term off-world stage refers to the perspective that looks at this, but recognizes it's not inclusive of media fakery. It's not inclusive of news bending, which refers to how simulated events, psychological operations influence the news cycles and steer the news cycles, which bounce off of it, creating hyperstitions, hyper-reality, blending real and seamlessly. But news bending isn't just bending that news cycle or that particular agenda, because it's cumulative, it builds up. And we've been focusing on maybe the last 100 years of psyops or so, but it's a consistent pattern, it's a template, it's standard operating procedure, it is systemic fakery. So if you look at it from the long-term perspective, this is history bending. It's very Orwellian. It's about controlling the present, the past, and the future by controlling the fake news cycles. So the off-world stage perspective takes this into account, that the world stage is non-objective. So the world stage, this bubble reality, it's non-objective, and it's acquired passively. By passively, I mean there's no critical processing or thinking about the information. It's more or less a matter of believing your trusted source. And it's passive whether you're in the mainstream box or you're passively getting your Kool-Aid from Alex Jones in MSM Plus. It's also defined by breaking news, a rush to believe, ideological warfare, which is what typifies it. Whereas, every single psyop is every major fake event. One of the hallmarks, one of the giveaways that it's fake is that the interpretation is perfectly split down the middle, and the left and the right within their political horseshoe fight over it in predictable ways, and it has immediately implementable political agendas attached to it. The active consumption of media, which looks more peaceful, means you're pausing before you believe. And this is where skepticism comes in. Because while the mainstream is incredulous about conspiracies and rejects them, and the alternative media is incredulous about the mainstream and rejects it, each side is completely credulous towards its own side. So again, incredulity is not skepticism. Incredulity will build a straw man, a weak version of the opponent's argument, and it'll incinerate it. A skeptic will build a steel man, the best and strongest version of the opponent's arguments, and it will melt it. The skeptical perspective includes looking at all the information, which means you necessarily have to take a pause before you can judge. You don't know enough to believe it because you saw it on the screen, nor do you know enough to not believe it because you saw it on the screen. You can't say, I don't believe that Trump was shot because it looked so fake. It didn't look fake, objectively speaking. If you say it did, what are your criteria? Could you actually convey that and convince somebody? No, you could not. And the screen has the assumed authority. There's an appeal to authority built into it. So you're already working against that. So you need more. I would never argue that the visual deconstruction is sufficient in and of itself. We look at the entire media ecosystem, which builds up a psyop. I have this concept of the blindfolded skeptic. You shouldn't need to see it to know it's a staged event, because the way these staged events are portrayed and revealed and conveyed to us, it's on many different platforms. It's many different modalities. It's not just what you can see. It's all about context. So you should be able to hear the whole thing and discern it. You should be able to have your questions answered and look at all the hoax indicators that are brought up without ever needing to reference to the screen alone. That's a very low information take, and it's not going to be possible to rely on that moving into the future if what you have been relying upon are mistakes made by the perps themselves, which again, that's not a strong approach or methodology. It's not sustainable. So when I say passive, I mean, of course, that they're passively accepting anything from within that closed informational system from their chosen source. Active means pausing before you believe and assessing the facts before. And if you don't have enough to believe it, the burden of proof is not on you. So this is a world of believers. They're believers because they don't have enough information to know. They fill in the gap with faith and trust in media, faith and trust in influencers, faith and trust in Candace Owens and her alleged sources, or Alex Jones and his alleged sources. So they're believers. And that's a dependent position on their chosen priesthood. The off-world stage would refer to non-believers. If we believed it, we wouldn't call ourselves believers. If we had reasons to believe it, we'd be like, well, we know this to be true. So there's a really important distinction between knowing and believing. And if we don't have enough information to know it's true, we don't become believers. Rather, we reject it. We become non-believers, but we are informed non-believers. So I would weigh two things here. I would weigh informed non-belief against low information belief. Oh, I believe it because I saw the headlines, because I saw it on TV. Okay, that's low information belief. Now let's weigh that against what we bring to the table, which is a lot more information, inclusive of media fakery, news bending, history bending, the wider context. So our non-belief has a lot to substantiate it. So I would say that the informed non-believer is in a better, stronger position than the low information believer. So now we have two different perspectives that I'm describing in the big picture here: off world stage and world stage. World stagers are the ones who exist in this paradigm, in this bubble, generally typified by low information, non-objective, non-skeptical, reflexive. And the off-world stage is typified by informed disbelief and including in their every assessment the existence of decades of fake news. And again, straw man arguments will say, well, you guys say all the news is fake. No, we don't. I would say that 1%, 5% A small percentage is fake, but here's the problem with that, is that it's the simulated events that we're referring to as fake. And these are the ones that drive the narratives, that drive the news cycles. But all of the, quote, real news bounces off of it. So even the real news loses objectivity. So you've got fake news, and you've got non-objective, contaminated news. So you can't say it's all fake. There's a bit more nuance to it, but it all rests upon an edifice of fakery, of presuppositions that have been ruled out as anything more than lies, superstitions. So now, to further make this point that there's a different perspective involved, and this came the other day. I was debating with somebody, and they said, we don't have enough information to know. We weren't there. And I'm like, don't include me in your we. Your we might be inclusive of world stagers, but you're not including all this peripheral information, which is extremely relevant. In fact, most of it's just dismissed as mere coincidence. So the perspective matters here. World stagers or off-world stagers. It's one of the two. And the off-world stage is what I refer to as the deprogrammed. Because the fake news isn't random. All the fake news events that we talk about, the more recent one was the Charlie Kirk squibbing. These are fictional events that are put into our historic timeline. This is history. News becomes history. So the news piles up and becomes history. And this is a repeated thing. And so when you look at one of these fake events, we'll just say that Charlie Kirk thinks it's most recent. This particular event happens in 2025, and now it's going into our history books. Even though we know it was a squibbing, whatever your interpretation of it, it's going into the history books as a real event. And it's not the first one. So there's a script involved. The script involves a 31-year-old Christian nationalist winning the hearts and minds of the youth, getting taken out at the beginning of his America Comeback Tour, the ACT, the ACT. And this is a very graphic event, and it creates this almost a revival on the right, Turning Point USA, which is, it's all fake grassroots, we know that. But this is the story, the historic narrative. As Jack Posobiec put it at the memorial service, he said this will be seen as the sacrifice that was the turning point that saved Western civilization. He said, 100 years from now, the history books will say this was the turning point that saved Western civilization. So if you think about it in these terms, that's how it operates. These are historic events that are steering our collective consensus. The paradigm is written in advance, and it's performed through the bread and circuses. It's performed on TV, these pre-scheduled events. So you look at an event like 9/11, for example, or the London bombings, both of which were attended by drills, concurrent drills that were perfectly matching what, quote, actually happened. So you can already understand that these events require pre-planning. There's obviously a great deal of work that goes into making these things happen. It's like a movie. So they're not just dropping it they're not just on the fly. Hey, let's do this tomorrow on Thursday. No, these things are planned in advance. So how far back in advance was the Charlie Kirk thing planned? You know, people make this is the part that is going to keep people on the world stage. The part where they will not be able to accept the premise that something could be planned years in advance. That's too hard for them, which is fine. You can be incredulous, but if you look at what we're presenting as evidence and you're skeptical, then you might see where we're coming from. So my contention is that the Charlie Kirk event was planned, that the script for it existed at least as far back as 1998. Because the content, the predictive content, the programming content, the product placement for the future fake event first appears in 1998 in Snake Eyes. And Snake Eyes was widely noticed by mainstream and alternative sources, although they didn't mention conspicuously any of the other examples. And they're all interconnected. So this is what I'm getting at. Is that the earliest example of predictive programming for this event in 2025 exists in 1998. So when you look at the other examples, and there's others from 2025, and there's one from 2012. The Emerson music video. Then you have a couple of podcast references, one with Charlie Kirk. Then you have, of course, Heads of State and Hulu the Tempest. All of these, and then we can add in, there's a few others I could add in from 2025, like Americana, where the guy gets shot in the neck. Very symbolic, the concept of Americana to America Comeback Tour to MAGA and Turning Point USA. They shot Americana in the neck when they shot Charlie Kirk. They shot a guy in the neck in Americana. And this is a repeated theme that happens concurrent with the real event. So we're looking at the media being saturated through various propaganda vectors with the same themes, the same imagery. But every example of the predictive programming, and they're all overlapping, like 2025 Heads of State has Vice President Elizabeth Kirk, who's the same actress who dies next to Charlie Kirkland in Snake Eyes. So if we look at all these examples in entertainment and podcasts and from influencers that tie to the Charlie Kirk event, the earliest example is Snake Eyes, but they all contain repeated elements, common denominators. The common denominators imply a common script. And I'm suggesting that the script for the event would necessarily, and this is logically speaking, the script for the Charlie Kirk assassination would necessarily precede all of the propaganda inserts of it. So if it's going to show up in movies, if it's going to show up in books and video games, the script had to come first. And then whoever's got the script, the guy from the Central World News Services, is taking it around to different sellouts, whether they be in the movies, authors, artists, or otherwise, and they ensure that this messaging gets put in these specific ways into their content. So with Snake Eyes and these other ones connecting to Charlie Kirk, they all had a storm. They all reference, this is again, September 10th, although Snake Eyes, it was the 19th, there was this big misconception, but you'll see this pattern here. Storm, September 10th, the name Tyler, like Tyler the Executioner in Snake Eyes. So you have the storm, September 10th, Tyler as the executioner, and then you have the neck wound in a very specific place, left side of the neck. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is just kind of scratching the surface. These 4 repeated elements, in addition to the names, Kirk, I should probably put that there too. So you have Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirkland, Vice President Kirk. And then you have I could probably get into a couple other details here, but we'll just stick with these ones for now. So here we have a good solid 5 examples of elements that are inserted into all of the predictive and concurrent programming instances here. So the common denominators would all be on the original script. Every fake event must have a script. And if they're scripting an event 25 years in advance, that's a lot of time for product placement, for advertisement, for using every propaganda vector to condition the future experiencers of the fake event to the inevitability of it. Total saturation. A lot of people became familiar with this concept with 9/11, even though it's never been fully explained. Like who's doing it, who's behind it. And generally they run to the lazy explanation is it must be a simulation or it must be a coincidence. Well, the coincidence thing has been thoroughly refuted thanks to Erica Kirk, because the very personage of Erica Kirk walking across the world stage today mirrors her Hulu character and has since the day of the event. So if you're not familiar with Hulu the Tempest and you're just rejecting this information, well then you don't have enough information. To be skeptical, you have to look at what we're presenting. So Hulu the Tempest has a leader of the Young Republicans, very Charlie Kirk-like, in a church getting shot on the left side of the neck. And this was released on September 10th, the day Charlie Kirk was shot. Charlie Kirk was there in South Korea being prayed over by the youth Republicans represented in the Hulu show, just 4 days before. After he's shot and killed on 9/10, his widow takes over his organization, the Young Republicans, or the New Republicans, just as Erica Kirk gets tapped to take over Turning Point USA. As the story evolves, there are many who think that the widow is faking her grief, that grief is supposed to be ugly. She was too dignified, that maybe she was behind the assassination. All this has actually appeared in this Erica Kirk story. Look at Candace Owens insinuating that Erica Kirk was behind it. Look at how many people are saying Erica Kirk's not crying enough. She's not really mourning. Yeah, this is mirroring her character. And this is just the superficial stuff. It gets more nuanced, especially with references to Valhalla, Valkyrie, the storm itself. Erica Kirk was called the Storm by Stephen Miller. She was actually called the Storm. And the Tempest is about the widow, who is a storm. She's like a political storm when she takes over her husband's organization. Snake Eyes had the storm, Hurricane Jezebel, as a background. So what does the storm symbolize? Well, it's a recurring theme in every one of these examples, and the name Jezebel is likely a reference to Erica Kirk, who begins to look very shady when in the 2012 video, she's flying by the number 910 on a zip line in Vegas. And in the comment section on September 10th, 2012 says to the filmmaker, "Hey, Tyler, what a great shoot. We had a blast." So another reference to Tyler, 910, a shoot. And again, this is to some, this is like, okay, this is weird. This implies that she knew. And I go through the comments on that Emerson Drive, She's My Kind of Crazy video, and a lot of people are thinking, okay, she's part of some dark plot, some deep state thing, Trump's in on it, and they took out Charlie because he was going to turn his back on Israel. So they have these world stage friendly conspiracies to explain away her villainous character. But her villainous character is a construct. It's a script, and it perfectly matches the Hulu thing. It matches her Hulu corresponding character. Now, if you look at the other character in Snake Eyes, the femme fatale blonde, deceptive, in the center of the conspiracy, that tracks. And then, funnily enough, after Charlie Kirk died, somebody floated around and went kind of pseudo-viral that Erica Kirk should run as vice president with J.D. Vance in 2028. So I see this, wait, Vice President Kirk? The new movie Heads of State that just came out has a Vice President Kirk. And guess where Vice President Kirk gets shot? That's right. She gets shot in the neck. So, okay, now you have the character in a movie representing the widow of Charlie Kirk getting shot in the neck, and it's the same actress who was next to Charlie Kirkland when he's shot in the neck. Interestingly, in Hulu The Tempest, the opening scene is actually the widow dreaming she's her husband getting shot in the neck. And so you have the visual of the hole on the left side of the neck in Heads of State, in Hulu The Tempest twice, with Charlie Kirk, in Americana. You even have Ryan Ralph trying to stab himself in that exact part of the neck, if you saw that picture. So how many references do we have to that? It gets pretty immersive too. Synchro Morpheus found Alejandro Kirk, a baseball player, Cardinal, in this article where he's described as a pain in the neck. And they have this picture where they're dumping Gatorade on him or something, and it's like spurting out, and it looks like it's coming out of his neck. Like, we're talking about an echo chamber where there's no meaningful distinction between news and entertainment. They have merged real and fake. It's what Baudrillard would call hyper-real. And people live in this hyper-reality. They don't know how infused it is with fiction. Well, if a percentage of your major events are fake, then you can no longer claim to live in objective reality. And this is not something new. We're looking back at the Kennedy assassination, or, in fact, Kennedy assassination. Was he shot from the front or the back? Charlie Kirk, was he shot from the front or the back? These are well-paved rabbit trails. You know, the director of The Manchurian Candidate where you get the whole idea of the mind-controlled assassin comes from. The director is John Frankenheimer. He drove RFK to the Ambassador Hotel. What happened to RFK at the Ambassador Hotel, 1968? Was it June 5th? He was shot by a mind-controlled assassin. We've been talking about this use of Hollywood by government to fake historic events. That's what's happening. That's what has been happening. That's what media does. Media is a liar. And it recruits the special effects departments for the purposes of history bending. It puts actors on the world stage. So now, getting back to what I was originally saying, knowing that Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk would necessarily be actors, then you look at the surrounding characters, and there's no reason to take what they're saying very seriously. I mean, they're reading scripts. They're not discovering new information. It's not like Candace Owens, Ian Carroll, Owen Schroyer, or David Icke or Alex Jones could ever talk about even the hypothetical that Charlie Kirk isn't dead. Especially because a lot of them knew him. They can't even go there. And they're not like in the dark about it because they're part of the same infrastructure. A lot of these individuals are all backstage. They're all part of the program. We have to remember too, there's a continuity. The same production company that gave us Butler, Pennsylvania, provided the Charlie Kirk squibbing. So now, to kind of round this out here, we're talking about different points of view. So what is your point of view? Are you mainstream? Are you MSM plus? Or if you're cognizant of the program and you see how it's done, if you see how they do their magic tricks, if you understand that there's a relationship between entertainment and psyops, and this is one of the big secrets they don't want you to know. Yes, the entertainment, this includes video games, books, everything. There's a relationship between entertainments and psyops. If you recognize all of this, you're no longer mainstream. You no longer look at these things as disconnected. You're not MSM plus because the conspiracy theorists haven't figured this out. No, you have a different perspective on it. You're more informed. This perspective is the one that's cognizant of the program is what I call programmed. So when I say the IPSD program, we're talking about the world stage and world events from the perspective of those who are cognizant of the program and the subsequent worldview, the world stage, the Truman Show. If you don't know you're in a Truman Show, you're in it. If you don't know there's a program, you're following it. If you've been consuming predictive content and reinforcement concurrent content for these events, yeah, you're just going with the programming. You've been pre-programmed. You were programmed for 9/11. You've been programmed for every single psyop they've hit you with. And you've been programmed through the entertainment. And if you don't recognize this, you're not deprogrammed. You can't claim it. It's a pointless thing. It's like, I'm awake. I'm a truther. I'm so awake. No, you're not awake. Red pills don't make you awake. They put you into a deeper level of programming because now you're within a subset of the mainstream. The most unawake people are the truthers who are caught up in a nightmare version of the mainstream worldview. Blue pill is a dream. It's blissful. Don't wake them. Red pill is a nightmare. Neither is effectively awake. To be awake is to be cognizant of the program. So if your point of view is inclusive of the program, then you can claim to be off-world stage. But deprogramming is it's really not an option if you're on the world stage. It's not platformed. Nobody's going to tell you this. The only platform for the off-world stage perspective is the IPS. Find me an example of another platform that is specifically situated to be outside not only of their paradigm, but cognizant and of the entire build-up to it, which is the bent history. So history bending is a key component to all of this. It's cumulative, it's continuous. These aren't isolated events. It is systemic fakery. Now, another way to explain point of view, I think this is very helpful, is think about ChatGPT. Anything you ask, ChatGPT, what happened to Charlie Kirk? Well, it's going to be aware of the conspiracy theories. It's going to assume the mainstream version. but it's not going to ever bring you to the idea that maybe Charlie Kirk is alive. And that's because its knowledge base and its frame of reference will guardrail it against that possibility. So ChatGPT, or AI in general, has a world stage point of view. AI is a world stager. Everything that goes through AI is going to come out from a world stage point of view. Just like Wikipedia. If you read anything on Wikipedia, what do you think its point of view is going to be? Mainstream mediation. It will be aware of the conspiracies. It's just not going to treat them as real. But they will not even acknowledge the off-world stage. So there's a big difference between the censored and the unacknowledged. The censored are the Alex Joneses, the ones who get deplatformed. Like Tucker Carlson gets kicked off Fox. Candace Owen gets kicked off Daily Wire. Alex Jones is, quote, censored. What do you mean they're censored? They're the loudest voices in the alternative media. Everything bounces off them. They're far from censored. They're acknowledged. The off-world stage perspective does not get any acknowledgement. I had a conversation with a pretty big channel on Twitter today, and he says, well, it doesn't really matter if Charlie Kirk is dead or not, but because people believe it. And I said, no, it absolutely matters. And this is where the conspiracy theorists reveal themselves to be very shallow. By shallow, I mean, in their take, they're not looking at the longer term effects of these things. They're not taking into account the continuity. So if he's dead or alive, does it make a difference? Okay, if he's dead, then who did it? Antifa or Israel? So now you're back in the mainstream or MSM plus perspective. You're firmly ensconced within the Truman Show again. If he's alive, well then, what can we ask here? Well then, who was involved? And when you ask that question, you arrive at the answers I think they don't want you to have. Because these answers bring you into the relationship between entertainment and fake news events, and it gives you a list of names of people with zero plausible deniability as to knowing about this event being a totally staged event. So we would know Erica Kirk. Yeah, she's not in the dark. Trump, the president, is not in the dark. Frank Turek, his mentor, the author, who had some books, by the way, with book covers that all seemed to foreshadow the shooting. Frank Turek was one of the guys who helped carry the body out. Well, he would obviously know. He's been on Fox. He was at the memorial. He talked about Charlie dying in his arms and this stuff. Yeah, that guy with no blood on his hands. That guy would therefore be part of the psychological operation 28 years in the making. I mean, this is not some small, minor news event. This is a worldview shaping historic occurrence. Yeah, one of his book covers says, I think it says taken from God, and it's got the word God with like a bullet hole in the O. And the other one has the planet Earth painted in the colors of the LGBT flag with like a bullet hole in the middle, like the world's being shattered. And of course, the shooter, trans, you see how that's foreshadowing before he even knew Charlie Kirk. So what I'm trying to make clear here is that the off-world stage perspective is a distinct perspective from on-world stage. If you're a world stager, you're closer to ChatGPT than a skeptic, than a media skeptic. Because what makes ChatGPT what it is that it is generating predictive content based upon a closed informational system. It's knowledge base, it's frame of reference that has been programmed, that has been guardrailed, it has been given parameters. So if your perspective on any event is guardrailed by the world stage, then all of your interpretations are going to be predictable. All of your interpretations are going to have certain base assumptions about the reality of the world events as they have been portrayed. But this model of the world that it's objectively true, that the news is generally real until proven fake, and that everything has been real, yeah, that's been refuted. We shouldn't be operating under these types of illusions. We have to maintain a continuity as well. Like, you have to remember, Donald Trump is a crisis actor in chief. This is season 47 of The Apprentice. News is not objective, and entertainment and psyops are merged. In fact, entertainment is used as a way of platforming government propaganda. And I think this is one of the big secrets, because I get more pushback against this fact than anything else, where you have people who are saying, oh no, the actor Erica Kirk is coincidentally mirrored by this TV show that just came out. Oh, really? And then we watched the thing with the Louvre, where the crown jewels get stolen on No King's Day. And I'm like, okay, that's a little fishy. Talked about it with fakeologists. And then we find out that there's a Netflix show called Lupin, where same thing happens, only they steal the necklace of Marie Antoinette. Well, a further connection. Marie Antoinette loses her head. No King's Day, losing the crown. There's this overlapping previous No King's Day where she was decapitated. And this neck wound stuff has been a very consistent facet in the media cycles leading up to and even following the Charlie Kirk thing. Let me go through your comments. Quite a lot here. Portal Complex, Junders, Truman B3000 from Wisconsin, Kevin Mooring, Bach Precision, M. Smith, thanks for joining. Do It Let's says hi. Kevin Mooring says it's a PSYOP Entertainment Complex production. Yeah, the PSYOP Entertainment Complex is a real thing. The military-industrial complex is a construct. What's up, Tunax, Ted Stryker, Plain Decoded, Frank Castle. Erica Creech says, the 24 years ago event and the 5 years ago events were full of agendas. The George Floyd was dusted off and inserted in 5 years ago event. Yeah, the events like that, like say the George Floyd event has all the indicators, without referencing the video, of being a total construct designed to incite certain responses. But there are so many indicators that it was designed a 9/11 scale event. And the symbolism, the subtext, it's all there. Bach says there's definitely a script or playbook they reference. Yeah, so when I talk about the script where you have all these fake events that adds onto our history. So we have our real history, and then you have the scripted events that add on to it. Just like you have your real news, like the sky's blue today. There's a traffic jam. And then you have the psyops they add onto it. So the stuff they add on to our history, the scripted events, are what actually steer it. That's why I call it news bending or history bending. But I call the script itself that these events are drawn from the meta script. So these are events that are superimposed onto our worldview. And before they happen, they're inserted into the entertainment in the form of predictive programming, propaganda, product placement for future fake events. What's up, Marcel Ploger? Thank you for joining. Lord Laney. Gematria 101 says, I saw an old Maxwell video. He was going over the word Kirk. Well, the word Kirk means church, and in The Tempest, the character is shot in a church. And there's a lot that ties into that. And thank you, Marcel, for the 5 blue wrenches. Uncool Ben, Cubic Z, Lowry, and Intelligent Counterspell. Check your front porches around 2 p.m. today for a 18-inch blue titanium wrench. HLG says, hello, penguiners. Bobby Hale says, big insider sports betting theme in Snake Eyes as well. NBA sports betting scandal blew up this week. Not the same sport, but predictable by your model. Yeah, that's an interesting connection as well. The insider bets thing, I saw that floating around and I thought, what is this going to lead to? Now, again, in Snake Eyes, there's a boxing match, and one of the boxers was Tyler the Executioner. So you got Tyler the Executioner on the stage. And by the way, the boxers weren't wearing mouthpieces. Lynn Ertal pointed that out. So Tyler the Executioner is on the stage while Charlie Kirkland gets shot in the neck. And then the actress who's next to him, who's in the center of the conspiracy, is VP Kirk in a concurrent movie. Amin Ra says, wouldn't it be plausible that the details such as the neck wound was not defined pre-98 but was performed now using some selected film details? Well, I would say that the neck thing would have been in the script because Charlie Kirkland was shot on the same side of the neck as Charlie Kirk, as the person in Americana, as the actor in The Tempest, and his wife, and Heads of State, and the exact part of the neck where Ryan Routh gestured when he tried to stab himself with a pencil. So no, one of the components that's key in all of them is they all have a storm. They've all got the September 10th. The Tyler references. I mean, think about this. And the neck stuff is huge, but the very specific point on the neck is a key, I think, that shows you it's a common denominator. Episode 33 of Thought Crimes, Charlie Kirk is talking to a guy named Tyler about how he supports televised executions. And Tyler says, the last televised execution was in France on September the 10th, 1977. So there's that date again. And then you add to it, guillotine to the neck. John Francis, thanks for joining. Frank Castle. The Black Hand Side here with his coffee. Thanks for joining. DeWitt's Les says, Thomas Massey was on Theo Vaughn, and some people commented that he looked as if he had been replaced or a different actor is playing him now. Maybe. People used to talk about clones, and I think clones was always disinformation for hyper-realistic masks. Frank Castle says, thank you for providing the language we need to discuss this, Tim. You're a legend. Well, there's a video that I haven't watched yet because I just assume it's another straw man coming from a place of sheer incredulity. Someone had uploaded a video about the off-world stage, and I don't know if they actually get it. Like, do you not recognize that not all points of view are equally informed? The mainstreamer is misinformed. They live in a bubble of misinformation. That's just an objective fact. And that's because their entire worldview rests upon decades, if not longer, of bent news, manipulated reality. You don't watch the news. Let's say you just don't pay attention. You're not awake. You're not in a better position. You're just uninformed. But the problem is, the only information available to you is misinformation. So you're not even in an advantageous position because when it comes time to catch up on stuff, you're just going to binge on the news. Like, oh, so a lot of people didn't watch the news and then 2020 happens, now they watch the news. So you went from uninformed to misinformed. That's not a move in the right direction. So the mainstream and its subset, the conspiracy theorists, their point of view is not equal to the point of view of somebody who is apprised of media fakery, long and short term. So the MSM minus subtractive position is, I would say it's philosophically more rational, more reasonable to be a skeptic, to be unplugged from the propaganda matrix. These are different points of view. So the off-world stage is qualitatively different. We have different conclusions. And back to that person who said, we don't have enough information. It's like you speak for yourself in your own bubble. Because not all of us are operating on these faulty premises. Some of us have some additional insight. Media fakery is not a conspiracy theory. The whole crisis actor thing, it's not a conspiracy theory. That's just one facet of simulated events. Dr. Bass Ackworth says, zero evidence of Erica Kirk ever being pregnant. Yeah, there's zero evidence their kids have faces. I mean, I understand privacy and all that, but just one of the fakest looking families I've ever seen. And I watched Charlie Kirk trying to teach his kid the Pledge of Allegiance or some crap. It just looked all contrived and fake. So, and his wife shows up later, very much like a conspiratorial line, you could see Charlie as a victim of a bigger conspiracy to take over his organization. Because remember, he was just a normal 18-year-old who had $1 billion backer and created the most influential political activist. I guess it was a Turning Point USA. Trump attributed his win to their ground game. So as far as political action committees, TPUSA was a big deal. So you can look at this from a conspiratorial point of view and say, yeah, of course they'd want to put some kind of femme fatale into his life to seduce him, take over. And it was all planned from the beginning. And that is the conspiracy theory line. Lord Laney says, you're not allowed on the black Kubrick monolith unless you're part of the acting troupe. Yeah, at no point in the play do they let random audience members walk in. Yeah, you're right. So like what Lord Laney is talking about is that the movie set is a closed set. These psyops are closed sets. If you're a contributor to it, and see, here's what damns Candace Owens. This is what unequivocally puts her in the category of an insider. She has no plausible deniability. Is that every single talking point she has pushed it tracks along with the well-worn rabbit trails for controlled opposition takes on any event. It was the second shooter, the third shooter, the fourth shooter, but it always leads to Israel. It's a template. That's the woke right template. As opposed to the mainstream Republicans who will blame the left, liberalism, communism. Kenneth Dixon says, I call shenanigans. Here is your blue wrench. You'd be accurate. Plain Dakota says, I was listening to a comedian podcast or some low-level named Eric Griffin, and he was trying to figure out the Charlie Kirk thing, and he was saying that Gemini AI was telling him it was a hoax. Interesting. What they do with these AI is they install guardrails to lead you back to the mainstream. And so a guardrail, the idea here is that you're being led along a path. And if you stray from the path, the guardrail is going to knock you back onto the road. And I've been using that term since I put out a book called Guardrails, How Conspiracy Theory Rabbit Trails, I think it's Control Free Minds or something like that. But the idea was that you would have agents in the field doing this work. Now it's all AI. AI has the same programming. So you have like controlled opposition agents who are pushing certain talking points. Well, they're guard-railing the conversation. So that one account I mentioned who says, it doesn't matter if Charlie Kirk is dead or alive. Yeah, that's kind of a guardrail thing to say. Because you should be entertaining the hypothetical. Well, what if he is? Because asking that one question unravels the entire world stage. If Trump wasn't really shot, it unravels the world stage. Yet there are many people who say that thing was fake, but they think Trump faked it. So they see it in isolation. None of these events happen in isolation. So Butler, Pennsylvania, especially on the left, people say, oh, Trump faked it. But they don't ask the question, if he faked it, who was involved? Well, that necessarily implies Secret Service. That necessarily means a lot of the people behind him. This would also involve media sides. And you go down the line, and you can see how this one fake event has saturated the entire global media, contaminated it with it, so now it's officially real because of the consensus. But when you look at it in isolation, you say, oh, Trump did it, then you're not really looking at the real perps. The media did it. Who shot JFK? It wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald, it was the media. The entire media is complicit in staging these things. And when I say the entire media, I'm not just talking about the news media. I'm talking about the entire co-opted worldview shaping apparatus, including entertainment. That's why you had the Manchurian Candidate, and suddenly, right before the JFK thing. Even the dictators on 11/22/63 were talking about lapses in security that have led to previous assassinations. Like they were priming everybody. Dr. Back Assword says, I don't think Charlie Kirk ever existed. It's just the name of a character in a play. Well, exactly. The individual who wore the squib on September 10th, that guy, was not a real Christian, conservative, spreading Christian positive values, working for Jesus. No, that guy was an actor, a deceiver. And all the followers are deceived. This is mass deception. And look at how many people it's influenced. This fake martyr, this fake saint. But he took on the role, but there's no reason to assume that he pre-existed, that he was selected as a toddler for this role. No. They had a pool of individuals from which to draw their Charlie Kirk for the assassination after a 13-year run, all staged. Kenneth Dixon says, all the worlds indeed of age were merely players, performers, and portrayers. Yeah, that's why I think it's interesting that Hulu's The Tempest, Shakespeare reference, is one of the main indicators of this being totally scripted. And The Tempest, of course, is where you get the phrase Brave New World from. Do What's Less says it almost looks like a penguin. Yeah, I've almost created a penguin out of this thing. You're right. I can kind of see it. That's the beak right there. Kenneth says, AI's been here thousands of years, maybe hundreds of thousands. That's why it's so hard to keep the faith. I don't necessarily agree with that. But I think this system is just going through a new iteration, and it's not new. I think what we're experiencing with media has previously been done by religion, by basically, we're talking about worldview synchronization. You can put everybody through the same holy book, Dianetics, the Bible, the Quran, and if you have them in isolation in their own bubble, you put them in their own little fictional universe, you can kind of see how this works. It's very cult-like. Shaping somebody's worldview is really a matter of getting them to accept the boundaries that you place. Kenneth Dixon says, they told us everything to our faces, ears and eyes. Our silence has been compliance. Yeah, I call this psychological warfare. You have to look at the masses of having been subdued, conquered mentally. It's the supreme art of war, according to Sun Tzu. To defeat your enemy without drawing your sword. HLG says, whiteboard extremism. Do It Said Less asks, is there any wolf themes going on? Both Louvre and Lupin in the French series refer to wolf. Ooh, interesting connection. The main connection I saw there was the crown jewels being stolen during the No Kings protest, and the concurrent TV show has a necklace from Marie Antoinette being stolen, who lost her head during a No Kings protest. Inks G says, I don't think YouTube this raft. Yeah, well, there's a lot of mainstream truthers who don't like that. There are people fighting tooth and nail against the premise that entertainment is used to advertise, bolster, and condition us for future psyops. Like, that's not a challenging proposition. Like, anything but that, don't say that. Please, can we blame the simulation? Can we just call these coincidences? No. No, this is systemic fakery, and entertainment and psyops and the news are coming from the same source and all work towards the same end. And I think the reason why this is such a guard secret is we can name names. We can name metascriptors. We can name the names of the sellout artists, directors, and writers who are contributing to the metascript, and therefore to the psyops. Like John Frankenheimer, Stanley Kubrick, and down the list you go, where you increasingly take away plausible deniability. You look at the people directly involved in the psyops. You look at the overlapping police chiefs, news reporters, and you get this picture where, yeah, we can assemble a name of who. If you want to talk about who's doing it, who's behind the conspiracy, well, at the lower level, we can identify. But moreover, we can demonstrate that it exists. And what is it? The metascript, the hijacking of our reality, the script that they are bending our history to match. Events aren't organically going the way the meta script would foresee decades in the future. No, they have to make it happen. How do they make it happen? You manufacture it with actors, with psyops. Erica Creech says, these selfish people using surrogacy make me a little bit sick. Are you talking about the Kirks? Well, Charlie Kirk is not dead. We don't know his real name. If you think he's dead, what's your evidence? Because I would argue that, especially now in 2025, I think we're stronger in this point. You can't say I saw it on TV, so it's real. And for you to say it's real, the burden of proof is on you to address every single hoax indicator that has been raised. Anywhere that the event has deviated from standard protocol when it comes to murders, shootings, assassinations, crime scenes, deaths, there are so many ways that it goes against the standard protocol, anomalies, and then you throw in the entertainment media predictive concurrent programming. You have to explain that away. You got to explain away the Erica Kirk conundrum, how her entire world stage personage matches this corresponding Hulu character from The Tempest. I mean, you don't have a leg to stand on if you think he's alive. All you have is faith. I have faith that what the black monolith showed me is true. Okay. That's what I mean when I say we don't have the same perspective. Cygirl says it was a Pentagon military psyop. That's what Candace Owens said. This was a military op. No, it's a media op. It wasn't done by the military industrial complex. It was done by the psyop entertainment complex. The Pentagon is a prop as much as anything else. I mean, obviously this is all mind war, but no, this was not a military psyop. This is just like every other psyop. It's no different than the Kardashians, the Kirks, the Kardashians. They're faked from the same source for the same purpose, which is worldview shaping, influence operations, shaping culture, shaping society. But no, this wasn't a special or unique or more serious, grave event by any means. Ribo Nation says, I got an Enough is Enough in the new Law and Order the other night. Yeah, so the last YouTube video that Charlie Kirk uploaded was called Enough is Enough, which has been repeatedly used to reference the upcoming Trump head shooting. Then it happened, and afterward, Hulk Hogan gets up on stage and says, enough is enough, when they try to shoot the president. And of course, this all harkens back to the Illuminati playing card, Stephen Jackson. Enough is enough. The sniper can take you anywhere, anytime, and it looks like Trump. So for Charlie Kirk to reference enough is enough, interesting. For Ryan Routh, would-be Trump shooter, to nearly Kirk himself in the courtroom and squib all over the place, and judging by the courtroom photo, poking himself in the same spot. Yeah, these are all interconnected elements. Kenneth says, government and religion were created for one reason, control and authority. Yeah, I would even go further and say there's only one government, and there's only one religion. If you define religion as worldview, all the little religions out there fall under this one worldview, the mainstream mediated one, the dominant paradigm. That dominant paradigm is our religion. That dominant paradigm is created by government, just one big capital G. Cygirl says, keep protecting the Pentagon's role in staging elaborate psyops. I'd say stay in your mainstream media box where you think that there's a military industrial complex. No, it's the psyop entertainment complex. It's all mind war. It's not military psyops, it's theater as mind control. Bread and circuses. This is not a deviation. I put out a book recently called Handbook for the Recently Deprogrammed. A skeptic's guide to the theater of Psywar. So if you've deprogrammed yourself from the knee-jerk reactions, taking sides, if you stepped outside of the political horseshoe, if you recognize the long-term cumulative effects of fake history, if you recognize history bending, then you're to some large extent deprogrammed. The book, Handbook for the Recently Deprogrammed, is designed to give you the lexicon, the definitions, and the concepts to explain it, to articulate it, to recognize that your point of view is separate. That's why we're not looking like who did it. It was the Pentagon. No, it was the media. It was the government. It's bigger than the Pentagon. That's just a misdirection. That's a red herring. Girl says, as long as we keep blaming the media exclusively, we don't have to worry about the troops and real ammo. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you're of the perspective that it's going to escalate, you're living in the MSM plus nightmare. See, in your version of reality, troops are going to run down the street and shoot you with bullets. And I'm out here and I'm just basically sitting in a park, relaxing, not responding to it actively, but waiting till I get more facts. You're still plugged in if you think you're going to get shot. If you got a helmet on, if you're in a bunker, if you're wearing body armor, if you're worried about the Pentagon and they're going to come put their boot in your face, they've got you under total submission and mind control. You're us, and I'm not judging you, Girl, but your perspective is MSM plus. And skeptics have always been. If you go back to the original skeptics, and the idea of suspension of judgment being intrinsic to it, it's always been the additional sense of disconnectedness from the world that makes them look like they're lazy or inactive or unconcerned, too relaxed. Like, why aren't you triggered? So, like, the moral high ground goes to the activists who act like they're holding everything together and they're getting ready for war. And then I, on the other hand, I look lazy. I look like I'm inactive, like I'm encouraging people to not fight back. But if you look back to the original skeptics, they said the long-term effects of this kind of suspension of judgment led to a peace of mind. So what would you prefer? Peace of mind or a war in your head? And if you're in this MSM plus box, they've got a war in your head. Like in your mind, it's conceivable that tanks will come down the street and troops will come murder you. I think that's a hyperstition they've put in your head. You're not worried about school shooters, are you? If you were a mainstreamer, you'd be worried about a bowl cut neo-Nazi with an AR-15 shooting your kids. These are hyperstitions. If you're a mainstreamer, you believe that space junk might come crush your skull while you sleep, or that climate change is going to destroy the world and your grandchildren are going to live in a barren wasteland. Remember peak oil? Mad Max? Think about all the nightmare scenarios in this box. So these nightmare scenarios are part of their instrument of governance. I call these God constructs. Like if you're worried about the nuke, they're going to nuke the world. Well, now you live in the end times. From the off-world stage perspective, I don't believe in school shooters. I don't believe in space junk. I don't believe in nukes. I don't think the Pentagon's going to send troops to come shoot me for some dumb reason. These things aren't a factor when I plot my day on my to-do list. I'm not wearing body armor. I'm not wearing a helmet. And I'm not trying to like Paul Revere my neighborhood. Wake up, wake up. The deep state's coming. How far did that get you in 2020? What good did the activism you engaged in 2020 do other than increase your stress levels? Nothing. You did nothing. You spread fear and confusion. If you're spreading this stuff, you're what I call a propaganda mule because you're not getting paid for it. You're just voluntarily packing up your saddlebags with red pills and you're chasing a carrot around. They're leading you around and you're packing propaganda for them. And what is the carrot? The Great Awakening, the Great Reset, waking everybody up to this. Girl says, keep protecting the Pentagon brass. Again, I would argue that you are actually defending the PSYOP entertainment complex. If you're advocating for this perspective, you're in the Psy war, you're actually fighting on behalf of the Truman Show. You are the controlled opposition. If you're telling me that I should be worried about school shooters, you're controlled opposition. If you're telling me that I should be worried about the deep state, you're controlled opposition. Because both sides are. Mainstream is controlled opposition to alternative. Alternative is opposition that's controlled, and it's opposing the mainstream. Outside, we are inactivists, conscientious objectors to the Psy war. Like, I'm not part of your Psy war. So if you think I'm protecting it, I have a better case to say that you're actually reinforcing the power of this institutionalized deception. You're a pawn in their game. Psy Girl says they want you to be impressed by their stupid movies. No, you're living in their stupid movie. And we're criticizing it from the outside. But you've always had this perspective. And I've always appreciated it. I've always said that Lynn Ertel is one of our greatest exemplars of the MSM plus subset, because what she advocates is mainstream's bad, alternative has the truth, we got to fight the mainstream. You see, this is the dialectic that you're locked in. And you're probably locked into it for emotional reasons, and that's fine, because that's how the mind war gets you emotionally, where you're literally worried that troops are going to come shoot you. And then it makes it easy to look down on those of us who look like we don't give a damn. Well, we're just not overreacting. And one more point to this, because, and this was, if you look up the origin of skepticism and to what they called ataraxia, which is peace of mind, it was suggested that even if we went into a state of war, who do you want to follow? Let's say that the troops do come. Do you want to follow the red pills who've been losing their shit this entire time? Or do you want to follow the people who are calm, who have clear thinking, clarity, who aren't overreacting? Calm people in the chaos. In a mind war, you've already lost your mind. If shit gets real, I don't think you're going to hold it together. And no, it's not going to go kinetic. It's not going to go real. Maddie Ice 2025 says it's Planet Netflix. Yeah, it's Planet Netflix. We're in the Disney universe. Nicotrauma says, I used to own body armor. I was totally captured. I was totally captured. I was in the military. My job was unit preparedness for nuclear fallout. So I believed we were in the end times. I believed all that stuff. If you live in a bunker because you're worried about nukes, guess what? You're living in a solitary FEMA camp and you're totally mind controlled because the thing that you're bunkered against doesn't even exist. Dr. Bass Ackworth says it's good to stay away from pills of any color. Well, yeah, because the Normieville, we're talking about the mainstream paradigm. They've got themselves this blue pill, and it puts you to sleep. You're dreaming. When I say dreaming, you're just accepting the worldview as presented, and we know it's bent. We know it's fundamentally a dream world. The red pill, by contrast, says all that's fake. Things are way worse than it is. We're about to die. The Pentagon's going to get us. So the red pill is an agitated pill. So it's a nightmare pill. And it's actually the fact that it's rooted in the blue pill. The blue pill is the basis for it. It's a subset. Then you have this thing called the black pill. And the black pill is the idea that you can't change anything, that it's hopeless, but it's a variant of the red pill. But anyway, you have all these different, quote, pills. And the idea of a pill is that you're a patient and somebody's prescribing it to you and you're taking it. So like blue pills are for normies, but if you are agitated and the normie stuff doesn't hold you down, they give you something harder. So give this person some red pills. But both of these represent a dependency. So whether you're mainstream or alternative, blue or red pill, you're dependent on the drug dealer. Who's the drug dealer? The PSYOP entertainment complex. That is dealing you the drugs. HG says, I think these hyperstitions are possible if they convince enough low info auto believers into action, like self-fulfilling prophecy. Well, on a limited basis. I mean, they do get people involved. You do have normies out there who are losing their jobs, getting kicked out of school because they're cheering on the death of Charlie Kirk. They invite audience participation. It's designed to make you adhere to an ideology within their political horseshoe. And it's also designed to give this appearance that, yeah, there is this MAGA extremism, and if terrorism happens, it will be plausible to blame MAGA. So the public actually participates on some level. And occasionally you do see people spilling out onto the world stage and getting involved and getting arrested for their involvement. You do have dupes. Girl says, by implicating the government and Pentagon as central to the PSYOPs, we're doing what? Well, I think we're limiting our view to the Pentagon, some identifiable source. Like, I would argue here that this is global in scale. I mean, this is another interesting point, is Hulu The Tempest is in South Korea, #1 show in Japan, #1 show in Taiwan, South Korea. It's blowing up all over the world. It's a South Korean spy thriller, yet the PSYOP it pertains to is America. And it's a PSYOP about the assassination of Americana. And it's global then, therefore, the imagery, the concept, the very specific visual of the martyred leader of the Youth Republicans getting shot in the neck in front of his audience. Like, that theme was painted onto the zeitgeist globally. So if we just point fingers at the Pentagon or that particular country, I think you're limiting your perspective. It's not a whodunit. It's a what is it. We need to figure out what it is first. And what it is it's worldview warfare adhering to a meta-scripted version of events imposed over history, bending it into a very specific frame, which is representative of a power elite's monopoly. It's like a new monotheism. Yeah, if you're blaming military and cops, that's pretty much a, these are like red pill talking points. Like, the government's gonna take your guns. It's like they've already taken your minds. And the grab your guns narrative is built off of Waco, and it's all intrinsic to the white nationalist turning point, which is relevant here. Turning Point USA came to my attention because I said, wait a minute here. Turning Point USA is platforming the whole idea of the turning point or the Turner Diaries. The Turner Diaries is the book that motivated McVeigh to attack the government building. So this anti-government sentiment, that's all red pill, right-wing claptrap. Left is pro-government, right is anti-government. So if you're espousing it's the military, it's the cops, yeah, you're in this box. That is your perspective. You might as well own it. Like, if you're a mainstreamer, own it. If you're alternative, own it. Don't pretend like you don't have a perspective here. And perspective matters. And it makes you typifies this is that adhering to any of these world stage perspectives, you're programmed and you can be triggered in predictable ways to react in predictable ways, to have predictable opinions to every single event that is presented to you. Girl says, is your position that TV execs issue orders to the White House and Pentagon and Wall Street? No. No, my position is that these things are top down. Every single PSYOP every one of them involves necessarily the interlocking cooperation between different organizations. You've got Department of Homeland Security, the media, the police, the hospitals. At some level, we're dealing with individuals in each with high security clearance. You could say security clearance society. HLG says, normies struggle with mental illness. HG says, is there something as a clear pill? Well, the thing is that any kind of pill suggests a dependency on a third party for information. Out here, we are self-mediated. Not medicated, self-mediated. We have a psychological distance between that which we accept as real and that which we find as false. So the informed disbeliever or the informed non-believer isn't ignorant. It's not a position of willful ignorance. We actually know more about the stories these people believe in. Think about that. The people who believe these things literally know less about the event than those of us who think these events are fake. And we think these events are fake because we have reasons. Like I saw this poll and it said, like a study, it said 8% of Americans think the moon landing was fake. Well, what's the difference between the 92% of believers and the 8% of non-believers? What's the difference? They believe what they saw on TV. They looked at the other information. So the 8% have more information. Conspiracy theorists are always characterized as having these wild mind maps. You put on your tinfoil hat, you do a big mind map like this. Well, it's because they have more information. So the informed disbeliever has more information than the low information believer, which gives them additional information. And you'll find though, and this is how people are trained, the 92% are not skeptics. They're not saying, well, let me examine your information and think about it. No, they say, oh, you're wearing a tinfoil hat. That's crazy. Oh, this guy thinks the moon landing was fake. That's crazy. Well, that's not skeptic. That's not a skeptic. That's not a skeptical frame of mind. That is personal incredulity as an argument. It's a fallacy. Kenneth Dixon said McVeigh did nothing in Oklahoma City. Yeah, well, see, McVeigh, yeah, Thigh Girl says was a war vet. Yeah, he was obviously intel. So at Waco, you had McVeigh, Alex Jones. Both of these individuals got radicalized at Waco. Waco, you have Dave Koresh, 33-year-old. His followers thought it was the ATF incinerated him when they came to take the guns because they had 1.6 million rounds. 1.6, sound familiar? Alex Jones is radicalized at Waco. He rebuilds the Branch Davidian church. Timothy McVeigh was radicalized at Waco. And on the anniversary of Waco, he bombs Oklahoma City. This is where Alex Jones gets his anti-government, they're gonna take the guns narrative from. It all goes back to Waco. Where did Trump kick off his last campaign? Waco. What did Netflix have the night before? Waco. American Apocalypse. Waco is great for this far-right domestic violent extremism that populates the world stage. It's all contrived, it's all fake. And you look at this martyr, Dave Koresh, 33, McVeigh, executed on 6/11/01, at the age of 33. Totally fake. He's said to have blown up 168 people. 19 of them were children in a government daycare. Interestingly, some have said that Special Agent Paul Weissapal out in Miami, this FBI individual, is McVeigh, grown up. Looks just like him. And interestingly, Weissapal was credited with saving 168 people from human trafficking. He got some award. I'm like, oh, interesting. What a character arc. You're a villain. You blew up 168. Now you're a hero. You saved 168. There are so many indicators, but that's probably true. I don't really care. It has nothing to do with the big meta scripted story, whether or not they recycle actors. But if you wanted to make the case for it, there's a pretty strong one with McVeigh. Duet Said Less says, I first thought this video was a private remedial tuition for JLB on the off-world stage. Well, he did a video on the off-world stage, and I didn't even bother watching it because I tend to think he's habitually incredulous, personally incredulous, and he builds up a straw man. And, you can do that, but it doesn't make our argument go away. Like, if you really want to discredit or dispute the world stage perspective and model and how it's built upon decades of fake events that bend the normal news cycles, if you want to dispute that, go for it. If you want to say that we all have the same perspective and point of view, we're all responding to the same facts, go for it. It's just not true. This is worldview warfare. Kenneth Dixon says, Koresh could be Charlie Kirk's dad. I'd have to check the timelines on it. I mean, it is a close set, sure. Yeah, plain decoded Waco, wacko. I thought that was like one of these things. Perfect, right? Kenneth Dixon says, I would argue that Ruby Ridge is ground zero. There was a movie out last year called Rebel Ridge about racist police that run the police departments. And they run a black man off his bicycle and steal his money. He's going to bail his cousin out. And then he has to take revenge on them. Well, that opening scene was replayed with Tyreek Hill from the Miami Dolphins, yanked out of his car on the way to a game. And people made these comparisons. Hey, this was just like Netflix, Rebel Ridge. Because apparently life follows Netflix. Or, and if you know what Netflix is and where it came from and its co-founder and CEO, and you look at this, it's like, well, no, fake events follow Netflix. So that's what we're looking at here. The entertainment is used to condition us, to get us to formulate opinions and reactions to things before they happen. It's all product placement. That's why we see a consistent relationship between entertainment and psyops. We've demystified predictive programming. And anyone debunking or refuting predictive programming on the basis that you've got a million things to choose from, you're just retrofitting it, not true. We have a very small set of content to draw from because we're looking at the real-time alignments between Hulu, Netflix, the video games, the books, the celebrities talking about these things. We're talking about real-time alignments between these things and events. So we're not limited in scope to movies. We're not just drawing from television. I don't watch TV all day. I only watch, if I'm consciously scanning, because we have a model here, and you can make extrapolations from it. I'll look at what is the number one thing, and I'm not watching it for my entertainment. I'm not watching it to cherry pick stuff. I'm watching it to see what ideas are being pumped into the minds of the mainstream. How are they being programmed? Because everything that happens in the program has been previously programmed into the minds of the soon-to-be believers in the new event. Again, this is a formula. Lord Laney says, an aptronym world stage name, Waco Wacko. They wanted that association. Yeah, I think so too. Let's Go says, JLB's error is that he believes that since personal coincidences are probably higher powers, the world stage coincidences come from the same place. Yeah, well, that's been the explanation for a long time because it was always spooky when somebody would point out, hey, look, yet again, there's a movie that perfectly mirrors what happens in real life. But when you do the empirical research and you recognize that these are not anomalies, then it draws a different picture. Once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, 3 times is deliberate action. That's Ian Fleming. And we're looking at repeated themes. I mean, you take Butler, Pennsylvania. This is just an example. Because every single instance of concurrent programming is an example of something that was produced in the past. Could be months, could be years. But yet the release dates coincide with the PSYOP. So we had the trailer for Captain America, which was Brave New World. So if you didn't see this, president gets shot at while he's at the podium. And there's nuance to every single one of these. If we get into Harrison Ford, shot in a theater, his birthday being the Butler date, 7/13. Captain America, Marvel Comic Universe actually changed the trailer that came out on 7/12 because it perfectly predicted what happened to Trump. They changed it after that. You had the season finale of The Boys, where the character known as the Homelander, who's admittedly based on Trump, is the target of an assassination plot. They changed the title of Assassination Run. The visuals are there, where he's got his face covered in blood. But anyway, he survives his attempt. And of course, this is concurrent with the real event. We had the Francis Ford Coppola Megalopolis with Megalon, Make Rome Great Again, obviously based on Trump. The main character, Caesar Catalina, based on Trump, survives an assassination attempt. He gets shot, but he survives. And these are all concurrent. You had this Batman, Caped Crusader, and a character named Rupert Thorne, a very Trump-esque character, has his right ear cut by Batman's boomerang at the end of the season with an ominous warning that it would be back. Beetlejuice. In the netherworld, you had a dead Trump, yellow, golden uniform, golden hair, American lapel pin. We had, again, I'm just going through, off the top of my head, a list of things that were concurrent with Mickey 17, which they said had no relation to Butler because it was produced 2 years before. Mickey 17 had Mark Ruffalo, interestingly born on 11/22, representing Trump. So another guy representing the president, born on a day that a president gets shot. Mark Ruffalo is playing a Trump-esque character. Not only is he shot, but he's got a blood streak on his cheek. And then he yells at the cameraman to turn the camera on so he can pose for the cameras with his bloody face wound. Sound familiar? Fight, fight, fight. And this is just a small group. I mean, there are many more. But all of these were happening in the same closed system at the time of Butler. And this is a reoccurring theme. It's in the magazines. It's on the magazine covers. There's foreshadowing all over the place. How many times did we hear enough is enough? Andrea says, I watch TV and the screen. Most people pretty much meditate in front of it. Yeah, I look at so the big screen, the big monolith. This is the worldview shaping mechanism. The totality of everything in the media ecosystem as presented to you through your curated worldview finder. Your worldview finder being your smartphone. We'll call it a worldview finder. Your viewfinder in a camera, on the old cameras, a little square you look through to frame your shot. So we've got our worldview finders. Most people live with their noses pressed up against it. And this is their primary frame of reference, which includes the entire bent history. So they're resting upon an edifice of fakery. They are in a non-objective worldview. Just like fundamentalist religion would put you in a non-objective worldview. It's infused with mysticism, with myths, with martyrs, with false historic accounts. So you're here, you're looking at everyone, their noses to the screen, peripheral information, anything outside of it, they don't care. You're over here saying, hey, that's all fake. They're not going to turn around and look at you. So we're socially distanced. MSM minus subtracts from our world that which can't be verified. So we're stepped away from the screen, their nose against it. The conspiracy theorists, the MSM plus, the real agitated ones who think the sky is falling, yeah, they exist inside of the screen. They're in a subset. They're even deeper in the program. So they're on the other side of the screen. The rest of them are noses to the screen. And then we're socially distanced from the screen. So I don't watch TV in a passive sense. These are passive, these are passive. I watch it knowing that it's separate from the world, one, and I'm recognizing that whatever's on here is programming what's going into their heads. So I recognize what's in their heads, and I recognize their worldview, and it's distinct from ours. So their point of view is not the same as our point of view out here off-world stage, because it does not include long-term media fakery. It doesn't include the relationship between entertainment and psyops. They think the news is real, and they think entertainment is completely separate from this. It's naive. It's mind-controlled. Catch up on your comment. Lesko says, what I don't get about JLB is he's a history is fake guy, so why is he incredulous that there's propaganda for fake events? Yeah, this is a good point. It's worth reiterating. And I appreciate his work. I think it's very important that we have people representative of different perspectives putting forth their ideas, and we'll let the facts speak for themselves. Because, facts are stubborn things, and they don't care about feelings or personal feelings like incredulity, which is not skepticism. So if we look at the fake news, and when we say fake news, we're talking about simulated events, simulated historic events that shape worldview, significant things. So fake news piles up, and this is the now, and this is the past. So we're watching the fake news as it bends reality. At what point does it become history? 10 years ago? 50 years ago? 200 years ago? Because there are people who say, oh, history's fake, you can't verify anything past 200 years, and maybe it was a big mud flood. Okay, well, the mechanism by which history is faked is an ongoing process. It's proactive. It's not just retroactive. It's not like they just burned all the history books and gave us new ones and retroactively changed history. No, history is a construct, and it's proactively made. Every fake pre-scripted event, every meta-scripted event is proactively inserted into our timeline through the mechanism of simulated news events. This is the formula. This is the process. This is how they implement their program. And if you follow the program, if you believe it, or if you're confused and you sort of believe it, you don't know, guess what? You are programmed. You're in their domain. You're in their Truman Show bubble. And those of us who are outside of the bubble, who are socially distanced from the screen, have a different point of view. So you may say, I don't know. I'm incapable of knowing. I'm ambiguous. Yeah, well, that's because your frame of reference, your perspective is limited. But you don't need to project your ignorant take on those of us who have more intel. The informed disbelievers have acquired an intellectual high ground, as far as our vantage point, than the low information believers and the low information disbelievers. So again, to explain what the world stage is succinctly, the world stage is the collectively agreed upon version of things as they are. And there are major points of collective agreement, despite all of our minor disagreements. So the world stage would be where we are, when we are, what just happened, and what is happening. These are major points of agreement. And these are the points that orient us and give us our perspective. The mainstream perspective, which again, you'll see it reflected in mainstream news, AI, wiki, it's all about the consensus. As attributed to Napoleon Bonaparte, as he supposedly said, history is lies agreed upon. Well, guess what? So is news. News media, lies agreed upon by the masses. And we're significantly outnumbered. And here's the big reveal, is that the alternative media agrees on all the same bullshit. Alternative media and mainstream media are part of the closed informational system. They're both architecture within the same system. The alternative media is not outside the box. It's not free thinkers. It's a steam valve for those who are following their instincts. At least they're smart enough, at least they're in touch enough with their instincts to know they're being lied to from the mainstream. But they're easy prey. And I think it's pathetic now. I see them chasing Candace Owens. It's like you realize that these rabbit trails that you're going down to find out the truth have been paved maybe 50 years since, at least. Well-worn rabbit trails. These aren't new meandering trails that you're following, trying to get to a truth that the mainstream's hiding from you. No, these things are paved. You're being led down a predetermined course. These are engineered narratives. So if they got you in a state of reactivity, of fear, of senses of impending doom, if you think we're in the end times, if you believe things are escalating and they're going to come get you, then you've been subdued. It's like if you're in your bunker, surviving off of MREs, cleaning your guns, reading your Bible, listening to Alex Jones, you're not off the grid. You're completely programmed in a FEMA camp made for you. You're your own prison warden, and they've totally hijacked your mind. Yeah, exactly, watching Mama, the breadcrumbs. So that they're taking these breadcrumbs and they think, oh, it's the second shooter, it's the third shooter. Oh, look, at least she's just asking questions. Candace Owens is just asking questions. No, she's not just asking questions. Oh, I'm just asking. No, that's not what they're doing. Every one of her questions is loaded with a premise. Every one of her questions leads to a predictable place. Loaded questions so they don't have to take accountability for what they're actually saying. Yeah, some commenter says Candace probably spent her holidays having beers on the beach with Charlie. Yeah, and look, right now, and I brought this up yesterday, and the stream didn't go out for some reason. Right now, she's melting down. She said, and this is fascinating. She said Peter Thiel and Elon Musk are probably cyborgs, and if you stab them, I wonder if they would bleed. So she says that, which is already bad. I mean, she said not literally, but she said it. She says that after one of her fans threatened a bunch of people who they believed were responsible for killing Charlie Kirk because of Candace Owens. So Candace Owens is already being blamed for psychotic followers joining her cult and becoming violent. And now she jokes about stabbing Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, and she talks about, quote, demonic AI. How many times have I said that the woke right is conditioned to see aliens and AI as demonic? So she says demonic AI, and then she says